The Joy of Ex. A novel by Edward Keating. Chapter 1. Tequila Sunrise. I will never drink tequila again. I know I have said it before, but this time I mean it. I used to know this girl who would say her head was in pieces after a heavy night out. It was nights like the one I have just had that the term was invented for. My mate Nick came over last night with a bottle of Jose Cuervo, a salt cellar and a lemon. It was Saturday night after all, and there was drinking to be done and clubs to be hit afterwards. He parked his TF Black Sapphire BMW 325 Ci Autosport convertible behind my Le Mans Green Milligram on the drive outside my place. Most of the tequila was gone by the time we went out at 10 p.m. My head was giddy and my stomach only loosely associated with the rest of my body. My body only loosely associated with the rest of the world. We started in a bar for a quick pint before the club opened. I ordered 2 lagers, Stella Artois of course, from the barmaid. She was pretty, but looked young, probably just 18. I was not in the mood for teaching. I wanted experience, so we would both come away satisfied. Nick and I drank the pints and scanned the bar for girls. It was a trendy kind of a bar, all leather sofas and sturdy wooden tables. The place attracted aspirational types. Up-and-coming smart business sorts, who wanted to be seen drinking in the right places. For them, this was the right place. Half the conversations were work-related, despite it being the weekend. People talking about their firm's new product they are helping to develop, others discussing strategy for their blue-chip employer. The bar was occupied by 20 and 30-somethings, all of whom were out to network and generally give off the impression they were hardcore business types. Nick and I both work in marketing. We live with this kind of bull on a daily basis. I would like to stay away from it at the weekend, but it is kind of hard without going drinking in a hovel full of student types, or worse, watering holes where people who are not young professionals go. We would look out of place, which could get us into trouble with the locals. So this kind of bar was safe as we fitted in. The fact that we are in marketing and used to wading through bull just kind of helps in this environment. Also, if we did manage to pull, it is always best to be in this kind of setting so at least we might have something in common to talk about to whichever lucky ladies we lure to our beds. There were a few nice-looking women about the place, most were with partners. We saw one of my least favorite sights in polite society. The reasonably attractive 20-something girl with a 50-plus guy, clearly someone high up in the finance firm she works in. He is obviously besotted and she is with him for a number of reasons, all of which involve furthering her career. I pity the guy, as once she is established in the firm, somewhere in lower middle management, or when he takes early retirement in a year or two, the relationship is history. He gets a few years riding a young woman and is then left with nothing. She gets 30-plus years of valuable insight into company politics, and is left entrenched in the firm's way of life. There were 1 or 2 groups of women about the place, but they all seem kind of average. Secretaries maybe, looking for career guys to get in with a view to the 3Ms, mortgage, marriage, maternity. Not necessarily in that order. Dangerous beasts. Once they have their hooks into you, they are hard to get rid of. Within 3 months, they are talking about the rest of your lives together, planning holidays with you and their parents and coming up with names for your future offspring. This usually echoes national trends. After Courtney Love got famous, there was an explosion of little girls named after her. Basketball star Jordan became a popular boy's name in the early 1990s, and then girls started getting it as a name after the British glamour model. Nick and I headed for the club when we had established there was nothing in the bar we liked. Jabbers, the club is also quite upmarket. A few years back, it was an indie club with a student population, but it got sold on and, after some investment, became the trendiest place in town. We pay £10 each to get in. The drinks start at £5 for a bottle of weak lager. The club looks good, dark, with mirrors and the decor that says young professional meeting place. The bar staff are dressed in trousers, with shirt and black tie. None of that polo shirt look in here. The clientele are straight out of the last place we were in, as well as the half-dozen others like it across the city centre. We come here a lot. The tequila theme continued in Jabbers. Nick and I had tequila sunrises. I chatted to some bird I know from somewhere. I think she either works in my building or in one of the shops or cafes nearby. I was not that into her. She is not bad looking, but she bored me senseless. I have a rule that I only let stunningly attractive women bore my pants off as a route to the bedroom. I wandered off and talked to some other people I vaguely knew. Nick was pretty drunk and he said to me, "Blake, I am bored out of my brain. There is no one worth talking to out tonight. Let's go play some cards and do some proper drinking." Now Nick loves a bet. Many nights of drunken skateboarding challenges lay behind us, and maybe in front of us too. He is also a cracking card player. I try never to play him for money or when I am drunk. But the tequila was clouding my judgment, and the club was full of unattractive women and drunken men trying to pull them. We headed off to the taxi rank and, as we went to jump in the only car, this pair of fit-looking girls did the same. "Hey," said the blonde, "this is our cab." Nick, drunk but cool as ever, said, "Where are you going?" The blonde told him. "Fine. We are going the same way, we can share," he said. "Sure thing," she said. The four of us jumped in the back of the black cab. I was drunk, but knew where this was all likely to end up. The blonde's name was Katie Potter. She had green eyes and a tan. Her friend with shoulder-length wine-colored hair, brown eyes and pale skin was Sarah Vasi. They had been out drinking in the city center, and had had a boring night out as well. Nick was giving them the chat and explained we were going to drink more tequila and play cards, and they were more than welcome to join us if they liked. So, there we were playing cards on my kitchen table at 1 a.m. with these two girls we had just met. The tequila was already finished, so we drank White Russian cocktails made from vodka and Kahlua I had around my flat. Strip poker was the name of the game, with Nick playing a blinder and the girls already down to their G-strings. They seemed quite happy sat in their underwear at my kitchen table. It suited me fine too. We talked and played poker. It turned out they are local to this dump of a town. Nick and I came here around 4 years ago as part of the relocation package with the graduate program at our marketing firm. I couldn't have gone back to my hometown after I finished university, I told the pair of them. I don't like bumping into people I used to know who still live there. Meeting up again was always so embarrassing for both of us. I would find out they have been working in the same shop or bar for the last 8 years and hate the job. They would ask what I was up to and I'd get to tell them about my kick-ass career in marketing, and the look on their faces would make me feel bad, like I was wrong to have left the town where I grew up and move on and upwards. Then there is the possibility of bumping into someone I slept with at 6th form. That would be awful. Most of the people I slept with when I was doing my A-levels have moved away, Sarah said. Her hand under the table on my leg. I got a good job with the local authority. I don't make mega bucks, but I'm not poor and I get to live near my folks, and I was never madly motivated to move away. Too many exes back home, I said. The problem with exes, Nick said, is that there is always something there afterwards. No, I said. Liar, he said. Anyone who you have ever slept with would sleep with you again if you tried hard enough. They wouldn't and I wouldn't try, I said. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Blake said. I can think of a dozen girls I've gone out with or shagged, who deep down, if they came over tomorrow, I wouldn't hesitate in getting right back into bed with them. Whether I dumped them or they dumped me, it doesn't matter. The spark never goes away. I agree, Sarah said. Last year I slept with this guy I had briefly seen when I was doing my A-levels. He is still with the girl he dumped me for. I never really had the strongest feelings for him, but when I bumped into him, his name is Will, we got chatting and it seemed the most natural thing in the world for the two of us to go back to his hotel room and sleep together. I hadn't seen him for years. I hadn't thought of him for just as long. He lives in London with Harriet Cleft, this girl who Katie and I both went to school with. It was a moment outside both our real lives. He went back to Harriet and I carried on, and what we did was irrelevant outside that room. Would you do it again? Nick asked. Sure I would. It was fun, but at the same time I'm not going to chase after him telling him I love him and make him choose between her and me. Mostly I won't do this because I don't love him, and it is just sex anyway. I don't want him 24/7. The odd shag would be fine, but I don't kid myself it is ever going to happen, as we have slept together twice in a decade. You see, I would sleep with just about any girl I have been to bed with in my life. No question. I don't hold huge candles for them, but to have liked them enough to have sex once, the magic can still be there again, Nick said. Well, I can think of a couple of ex-girlfriends I would like to sleep with again, but not all of them, I said. What you mean is, you think they would let you get away with it as you think they still hold torches for you, Sarah said. I was extremely attracted to her. Intellect, insight, and a great body. She and Katie were naked thanks to the poker game. I gave up on the conversation and kissed Sarah. She pulled my boxer shorts down, I whipped on a condom and we started having sex on the kitchen table. I was vaguely aware of Nick and Katie moving into the lounge for the same thing. After we were done, Sarah and I talked about exes. She told me she is a firm believer in the concept that the attraction to a former lover never fades away. She told me she had slept with more than 50 guys and would shag almost any of them again, if the truth be told. Even the ones who two-timed me if I tell the honest truth. Why would I be so mad with them for screwing someone else if I didn't still want to shag their brains out? She had a good point. Men are consumer goods. There are lots of them about and I select which I want. I can have as many as I like or as few as I like. I take the pill, I use condoms. No big deal. Men have seen women as objects for eternity, so the logical extension of feminism is that women see men as objects. I'm happy to be seen as an object by potential sexual partners because I see them the exact same way. If I want to reuse one of them, then that's fine. Having been there before means you don't have to worry about the whole, do they fancy me or not stuff. They have been to bed with me before, so they will probably do it again. I drank some water from a pint glass and Sarah had some too. I'm probably going to sleep with your friend later, Sarah said. I know Katie wanted to sleep with you, so she will probably still be up for that. Whatever, I said. Katie is kind of pretty too, so I wasn't much bothered. I was half planning to try it on with her anyway, so it seemed better we were all up front about our intentions. Nick came back into the kitchen and poured more White Russians for everyone. Sarah and I joined him and Katie in front of the television. He had put some old film on the DVD. I bet you couldn't sleep with more than 3 of your exes if you tried, Nick said to me. I am sure if I wanted, I could sleep with all of the girls I have ever slept with. I replied, the alcohol making me cocky. How many is that? Katie asked. Tonight makes 36. Don't you ever wonder what if things had been slightly different with one person? Katie said. That you and they could still be together, happily somewhere. Isn't it possible there is someone out there who you would jump at a second chance with? Could there not be a girl out there you wish hadn't finished with you, who is maybe wishing the same thing too? Or a girl you finished with you wish you hadn't? Or even some girl you only slept with once who you quite liked, but circumstances stopped anything else happening? What if she is the one for you and you didn't realize at the time? I bet you couldn't worm your way back into the knickers of any girl you have been with, Nick said. You can have me any time, Sarah said, stroking my leg. For 20 quid a girl, I bet you can't sleep with 6 of your exes in, say, 9 weeks from today, present company excluded as she knows about the bet. That would have to be a rule, of course. You couldn't tell them it was a bet. If we are going to have a bet, let's make it interesting, £50 a girl at least. Fine, £50 a girl for the first 5, but I only pay you when you hit 5 and then we get to play a bonus round for the last girl. For £100. The final one shouldn't be for money. It should be something more important than that, I said. How about my BMW against your milligram? Fine, I said. But there have to be a few more rules. One of them has to be from university or back home. Tell you what, let's make it someone you slept with before you turned 20. And as I've known you a long time, another rule must be the girl in the bonus round has to be my choice from the pantheon of your exes. Without really thinking who Nick would select, or how tricky it might be to find someone I slept with at university, or how nauseating someone from home would be, I said, yes. Also, Nick said, you have to give me a list of girls you have slept with so I can verify whoever you pull is not fresh. I'll write it down for you, I said. I will also need some sort of evidence, say a picture, taken with your mobile phone's digital camera and emailed to me. Great, evidence is not a problem. Fantastic, he said. He whipped out his diary and proudly told me the date when the bet comes to an end. We shook hands on the bet, making it unbreakable. He circled it in his diary before downing his cocktail. He started kissing Katie, but she pushed him away. He looked puzzled for a moment, but Sarah was on top of him almost instantly. It was not the first time these girls had done this, but I didn't have a lot of thinking time before Katie set to work on me. The morning light eases its way between the gaps in the curtain, beaming across my lounge. The sunrise pleasing me less than the tequila numbness in my body. My head really is in pieces. It takes a Herculean effort to get off the floor and pull the curtains properly together. Sunday lunchtime rolls around and my head is still all over the place. My brain aches, deep and hard. I know I am dehydrated. I know I need water, salt and glucose to make me feel better. But the thought of attempting to ingest anything that would provide these things simply makes me feel sick. Nick got up and drove home an hour or so ago. He had to go to lunch with someone. I forget who he said. He never ever gets hangovers and merely got up and went. Katie is asleep on the sofa, and I am thinking about getting up and putting the television on. Sarah is on the floor nearby. She looks awake, but I cannot think of anything to say to her. She smiles and moves towards me. Morning, I say. She ignores my words and wraps her lips around my penis. Blood rushes down from my brain into it and I am quickly ready for sex. Afterwards she chuckles to herself. Post-orgasm she beams at me. It is a shame you cannot include me and Katie in your bet. We could have counted for a third of it. The bet, I say. A stupid idea. How am I ever going to get 6 ex-girlfriends into bed? You say it like trying to get 6 women into bed is a bad thing to do. Or even a tough thing to do these days. You've bedded 2 in 12 hours and here you are thinking 6 in 9 weeks is going to be hard. But they are exes. People who I have been with before and one or other or both of us has chosen to move on. It could be messy. Why? Life should be about moving on and moving forward. Thinking about what might have been is unhealthy most of the time. You can't change the past, even if you want to. Once you decide that is the end of a relationship, you begin letting the wounds close and going back reopens the scars. Have all the women in your life given you scars? Not all of them, I say. And have you given them all scars? No, then what is the problem? Like I said yesterday, sexual partners are commodities. I see men like that and men see me the same way. You do, don't you? No, I say. She reaches her hand towards my genitals and grips them. Her touch is gentle for now. Tell me the truth, Blake. Truthfully, yes, women are just divided up into 3 categories. Those I want to sleep with, those I don't want to sleep with, and those I have already slept with. Good enough. She releases her grip. I turn the television on. Some banal Sunday program is on. No intellectual challenge, which is exactly what I want while my head is in pieces. Have you got any strategy for getting into bed with any of your exes? Sarah asks. I hadn't really thought about it. How about I just ring one up and see what she is doing one night? Good plan, she says. Simple is the best way. I had this horrible feeling you would try some stupidly elaborate bumping into them setup, when a phone call would do the job. A major issue in this challenge is the blanket ban on social website membership our company has. About a year ago, some staff slated a product of a client on their Facebook page, forgetting they had added executives from that client to their friendship list. Needless to say, they all got fired and the contract of all staff got amended to say we couldn't be members of certain sites. We each got £500 as a sweetener for the contract change. To tell you the truth, I had been quite pleased. Social networking sites take up a lot of time. Today is the first time one of them would have been any kind of practical use to me. Later in the day, Sarah and Katie get their stuff together and say goodbye. I don't ask for their phone numbers and they do not volunteer them. Katie kisses me tentatively on the cheek. Sarah puts her lips on mine and I say, see you around. Maybe, she whispers before following her friend out of the door. I eat some plain bread, my stomach coming back towards the real world. Tomorrow will bring me back to the marketing bull of the office. I decide when I feel better in the morning is when I should start my quest for reclaiming past conquests. My mobile receives a text message. It is from Nick. It reads, 6 birds, 9 weeks and counting. Chapter 2. Hi, remember me? The phone rings. I sit at my desk in the open plan office where I work, waiting for her to pick up. The answering machine kicks in. Hi, this is Carla, wait for the beep, then leave a message and I'll get back to you. I wait for the beep. I contemplate hanging up and calling again later. The beep comes and I talk. This is Blake Truman, I say. Hi, remember me? I know we haven't seen each other for a while, but I was wondering how you are and if you might want to go for a drink one night this week. Anyway, call me. The number hasn't changed. I hang up. Carla Brent was this girl I went out with for a few months. Blonde, pretty, good job, nice house and car and great in bed. The more I thought about her the more I couldn't work out why I had dumped her last year. Or was it the year before? Anyhow, top girl. She hadn't cheated on me or anything and she would do the filthiest things. All you had to do was ask her. I get home from work to find a message from her on my machine. Carla says, I'm glad you called. See you at our special place tomorrow night at 8. It takes a couple of minutes to remember where she means by our special place. A Chinese restaurant on the waterfront. They serve good food and I take a lot of girls there. Carla liked the place, as she was a big fan of the duck in pancakes with plum sauce. She would eat a whole duck if you gave her the chance. I switch on the television and watch the Channel 4 news. I put a pizza in the oven and open a beer. The news is boring. The usual ministers droning on about nothing. Slagging each other off for no good reason. I channel surf for a while but nothing grabs my attention. I take a shower and, when I am done, the pizza is ready. Pepperoni and ham, good pizza. I drink another beer. Tomorrow I plan to make the first score in my bet with Nick Weaver. The GIT. I think about other exes in my back catalogue. There was this girl at university I slept with once. She was stunning. Blonde, blue-eyed, fantastic in bed. She lived in the hall of residence next to mine. She pulled me in the student union bar one night. She made me give her oral sex for an hour, and then she rode me like a cowboy rides a rodeo bull. Fantastic. She was not much into the whole university thing. She was doing dance or music, I forget which, but she hated writing essays and dropped out quite soon after. We sort of said hi a few times after we slept together, but it never really felt like anything was going to happen again. I thought this was a shame. Her name was Olivia Banks. She got a job and dropped out. I think she moved to London. She was lovely. I try to think if I know anyone who might still be in touch with her. Olivia Banks, London, is not going to be the easiest person to find in the phone book. I write her name down in a notepad. I note down the two from this weekend, also writing exempt next to their names as they know about the bet. On the front page of the notepad I write, the X file. I decide each X should have a page to themselves as well as the list at the front which I will copy and give to Nick for his reference. He needs to know who is available as part of this bet. But I don't need him to see everything I note down about these women in the X file. There are 35 X's to choose from. Getting hold of 6 in 9 weeks cannot be that hard. I got them into bed once. I can do it again, surely? I start at the beginning, aged 16, losing my virginity to a girl on the beach back home. We were drunk on cheap wine, hanging out with a group of friends in the local park. She had been into me for a while and started kissing me. So we went off to the cave along the beach near Miller's Point and had a fumble. It took a while to roll on the condom, and then we had sporadic inexperienced sex. She told me it was wonderful. I thought it was pretty cool. Up until then, masturbation had been my favorite thing in the world. Now I had something new. I am fairly certain her name was Tiffany. She was brunette and kind of pretty. I remember her pubic hair looked like a little kiss curl. I seem to remember she had a sweet tummy. I lay my head on it after we had sex. She said, "Thank you," which kind of spooked me out at the time. In later life I decided I was more glad she hadn't said something even dumber like, "I love you." I am having trouble remembering her surname. Back at school she was in my business studies class and I think also in geography too. I use the old memory trick starting at A and going through each letter of the alphabet to see if the letter seems to fit. I reach N and the name appears in my brain. Noble, Tiffany Noble. It seems a funny name now, for the first girl I slept with. Noble, nice tummy, funny name. I think her parents must have had a thing about Audrey Hepburn who starred in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Well, there has to be some reason for it. Noble, I don't remember her being noble on the sand. I shouldn't make fun of her at all. She was all right in her own way. I wonder whatever happened to her. Deep down, I hope whatever she is up to, she is happy. She never did anything to annoy me. In fact, the sex was okay considering we were a pair of 16-year-old virgins on a drunken Friday night. I write down the other names in the list of women who have let me sleep with them. Their name in capital letters on the top line and a few details about each. A note of whether I have their contact details or any idea of how to get hold of them. I decide to have a star system for girls I might want to sleep with again. I put one next to Sarah Vasi, even though she is not eligible under the rules of the bet. I put one next to Olivia Banks' name and a few of the other names in the reporter-style notepad. At work on Tuesday morning I use the photocopier to copy the list of names for Nick. I conceal the list amongst a bunch of files I need to send copies of to someone. I meet Nick for lunch and hand over the goods. He buys the sandwiches and orange juice and he asks me if I know the journalist he has to take out for dinner tonight. I have heard of her, Jane Mathis, maybe spoken to her on the phone once, but never met her. I think she is about 30 and has been with her paper a couple of years. He is trying to place a story about a product he is in charge of launching. He wants to put a teaser piece in the regional paper, the Southern Daily Echo, which Miss Mathis works for. The reporter he used to deal with was called Gus. Now, Gus was a useful guy to know. Like all journalists, he had far too much to do and if he was handed a story on a plate he would jump at it. Nick used to write the story he wanted in the paper and hand it over to Gus. Nick would buy Gus dinner, on our firm's expenses, and Gus would stick the USB stick with the story in his pocket and it would go unchanged from his computer onto the paper's server. Gus had one less story to write and Nick got his message across, with minor changes from the sub-editors, into the 175,000 circulation daily paper. Everyone was happy. Gus and his industry-standard flasher's Mac coat had gone to the Nationals a few weeks back. He was chasing A-list celebrities for a high-circulation tabloid. A useful contact if you had a message for that market, but it left Nick with a minor problem. Do I just hand her the USB stick, or is she going to be one of these reporters who actually want to ask questions over dinner and find out for themselves? I hear she is a good reporter, but that usually means she finds her own angle on the story, whatever story, rather than accepting some stories may as well go in with the angle she's given. Where are you taking her? I ask. The usual place we take hacks, he said. Nick meant the Cottage, a mid-priced restaurant 2 streets away from the office. It wasn't cheap and tacky, but it wasn't the type of place you took top-drawer clients. Journalists were not used to top-class establishments and generally assumed you were trying to hide something by taking them somewhere so nice. They have suspicious minds. I wouldn't just hand it to her. Talk to her about the product and then when, or if, it comes up naturally, explain you wrote something she might want to look at. Take a hard copy in one of the files and if she likes it, give her the USB stick. If she doesn't like it, then don't mention the USB stick at all, I say. Okay, he says. I just wish Gus hadn't left. He was very useful. We had an understanding. I know, dude, I say. He looks at my list of previous lovers. I didn't know you slept with her. He points at a name on the list. Yeah, we did it a couple of times last summer. You are sick, he says. Why? Come on, she is just a pig. She's okay. I mean she could do with losing 10 pounds or so, but she is cool. Try 30 pounds, he says. Don't be mean about her. Why? Is she one of the faces I am going to see on that digital camera? She wouldn't be my first choice, but if it comes to it then, yes, I'll do sick, I tell you. I meet up with Carla at 8 at the Chinese on the waterfront. The head waiter, Lee, who knows me by name, isn't working, which is good, as Carla may think I only came here with her. After all, she did call it our special place. She is waiting at a table for me when I arrive. She is wearing a little black number and showing me a lot of flesh. I think this bet is going to be a lot easier to win than I first thought. It was great to hear from you, she says and kisses me on the cheek. Good, I'm glad. I didn't know if you would mind me calling or any. No, I was really happy you did. I order an orange juice as I have to drive. She is drinking gin and tonic. I got a cab here, so I could have a drink or two, she says. She lives in the suburbs to the south of the city centre and works for some financial company in one of the big office complexes just outside of the town. I met her at some launch party we did for a new range of products for her firm. It was some boring financial service and we did a multimedia campaign. The usual stuff, radio, television, internet, email, newspapers and magazines. Run-of-the-mill campaigns with the usual launch party, where employees of their firm come for food and drink and we invite media types, who also get free food and drink. The drunker we get them, the better cover age we receive. A simple formula. Everybody walks away happy. Carla was with some important people from her firm. She is 30-something and well-placed at the company, on her own merit, none of this sleeping with people higher up the food chain. She looked bored with the group of men all 10 years older than her. I went over and said hi, and we chatted and exchanged numbers and a few days later we came here for dinner. Now we are here again. Carla is looking hot, better than the first time we ate here. That day, she was conservative in her clothing. A pair of smart trousers and a top which gave little away. Today, this little black excuse for a dress. We order dinner and talk. The usual dinner banter. How is work? What about that cad of a friend of yours? Still driving the same car? Any well-known clients? The usual banal conversation. By the main course, she is stroking my hand and looking deep into my eyes. By dessert, she has only had 3 gin and tonics, but is being a terrible flirt. She asks, so, are you coming back to my place? When we first went out, it took a month to get her into bed. She had self-respect and prided herself in only sleeping with people she had genuine feelings for. The sex was good and I liked her. I thought she might take a bit of work, maybe a couple of weeks to get her back into bed, but it looks like it's there on a plate for me. We get in my milligram and I drive back to her place on autopilot. It takes about 20 minutes and she chats inanely about what she has been up to for the last year and a half or whatever. The two of us are hardly through the door when she starts kissing me. Her dress comes down and my hands touch the familiar form of her breasts and flat stomach and, as I reach down, I find the thin line of landing strip hair, porn star style, which always drove me wild. She pushes my head down between her legs and my tongue quickly finds a rhythm as I kneel before her in the hallway of her expensive house. She lets go of my head after she has had her pleasure, and I am now fully erect and ready to get it on. She is smiling at me. I knew you would come back, she says. I kiss her belly, avoiding eye contact. I knew you were the one who I would spend the rest of my life with. I continue to kiss her tummy, pretending not to listen. She strokes my hair as I do this. I have something to show you, she says and leads me up the stairs and into a spare room. She switches on the light and opens a walk-in wardrobe. Oh my God, I say. Carla says, beautiful, isn't it? My erection is gone and all I can say is oh my God, again. I love you, she says. Her hand runs up and down the white silk of the wedding dress hanging inside the wardrobe. I've always loved you. I knew you would come back to me. I know you left because you couldn't handle the idea of marriage. You're only in your mid-20s. I told you if you changed your mind, I would be waiting. I've waited every day by the phone for you. I saw the dress one day while I was flicking through a bridal magazine and thinking of you. It's perfect, don't you think? It's great, Carla. We have to find a suit for you. I already know what I want the bridesmaids to wear. Do you think a spring wedding or late summer? I think late summer. I mean, the sooner the better, right? I have to go, I say. What? She says. I just remembered, I have an appointment. It's nearly 11 p.m., she says. I know, it's the only time they could make it, I say. Well, give me a kiss before you go, my handsome fiancé. She kisses me on the lips. I don't let it go any further than that. As I rush down the stairs, I hear Carla say, I'll ring the vicar tomorrow and then we'll know what dates are free. As I drive home along the bypass, I can only thank my good sense for choosing to drive and not drink, else I would have been stuck at the psychopath's house waiting for a taxi. This shagging ex's lark is not going to be as simple as I thought. Sleep does not come easily as I lay in my bed. I pour myself a large whiskey from the bottle I keep in my bedroom. I cannot be bothered to get a bottle of water from the fridge to mix with it. It is an expensive single malt, so not so bad for sipping straight. I think about which ex should be my next target. I am kind of annoyed I got Carla naked and didn't get to have sex with her or take a picture. I half consider trying to convince Nick that giving oral sex counts, but I know he will never go for it. I think about my next battle plan. Chapter 3. Lie under a glass table. I noticed the other week that there is an email address for this girl I used to go out within a list of addresses that a mutual friend uses to forward virals. The address is mandy.richardsat and then the name of some popular ISP, and I am sure this friend and I only know one Mandy Richards in all the world. She was kind of fun and we went out for a few months a while ago, maybe 3 years ago. She was cool, not a girly kind of girl. She was up for downing pints and having a laugh. She told me once she used to climb trees with her brothers as a child, and they would set fire to things on a piece of wasteland near the house where they grew up. Around bonfire night, they would drop fireworks into drains to blow the grates right off. She wore her dark hair short and was never seen in skirts. In real life she didn't look so feminine, but when you took the jeans and shirt off she had curves in all the right places. And a tattoo on her back of a demon or devil or something. She always talked about getting a tattoo of a woman's face around her vagina. It would have the appearance of an open mouth where her vagina is. I could never decide if that would be a turn on or not. I hadn't thought about it in a long time. I wondered if she had ever got it done. I wondered if I would get the opportunity to find out. I opened up my email and looked for a mail from Sarah, our mutual friend. I found one and there in the list was Mandy. What the heck, I thought, and opened a new message. I typed in her address and wrote, "Hello you," in the subject line. I began typing. Mandy, saw your email address in a list of recipients from something Sarah sent me. Haven't seen you for ages and wondered how you are. Hope you are cool and life is good. Maybe catch up soon. Blake. I click send. And off my note goes into the cyber world and off to Mandy. She broke up with me as I remember. She gave me that whole, "It isn't going anywhere, it's me not you," bull. To be honest, I wasn't much bothered. It wasn't going anywhere. But quite honestly, all I wanted was sex, and apart from that I was not hugely interested in her. She was kind of cool in a mate kind of a way. We would go out drinking, proper drinking, pints and chasers, not like most girls who go for their gin and tonics or alcopops. She liked football, and would stay up late to watch baseball on Channel 5 with me. She also loved pepperoni pizza, and didn't take 3 hours to get ready before going out, but she would have liked us to move beyond having a laugh and shagging. I was not up for that, so she ended it. From my point of view, there were no hard feelings. If she wanted serious stuff like commitment and moving in together and engagement and whatever else, then she is welcome to it all with someone who wants all those things as well. I have a major phobia of the 3 Ms, marriage, maternity and shared mortgage. Not necessarily in that order. I do not think I am different from lots of other 20-something men. Everyone I work with seems the same. Nick is a prime example. The first mention of anything more than semi-monogamous casual sex and he is gone. He always knows how he is going to leave a relationship before he has got very far into it. He calls it an exit strategy. I kind of admire him for that. I know I do not want the relationship to go anywhere, but I let it move along, play out the various stages, from the build-up of the date or dates through to the first sex, then the almost constant sex in the first weeks after that, the growing confidence in each other. This is where you get to do the dirty stuff. The rubber, the leather, blindfolds, horse-riding whips, and one dirty cow wanted me to lie under a glass table while she had a number 2 on it. Her name was Angie Middleton. I make a mental note to keep her as a last resort in the bet. There is definitely not a star next to her name in the X file. After the dirty stuff, there are maybe a couple of more months of rampant all the time, no sleep sex, then it begins to dry up, so to speak. It gets less frequent and both of you are less bothered about it. That is usually when I move on. Waiting around for a resurgence that may take months or years is not for me. I find the next willing partner. There are a lot of them about, which is a good reason not to get bogged down with only one. If you stick with just one, you miss out on so much. Wednesday night, Nick and I go to a pub for a pint. He buys the first round, and we sit on one of the comfy leather sofas and talk. That journalist the other night, what a fox, Nick says. Jane Mathis at the Southern Daily Echo. Oh yeah, she is a top bird. Tell all, I say. It is unusual for Nick to be so excited by a woman. I turn up for dinner at the cottage expecting to have to do the whole, closed up, pay attention to everything you say bit. You know what journalists are like, they twist every tiny little word you say if you let them. Sure, I know. Well, she was basically a real human being. None of that annoying questioning just to press a point, or the putting words in your mouth. She was genuine. She took the USB stick too. She seemed glad I had it for her. After the handover, the situation relaxed even more and everything was fine. We did that whole getting to know you stuff. Jane was a typical journalist in her appearance. She hadn't dressed up for the occasion, or if she had it didn't show. But you expect that kind of thing. She is about 30, I think, and, even without dressing up for dinner, she was damn fine. She likes going out drinking. She drank pints all night and seemed unaffected. She talked about football and malt whiskey. My kind of girl. You know sleeping with her could affect your working relationship, I say. If you piss her off, then next time you need a story passing to the papa she is not going to be too helpful. It'll be fine, he says. I get the feeling from his tone he is reassuring himself as much as me. Be careful, I say. How are you doing with this X challenge? He deflects. I hate it when people change the subject during conversation. I got close the other night. Does giving one of them head count? No, I am sure the deal was sex, he says. Do you have any pictures of you giving whoever head? No, I was waiting for the sex before doing the photo thing. But you didn't get sex? No, slight problem, we didn't get around to doing it. I explain about Carla Brent and the wedding dress incident, and unsurprisingly Nick laughs for about 10 minutes. I go to the men's room, and when I come back he is still giggling to himself. I haven't laughed my ass off so much in months, he tells me. Aside from giving Carla head, has there been any other success? I mean, you are trying, right? Yes, I say. By the way, does she still have that porn star strip you used to rave about? Oh yeah, still the same shaven Carla. She is a fine-looking woman, but not so smart if she's messed up over you. Has she called yet? No, but I'm screening my calls, home, work and mobile. Good, she is a bunny boiler waiting to happen. Nick says. So, about these other girls. I've emailed this one girl, Mandy Richards. Do you remember her? Yeah, the tomboy. That's the one. She finished with you, Nick reminds me. Yeah, but only because I'm not into relationships and all that 3MS stuff. So, when are you meeting up with her? He asks. She hasn't emailed me back yet. This bet is looking more and more like an easy win for me. It's like you aren't even trying. Carla was a dead cert, but you got nervous because she was a bit full on. Now the only other iron in your fire is some girl you haven't seen for however long, who you have just emailed and are waiting for her to reply, which could take who knows how long. Man, the clock in San Dimas is always ticking. I'm still in this bet, full on 100%, no question. Oh, I am so convinced of that. If you just want to pull out and hand over the winnings to me, then so be it. I have no problem with that. You go right ahead and admit defeat. I am going to win this, you just wait and see. I have a plan. Tell me all about it. I'm going to write a list of all the girls I want to sleep with again, and then I'm going to find them and try it on. Fantastic plan, well thought out. I'm behind you 100% of the way, you big loser. I shake my head at Nick. We will see what happens, and in just a few months, you will be admitting defeat big time. The next morning Mandy Richards has emailed back. She says, Blake, all is well with me, on the road a lot doing regional sales, lots of work, but good money. We should catch up over a drink. I'm in town early next week. This is my mobile number, 07905XXXXXX. Call me and make arrangements. Mandy X. She ended her email with a kiss. Surely that is a good sign. Mandy signing off with a kiss. It is not like she said she was up for sex, but flirtation is half the battle. Work is quiet this morning, so I set about putting together a list of 10 I would consider sleeping with again. The few already starred and some others I could bear repeating coitus with. After I ponder the potential revisits, I also take stock of my life. I am in my middle 20s and I work for a firm called Hardcore PR. The firm does marketing, public and press relations and advertising. I am good at what I do. All surface, no depth, in this game, and that is fine by me. I am not a big fan of depth. I do my job, I have a cool car and I date pretty women. I did most of my growing up in the 1980s and greed is good oozed from the TV news and the newspapers. Dallas was a massive TV show, and all it taught me was that owning the company and screwing people over was the way to succeed in life, and to have some eye candy on your arm in the misogynistic world of oil. These days I know oil and money make the world go round. GCSE chemistry taught me about hydrocarbons and business studies the basics of money theory, supply and demand, that kind of thing. Young Enterprise taught me the value of marketing and the need to get the message across that you want and not the spin the media would like to attach to it. My home is not like Southfork yet. It is a modest flat in a small block. Its value has risen by about £60,000 since I bought it 3 years ago. Another thing growing up in the 1980s taught me was to own my own home. Thatcher promoted it and, quite honestly, right to buy was a good idea. We all became middle class and, to even touch the Tories, knew Labour had to embrace many of their fundamental ideas. If it's good enough for Blair, then it's good enough for me. I grew up in a small town on the northern coast of Cornwall and life was good with my folks. They still live there and I visit every now and then. Christmas is a definite, but the odd weekender makes them happy. The old man is on the verge of retiring from his 40 years with a blue-chip firm. Final salary pension coming his way. Mum has always worked as a part-time secretary and plans to retire when he does. My sister, Tammy, still lives near the folks in North Cornwall, with her 2 kids. I went to university on the south coast and have worked for Hardcore PR since soon after I graduated. I met Nick Weaver, who is also 20-something, at the firm. He is a good guy, a lot like me. A total bullshitter too, but we are in marketing so it is a job requirement. He has been a good mate for a long time. We drink together and go on the pool. The year before last we spent a long X-rated weekend in Amsterdam. The red light district absolutely rocks. We saw Ajax play too, which was mental. Stella Artois is my favourite lager. I love whiskey, scotch or bourbon. My favourite cocktail is a white Russian. I like red wine more than white. I have not been into a McDonald's restaurant for around 2 years. If I'm going to have a burger, it is a Whopper from Burger King. I kind of like Kentucky Fried Chicken's Zinger burgers. But mostly I am not into fast food. In Italian football, I go for Juventus, English is Liverpool, Spain has to be Real Madrid. German football is too boring to care, and as for French, I don't think anyone broadcasts it in the UK, so how would I know? One day I would like to visit Japan, to see Mount Fuji, take the bullet train and experience the neon lights of Tokyo. I am not big on travelling. Spain for summer sun, sangria and sex, and that is about it. Like everyone I know, I want to be rich and hope to achieve it slowly through hard work. I don't like being a wage slave any more than the next person chained to their mortgage. But there aren't a lot of other options that I can see. When I was a kid, I never really knew what I wanted to do when I grew up. So marketing is as good as any job, I suppose. It could be worse. I could be digging up roads or cleaning the streets. I call Mandy on Thursday night and we arrange to go for a drink on Monday, at the pub where Nick and I hang out a lot. I start working on the list of 10. I have numbers for 3 of them. I start with Teresa Smith. The number is not recognized according to the recorded BT Messenger. Shame, she was quite a fox. Next I try Polly West. The phone rings and rings. There is no answering machine, so after about 30 rings I hang up. I will call her again another time. Third up is Tracy Stewart. A fine-looking girl, a fitness instructor who is a partner in a local gym, with a great personality. We had some great times a few years back. She always looked awesome pressed against me as she held me down with her superior upper body strength. She worked out a lot. She did a business degree at Oxford and combined that with her passion for sport, and she does really well for herself. I dial the number and she answers. Chapter 4. Bill got the chubby in turn. I am not a big fan of Eastern religions as a rule. I understand karma more or less. You get back what you put out. That is fine, but it isn't true. Too many people do too many bad things and never get their comeuppance. Look at Bill Clinton. He survived impeachment. Although, it has to be said the Democratic Party has gone downhill somewhat since the 1960s. John F. Kennedy is supposed to have had something with international movie star and sex symbol Marilyn Monroe, while Bill apparently got the chubby in turn. Then, there is someone who is properly evil, Pol Pot. He and his chums massacred millions and then he went off to live in the jungle for the rest of his life. Bad things happen, and those behind them seem to get away with it all. I can now include myself among those wrongdoers. Tracy and I broke up after she caught me naked in the jacuzzi at her gym with one of her friends. I hadn't quite progressed to the intercourse stage when Tracy walked in. And I never did, as the friend disappeared pretty quickly and Tracy broke up with me on the spot. I didn't much fancy the friend, but it was being offered on a plate so I was going to take it. Considering what I did, she is not unhappy to hear from me. So, what are you up to these days? I ask. You know, the same, run the gym, keep up to date with the VAT. Clubbing on Saturday night with the girls. The usual. How about you? More or less the same. You know how marketing is. Sure. Bull spread around by muck spreaders like you. You remember. It's hard to forget. Look, are you doing anything tomorrow night? Why? I want to take you out for dinner, I say. Are you asking me out on a date, Blake? Yes, I guess I am. You rang me up after however long to ask for a date. Yes, babe, I say. Cool, where? There is this Chinese restaurant by the waterfront. I know it. They're about 8. Sure, she says. I'm looking forward to it. We'll catch up on old times, Mir. Yes, see you there. Tracy on Friday and Mandy on Monday. Things are looking up for I ring the folks and my mum mentions they haven't seen me for a while so, in my delirium, I arrange to visit them in a few weeks' time for a weekend. All is right with the world and I order more condoms using the internet. I only have a dozen or so left from my last consignment. I think I have actually missed Tracy. She is a sweet girl and we had good times together. I sleep well and Friday drags as every Friday does. The minutes and hours of Friday taking twice as long to pass as they do any other day. After work I shower and dress up smart casual for my date with the fine and fit Tracy. I find myself remembering her taste and her touch as I prepare myself. I tingle all over with the prospect of good sex later in the evening. I make sure my bed is made and the flat is tidy. Women notice that sort of thing when they come over, even if they are drunk. I have my debit card for dinner, cash for drinks, as well as a taxi home, and condoms for protection, in my wallet. I watch some television while I await the taxi. Channel 4 News is on, and I discover lots of bad things are happening in the world and more politicians are throwing mud at each other for no real gain. It is a messed up marketing game they play, constantly cross-promoting each other's product through their bad publicity. The only real bad publicity is no publicity. When they don't talk about your product, you are dead. The taxi arrives and I head on over to the Chinese restaurant to meet Tracy, the fitness instructor and gym owner. The first thing I notice about Tracy is her hair. She has dyed it that lush golden blonde color, Naomi Campbell circa 1993. She looks great. Hi, I say and kiss her on the cheek. Hey, how are you? Fine, how about you? I sit down at the table for 2 with her. I'm good, the gym is good. Life is pretty much going in the right direction, you know. We talk about old times, both careful not to discuss the end of the relationship. We skip the starter and head straight for the main course. Tracy was never one for starters. She said they were unnecessary. It never really bothered me. I go for beef chow mein while she has some sort of sweet and sour dish. We eat and chat like nothing was different from however long ago. She is stunning as ever. Her eyes, brown whirlpools where I have been lost for happy hours, but that is all in the past. Before, during and after coitus, nothing but her beautiful eyes. You look great, I tell her halfway through the main course. Thank you, she says. You don't look bad yourself. In fact, you look fantastic. She smiles and I know where tonight will end up. We skip dessert and head back to her place. I give the head waiterly a big tip and he thanks me by name. At her place, we go through the usual end-of-date bull, the nightcap drink, the return to polite conversation while everyone makes sure they are ready. Then, when the vodka and tonic are done and we have talked about the conversation piece on her coffee table, she leads me off to bed. The sex is just how I remember it, spectacular. Afterwards we hold each other and she feels satisfyingly familiar in my arms. I used to really love you, she says. You never said. I know, I was getting round to it, but to tell you the truth I knew you didn't love me. That is why I held back. She kisses my cheek. I don't love you now, and I'm sure you are not here for the sake of love. No, you're right, this is not about love, or anything like it, I say. I honestly don't care why you are here. Maybe it's been a dry month for you, and you are seeking an easy target for sex. No, that's not it. Well, whatever your reason is, I'm glad you called. I always felt things didn't end the way they should between us. Whatever reason a relationship ends, I always believe in goodbye sex. Knowing that this is the last time you are going to be in bed together makes it special in a weird sort of way. It gives the sex a different tone. We never quite had that until tonight. As this is the last time we are going to be together, can I take a picture of us together? I reach for my jacket and pull out my phone, activating the camera setting. Yes, but no rude bits in the shot, and as it's a digital you have got to let me review it. We sit up in bed and I hold the camera phone out and take a picture of the two of us. Tracy and I in her bed this last time. We look at the picture in the tiny screen on the back of the camera. The frozen moment. I place it back inside my jacket pocket. You know, only you knew we were having goodbye sex just then, so I think maybe I should be in on it before we call it a night. Blake baby, you ain't going nowhere until the morning. Goodbye sex can take a long time to work out of the system. She kisses me and reaches her soft and tender hand down across my stomach towards my crotch. The morning brings breakfast in bed. Grilled bacon and poached egg on unbuttered toast. We eat sitting naked on her red silk sheets. I dress and she sees me to the door in her red silk dressing gown, naked below the soft fabric. On the doorstep she says, "It's a shame everything didn't work out differently." I shrug. But, I'm glad we got to say a proper goodbye. We can be friends now if you like, but we'll never be lovers again. That is your choice. You made it a long time before today. All this was just closure. She kisses me on the lips and a second later the door slams shut in my face. I walk home in the morning sunshine. I don't believe what she said about not loving me anymore. I don't think it was really closure for her either. Maybe she was reminded of what I am like and that I did not love her then or now. Maybe that is where her closure begins, knowing I will never feel for her the way she once felt for me. I begin to think Nick's theory about exes is true after all. Tracy let me sleep with her no problem at all. I put her on the list of exes I would sleep with again. I had no trouble writing a list of 10 when I put my mind to it for 5 minutes. Carla was so keen on the idea she got naked in her hallway before revealing her inner bunny boiler. Mandy is coming out with me on Monday. All this with less than a week of the bet gone. When I get home I download the picture of Tracy and I onto my computer and email it to Nick with a message asking if he is up for a pint this evening. It is Saturday night after all. He emails me back saying he will bring our friend Jose Cuervo over to mine later. I reply that I gave up tequila after last week, but he doesn't respond. He must be offline. I chill out watching DVDs and decide to worry about arranging dates with more exes tomorrow. Tonight is a night for drinking and having a laugh. Who knows what a night out drinking will bring? That is what I love most about going out. The opportunities of what may or may not happen are endless. Different drinks, different girls, pizza or kebab on the way home. Go past one of the down-market clubs on the way home, and get to see a fight spilling out onto the street. This one time, I went down a dark alleyway for a pee and saw a girl getting spit roasted. She only looked about 19 and these two guys were much older. She didn't seem to be complaining, so I got on with my pee and they got on with their thing. You see, on a night out anything can happen and anything goes. Take last week, when Nick and I shared a taxi with two girls and by the time the sun came up we had shagged them both. The society we live in allows adults to do this sort of thing if we want. Sexual freedom is a good thing and whoever fought to ensure we got it, I raise a glass to them. In fact, to anyone who ever battled for any of the freedoms we enjoy today, I say a great big thank you. I have heard so many older people complain about young people being thankless and about how they fought in wars for us. Honestly, from the bottom of my young heart, thank you. Completely, 100%. I am happy to have lived in the freedom provided by these people. If some dictator's army was looking like crossing the English Channel to invade, then I'd be there, gun in hand, to defend the freedom. But, as that doesn't seem likely to happen, I will carry on working in marketing and spending most of my free time drinking or chasing women. I can choose to do this because of the freedom I enjoy. Nick comes round with the tequila, salt and lemon, early doors, and we order pizza from Domino's, pepperoni passion, my favorite, and we eat and drink. Saturday night television is not the best, so, while we have our warm-up drinks, we watch Fight Club on DVD instead. Another night out, and all the craziness it can bring, beckons. So, we go out, half a bottle of Jose Cuervo down our necks and we hit the pub. When we get there, we find Jane Mathis is there with a bunch of journalists. Chapter 5. Loversrejoined.com. Nick goes right up to Jane, sat around a table with 4 other journalists, and asks if she wants a drink. She says yes, and asks for a double malt whiskey. He buys it for her, a pint for himself and one for me, and we sit down with the handful of hacks from the Southern Daily Echo. I have met most of the people round the table at least once. I have given them the spin for one product or another and explained to them what the photo shoot we had set up would involve and answered their inane questions. But, never had I considered I would one day have to sit down for a drink with them en masse in any situation other than a launch party where I or someone senior to me at Hardcore PR was in full control. Nick immediately begins flirting with Jane. Full-on, shameless flirtation. I am left, halfway to drunk, talking with the other four hacks. It turns out they are almost human in this environment. No off-the-record questions come my way, although a whole lot of piss-taking of senior Hardcore PR management comes from their mouths. I figure that if it were the other way around and there was one journalist and I was sat here with three guys from my firm, we would rip the piss out of the Southern Daily Echo. From its editor, who has a reputation for going for lunch at noon and not coming back until the following morning, right through to its board, who do not have the first clue what most of the paper's readers think and only pay any attention to what the publication is up to if the share price dips. In fact, an evening picking on one of the journalists would probably make a fun night out. With that thought in mind, I take the jibes at the firm in good humor. I know they will not push it too far. Hardcore PR handles media buying for all its clients, so we pay these guys wages. Although, I decide if they push the joking too far, I will start talking about the Echo's £30 million profit last year compared with their minimum wage salaries. That always shuts reporters up, although I have only used it on individuals, never on a whole group. I let them by the rounds, explaining as I work for a PR company, they can claim it on expenses. Nick and Jane sneak a kiss as we head out of the pub and on to Jabbers. I saw them exchange their personal numbers earlier, in the favoured modern style of typing them into their mobiles. The need for paper and pens obsolete in the 21st century. We head up the club and drink more and chat about this and that. I try to steer clear of politics as it is in their job descriptions to know more on the subject than I do. Nick and Jane take to the dance floor for like an hour. He must really like her. I have never seen him dance for more than a couple of tracks and then only with vocal protest. When the club closes, I am wasted. I haven't pulled, but then I didn't really try. I am still recuperating from Tracy saying goodbye to me several times last night. I share a cab with Nick and Jane. They drop me off at mine before going on to his place. Sunday morning brings a minor headache, but some cold pizza for breakfast along with some orange juice sorts that out. I scan though the list in the X file, trying to decide who I should try next. I think about Olivia Banks. I wonder if she hadn't dropped out of college whether maybe anything would have happened between us again. It hadn't looked promising that month before she left, but there were 18 months more before the end of our degrees. I find my old college address book, and there inside is her old home address. I cannot believe I didn't think of this before. My folks haven't moved since I was a kid, so anyone trying to trace me from university could write via them. Using the British Telecom website, I find her parents still live at the same address in Durham. I decide not to call. The conversation would go something like this. Hi, Mr. Banks, I'm Blake Truman. You don't know me, but I knew your daughter Olivia, yes in the biblical sense of knew her, at university like more than 5 years ago, and we haven't spoken since, but can I have her phone number so I can try and sleep with her again please? I can guess that is not going to be a winner for me. So I decide to do something I haven't done in a while and write a letter. The rise of email and text messaging has ensured I haven't written a letter since the late 1990s. I pick up a pen and an A4 pad and compose my letter. I write my address, phone number, mobile and email at the top right of the page and then write. Dear Olivia, it has been a while, but I have been trying to catch up with some people from college I have lost touch with over the years. I work in marketing now and things are going pretty well for me. How are things for you? Drop me a line, or better still, give me a call. I sign my name and write her name and then her folks' address on an envelope. On the back of it I write my address in case of a return. I find a first-class stamp and take it to the post box down the street. Having written the letter I feel pleased with myself and decide to look for other old addresses of girls I have lost touch with. I know about Friends Reunited, the website people use to find those they have lost touch with. But I can think of so many people I would not want to get in contact with again. Nearly everyone from my senior school, and most people from my sixth form. There are a few people from university I would like to never see again. Mostly the kids with rich parents, trust funds, and jobs in the family firm at the end of university. I think it is fine for families to pass on their wealth in this way, but, for the love of God, with so much money washing around, you would think the twin lessons in the arts of humility and how going on about being affluent annoys others would be a really good way to prepare their offspring for life in the real world. But it is probably the poorest kids from school I don't want to see again. There was this big council estate in the town where I grew up right by the comprehensive, and that is the school my parents sent me to. My father went there and he said if it was good enough for him it was good enough for Tammy and I. Some of them were okay, nice people who I got on with. Lots of them were determined not to stay on that estate. But there were some who, for whatever reason, were resigned to staying there. They were already into the drugs there and the violence, and if any of them are signed up to Friends Reunited having learned how to use the net while locked up on remand or in prison, I do not want to hear from them. For some reason Friends Reunited is not on the list of banned social websites at my work. Now, a website dedicated to former lovers getting back together would be absolutely perfect for my present needs. Loversrejoined.com would rock. Although, how many people either want to find previous partners who walked out on them? Really, how many exes are keen to be found by people they dumped and set up a new life with them not in it? Maybe I am the only person in this extremely niche market. It is not everyone who has a sudden compelling need to find dumped lovers within a specified time frame. I find an address for another girl I used to date at university. Danny McCarthy was nothing special, it has to be said. We had a few dates and I knew quite quickly I was not really interested. The sex was boring and she was a touch plain, if the truth be told. I let her down gently. I gave her the old "it's me, not you" bull. She accepted it and that was that. I write her a similar letter to the one I sent Olivia. The whole getting in touch with old friends malarkey. I send it care of her folks' address after I check it out with the BT website. I eat a microwave Sunday dinner that I had in the freezer. I am not proud, but it is easier than going to a lot of trouble just for myself. Nick calls to tell me all about his night with the hot journalist Jane Mathis. I tell him to come over to mine with beer, before he tells me all about the hack. Chapter 6. If Yoda had known. I look through the X file, wondering where the next score is going to come from. I wonder to myself if this is the sort of thing a relatively successful young professional like myself should be doing. I put the X file down on the coffee table in my lounge. I switch on my computer and surf the internet, looking at the BBC site for the latest news and revisiting some of the URLs in my history folder. I do not find much of interest. It is Sunday and I am bored. Nick finally arrives with a 6-pack of Stella. We each crack a can and, in the Sunday afternoon haze, he tells me about Jane. We sit in my lounge, the TV is on in the corner, but muted. Inane Sunday afternoon shows roll past us and, as we talk, I catch glimpses of the programs, none appearing interesting to me. Jane is cool, Nick says, his enthusiasm bubbling dangerously, like overheated chemicals in a school science lesson. Tell me all, I say. She is one fine woman. She is 29 and has worked at the Southern Daily Echo for about 18 months. She has worked for a few other regional papers across the country. She is originally from Devon and likes the Southwest, which is why she has moved back here. The last paper she worked for was in Scotland. She was there for about 4 years. Why are you giving me her CV? I don't care where she worked. Tell me about her. Sorry, she is a journalist. They have trouble telling you about themselves. They report the facts and it's hard work to get under their skin. You can't get it from them through questions. They are paid to ask tricky and aggressive questions and have no problems avoiding issues themselves. That's why so many of them go into government and police PR. Are you just repeating something Jane said? Yes. Nick looks a touch embarrassed. That's what she told me when I asked why she was giving me her CV and not telling me about the real Jane Mathis. What did she say after that? She told me if I wanted to know the real Jane, I would have to hang around. So, the real her is hidden. Fine. Did you sleep with her? We talked all night. Mostly she was asking questions about me, lots of intense stuff. My childhood, school, university, relationships, why I chose the career I have, that sort of thing. We also covered some of those moral type issues which help people learn about each other. Like at the end of Attack of the Clones, if Yoda had known Anakin would grow up to be Darth Vader, would he have let the huge piece of machinery Count Dooku had thrown at him and Obi-Wan crush them to death? Good question. What was your answer? First I said, maybe if Obi-Wan wasn't there too. But in the end we just had a huge discussion about the morality of everything and didn't really come to any kind of conclusion. But you didn't have sex. We kissed a bit. But no sex. What is up with you, Nick? Is this a world record? Nick Weaver spends the night with a woman and he doesn't shag her. It is a bit of a first. Is she a lesbian? Don't think so. He thinks a bit more, then adds, no, we kissed and she didn't give out any lesbian vibes. They don't always. What's the name of that girl you slept with a couple of years back? The one who had a secret girlfriend with the name of some bloke tattooed to her backside. Yeah, I remember her. The day her girlfriend showed up was insane. The one I was in bed with wanted the other girl to join in, which would have been cool. But the other one just lost it completely and ended up making a big speech about how men are evil, before showing us the tattoo. Can't remember any of their names. I was off my head completely. Mind you, she gave a good blow job considering she was into girls. So, no hint of secret girl lovers from Miss Mathis. Not that I could tell. Nick smiles. Her hair is lovely. No, to be fair, she is practically ginger. It is auburn. A gorgeous shade. She has such pale skin and her eyes are green. I found myself staring into them all night. I am being such a cliché. Do you think she kind of looks like Julianne Moore? Who? She was in The Big Lebowski. Was she? Trust me, she was, and she looks like Jane Mathis, a lot like her actually. Cool. The girl I am hoping to date looks like a film star. But you didn't have sex with her. Is that such a bad thing? Duh, yes, I tell Nick, you really need to get a grip. If you don't shag them, what's the point? I might shag her next time. So, there will be more Nick and Jane dates. You better believe it. I need a whiz and another beer. Do you want me to get you one on my way back? Sure thing, Nick says. Before I leave the room, Nick asks me a serious question. Do you think I am doing the right thing seeing Jane again? Nick never asks my advice about women. He sees them the same way he sees cars and little pieces of Japanese electronic wizardry, as objects. The next day, I think a bunch about Nick and Jane. He seems to really like her. He is going to see her again, despite not having sex with her after a Saturday night out. Most odd. When the evening rolls around, I prepare myself to catch up with Mandy. I turn up expecting Mandy to be unchanged. But her dark hair is part way down her back. We are in the pub, and I am immediately impressed by the difference in her appearance. I order 2 pints of Stella from the barman, who is blonde and looks malnourished. Too bony by far. My intention is 1 Stella for her, and the next for me. But she stops the skeletal barman and asks for a gin and tonic with ice and lemon. I'm sorry, I say, but did you just order a gin and tonic? Oh Blake, it's been a long time since I survived on a diet of Stella, tequila and kebabs. I believe there has been some kind of mistake, I say, deadpan. I was supposed to meet up with Mandy Richards. You must be her sensible sister or some kind of doppelganger. An alien of some kind or some kind of body snatcher anyhow. Well, your dastardly plan to conquer mankind has failed because Mandy would never choose a gin and tonic with ice and lemon over Stella Artois. She replies, or wear her hair long or go down the pub in a dress, which you haven't even bothered to notice. The drinks arrive and I pay the barman. I look her up and down and say, what in the world has happened to you, Mandy? We find a quiet table in the corner for her explanation. People change as they get older, you know. Maturity and stuff like that. Maturity? You used to drink what you liked as a rebellion against all those clone drones who do the same crap day in and day out. To me it smacks of conformity, not maturity. This is going really well, Blake. I am so glad I decided to meet up with you. When did we last speak face to face? I think for a second. The only time I can come up with is the day you dumped me. We didn't even argue about that, so don't give me a hard time about my lifestyle choices, Mr. Marketing Stereotype. I deserve that. I'm sorry, I say. It is just such a change from the you I used to know. The career-type job, the feminine look and actions. I bet you never even got that tattoo of a face done around your... No, I didn't. She cuts off my words. And I am really glad, as that just isn't me anymore. I am already ashamed of the demon tattoo on my back. My God, Mandy, you are a different woman. Still an attractive woman, but an extremely different person in look and style. Have you changed at all, Blake? I can't decide if I have. This worries me, as I either have not or the changes are so subtle I've not even noticed. From your silence and puzzled look I take it the answer is no. Yes, I mean no, I don't think so. Nothing dramatic like you anyhow. Just in little ways maybe. But I can't put my finger on them right now. Still petrified of commitment then. I think of Carla the other night and of her insane wedding dress and tics. Yes, I say, commitment is still not a strong point for me. Do you still drink too much Stella and tequila and eat frozen ready meal Sunday lunches and hang around with that loser Nick Weaver? I drain my pint. Mandy has not even got halfway through her gin and you still drink too quickly. You used to keep up quite easily, I say. Now I have grown up. And apparently I haven't. Do you want another drink? No, I might need another after your next pint. I get a Stella, and as the barman pours it I think about bailing out, but the thought of the bet and the smug look of self-satisfaction Nick gets when he wins things gives me an incentive to stay. Back at our table she asks, so apart from being the same person as when I last saw you, whenever that was, how are things? First of all, being the same person as I was a few years ago is not a bad thing. I like who I was then and who I am now. If, in time, I need to change, then I will, but until then I'll remain happy in this life I have built for myself. Second, everything is fine. How about you? The job is okay, hard work, but it pays the bills and I don't hate it. I bought a house with this guy I am seeing. It's a nice place, with a big garden and a conservatory. He's good at DIY when he isn't on his PS3. So, it's pretty serious. Yes, she says without a moment of hesitation. Doesn't he mind you meeting up with me? Why would he? I told him why we broke up, that I ended it. He knows he is everything you are not. He is ready to commit and give his all to me freely and unconditionally. Why would he feel threatened by you? Why would he think I would be tempted by you? You used to be a lot more tactful than you are these days, I say. I have no reason to. What's the word you use? Spin. I have no need to spin the truth to make you feel better. This is so not going well at all. Do you want to play some pool? I ask. Sure, she says. I haven't played for ages. She used to be pretty good, but if she hasn't played for a while I should be able to beat her. I need some kind of plus to come out of this evening. We play best of 3, and she beats me 2-0, making it all too easy. We play the final frame anyway, and she beats me a third time. Do you and Nick still bet when you play pool? Yes, mostly, I say. And do the two of you still have stupid bets all the time? Sometimes, I say. I remember when he bet you that you couldn't neck a concoction he made with a shot of tequila, 1 shot of each of the types of aftershock and an absinthe in one go. He spent ages mixing that up. But, I got it down in one. For about 30 seconds before you projectile vomited across his lounge. That was funny. And the time you dared him to eat 50 boiled eggs in an hour because you saw Paul Newman do it in some film. Cool hand Luke. And he managed it as well. Cost me a $5. But apparently he had major wind issues for days after. And all those dumb skateboard bets. I can't count the number of times the two of you went over that skate park in the early hours of the morning to see who could do some stunt or other. The skateboard stunts don't happen so much anymore. I think we've done everything physically possible on one. So, is there any big bet on with you two guys at the moment? Has he got you avoiding calling anyone in your office by name or drinking nothing but cranberry juice for a month? As I am not looking like getting anywhere with Mandy in a physical sense, and as I am on my 4th Stella now, I decide to tell her the truth. I've got a matter of weeks to sleep with 6 of my ex-girlfriends, and so far I have managed to get only one back into bed. Mandy looks at me, trying to decide if she really heard me say what I have just said. Are you being serious? Mandy asks, sounding slightly outraged. She has offered me a get-out clause, but I don't take it. My ego has been taking a battering from her, and I want to make her know what this evening is truly about. The only catch is I'm not allowed to tell them it's a bet. But, as you have completely ruled out sex between us, I thought it wouldn't matter if I told you. In retrospect, as I sit at my desk the following morning, I decide the slap on my face she gave me was quite an easy punishment. A drink in the face or knee to the groin would probably have been justified given the situation. She left without another word. I had a 5th pint and played on some fruit machines before going home to bed alone. I decide I should be hitting the phone again this evening. I ring a few numbers. Girls have moved on, it would seem. They are either discontinued numbers or reallocated to new people. None of them are all that important in terms of my life. Casual sexual acquaintances, maybe I mean conquests, but in the modern age of sexually predatory women, the thought of men conquering women is so last century. The last name I notice in the list tonight is Cynthia Martin. She has one of my famous little stars. I cannot find a number for her. Only an address in London. So, she gets a snail mail. The usual bull, long time. No see, wouldn't it be great to catch up and other such clichés. I lick the stamp with the tongue I once used to kiss Cynthia. I think of her tongue which used to kiss me back. That night, I dream of deserts. Barren wastelands of dust. I just read this book which was set in California and involved frequent visits to the Mojave Desert. I dream I am chasing a woman across the desert with the sun beating me down with waves of heat and the wind whipping dust up into my face. The woman is beautiful and blonde. No matter how hard I try to catch up with her, she eludes me. I awake in a black mood, telling myself it was Cynthia I was chasing. My mood has not lifted by the evening, and I go to the gym to work off my abundant aggression. Chapter 7. The Helena Bonham Carter Effect. I overdid it in the gym last night. My calf muscles are full of lactic acid, as are my triceps and biceps and all sorts of other muscles vital for walking and working. From answering the phone to typing on my keyboard, walking to departmental meetings. All are a huge strain on my body, battered by rowing, jogging and lifting weights. Luckily, We don't have a pitch to make this week. So a bit of slacking is achievable without the fear of detection. Even though I managed to make money for nothing today, the seconds, minutes, and hours drag. I pretend to be considering new advertising campaigns for an existing client. I stare out of the window at the dilapidated public sector building across the street. An ugly view, with unnecessary spires and turrets, for me to put up with, day in and day out. Eventually, the day draws to a close. I switch off my computer. I shut down Windows, just like workers across the world do at the end of each day of graft. I know in Washington state, the king of the nerds sleeps soundly at night having achieved his lifelong dream. A strange night for me follows this lazy day. I sit on my sofa and watch my television. I am too wasted by exhaustion to even put on a DVD. I watch broadcast television, aside from Channel 4 News. Populist soaps, DIY, property makeover shows. Constant drivel pumped out across the nation. Brainwashing the country with a formula for stupidity, 100% proof. My exhaustion is, in one way, fortunate. I am too sleepy to watch TV long into the night. I take my weary body to the comfort of my bed and end this aching day with the welcome touch of sleep. The morning brings a better feeling in my physiology. I eat a hearty breakfast, bacon, eggs, mushrooms, beans, toast and sausage. Black pudding is not something I keep handy in the house, otherwise it would have sat proudly on my morning feast. Set up for the day, I head to the office early and get some good hard work done. My cholesterol-filled breakfast makes it easy for me to skip lunch and get a healthy amount of work completed. I am well ahead of my game in most areas of my work by the time I shut down my machine at the end of this day. I pick up a pizza on the way home, deciding this evening's entertainment would involve interaction with my plasma TV screen and my PS3 to get some deep gaming on the go. When I get back to my flat, I find I have a letter with a London postmark. I torture myself by leaving the manila envelope unopened for a while. Across it, in neat handwriting, attractive loops and assured lines, is my name and address. The blue ink from a fancy fountain pen. Confident handwriting from a woman who has always known what she wanted from life. I eat the pizza, savoring each mouthful of bread, melted cheese, tomato paste, ham and mushrooms. Delicious food from an international chain. I play a bit of Grand Theft Auto before I pour a glass of red wine for myself and open the letter. The delightful calligraphy continues inside on the thick manila paper, scented with the hint of some expensive perfume. Cynthia writes, "Dear Blake, I was surprised to hear from you. It has been a long time since I last saw you. I live in London now and I work in the city. Give me a call sometime 0207XXXXXXX. Cynthia." A short note, giving little away. She always was too cool for school. I drink another glass of wine. Then I reach for the phone. I dial the central London number and listen to the rings. Then BT call minder kicks in and I leave a message. "Hi, this is Blake Truman. My number is 07905XXXXXX. Give me a call." I hang up. I begin to play Grand Theft Auto again. But I am distracted by my mobile ringing. My ringtone at the moment is the theme tune from the television show Angel. I have all 5 seasons on DVD. The sound creeps across the room, and I look at the display. The central London number I called a few moments before is registered on the screen. I answer the call. "Hello," I say. "Blake, Cynthia." The sexy voice says down the phone. "How are you?" "Me, I'm cool. How about you?" "Yeah, I'm good." Screening your landline calls. Who doesn't? True. "So, what you up to?" she asks. "Right now, not so much. Home alone after work. Glass of red wine and my PS3. "What you playing?" "Sims 2. "Not really my thing. I've got the latest Grand Theft Auto game on the go right now." "Cool. I still haven't completed the last one yet. I read the hype when the latest one came out, but I haven't had the pleasure yet." "Still into gaming, that is cool. I remember way back when you were having a love affair with your N64 and that James Bond game." "GoldenEye, yeah baby." She sounds pleased I reminded her of the game we used to lose hours playing. "What else do you do?" I ask Cynthia. "Same as everyone else. I work hard and I play harder. Go out on Friday and Saturday night and have a real good time." "Where do you go?" "Parties, pubs and clubs. The capital city has an endless wealth of places to go and have a good time. You should come up sometime and see the pleasures on offer in the big city. I am sure there is stuff to do out there in the provinces where you live these days, but you really should give London a go." "Sure, I'm up for trying out the city. What you doing weekend after next?" "Nothing planned," I say. "Drinking with mates probably. But we do that pretty much every weekend, so I am sure if I get a better offer, I could be persuaded to deprive the lads of my company for one weekend. Great, we can get reacquainted. I'll meet you at Paddington if you like. I assume you don't want to drive into the city on a Friday night. Nah, the train is fine. Good. Cynthia gives me her mobile number, and I promise to text her the time of my arrival. We exchange email addresses as well. Just as the conversation seems to be winding down to a natural conclusion, Cynthia asks me what I am wearing. I tell her. I am sat in my lounge in a grey FC UK t-shirt with black Calvin Klein boxer shorts. Anything else? She asks. I tell her no. Cynthia whispers down the phone in her husky sexy voice she is naked except for a black silk G-string. Are you thinking of my breasts? She asks. Oh yeah, baby. My nipples are hard from talking to you. Wow, I managed to say. Is the blood rushing away from your head? You better believe it, Cynthia baby. Hold that thought, she says, and I'll see you in 8 days. I'll be counting them. Me too, Cynthia whispers, driving me wild. I gotta go now. See you, I say. We both hang up. Dirty bitch. Cynthia always was. I imagine her in her London apartment, striding around the open-plan minimalist living space in just her G-string, with her pert breasts bouncing as she moves. Strangely, I find it hard to concentrate on my PS3. I drink some more wine and go to bed. Thoughts of Cynthia keep me awake for quite some time. Friday is a bit of a haze for me. My head is full of cotton wool as I think about Cynthia. She is an attractive woman, athletic, lithe and enthusiastic. But, like me, her outlook on the world is just too casual. Commitment of any sort is a concept quite beyond her. If Cynthia meets someone she wants to take to bed, she will. End of story for her. Life is too short for the moral dilemmas of relationships, unfaithfulness, and all those issues related to jealousy. This was always Cynthia's way of looking at life. So, when I was involved with her, there were never any issues about my liking other girls. Go and chat her up, Cynthia would tell me. I would go and seduce the girl, while Cynthia would go pull some other guy. If we both didn't pull, then we would go home together. If she didn't manage to find a guy, and I got some girl to head home with me, to her it was really no big deal, because she knew another time it would be the other way around, and I would be cool with her getting laid while I didn't. Maybe she was too casual even for me. We drifted along while having other shags all the time. Then I somehow managed to get quite into some girl who wanted me exclusively. Cynthia was fine, if that was what I truly wanted to make me happy. So we went our separate ways amicably. I saw this other girl, Sally, for a couple of months. Sally was a year below me at university and not only turned out to be a virgin, she was one of these virginal types who wants to wait until everything was perfect, like white wedding perfect, before giving in to the animal urges. So Sally and I never did it. I believe I saw her naked just once in all that time. While she did not want to have penetrative sex, she was a more than willing giver of oral pleasure. Strange girl through and through. Sally is somehow the reason Cynthia and I stopped screwing. I left the liberal, open relationship of Cynthia for this strange oral sex-only Sally. Although I am convinced if it had not been her, some other girl would have come along and got between us in the end. When I shut down my PC at the end of the week, I am well ahead of my work schedule. I am ready for the next marketing pitch to customers, due the following week. Hardcore PR should easily get this new work. My concept outlines are pretty damn good if I do say so myself. Today I have only tinkered with them, streamlining the ideas I put together yesterday. I get a beer with the guys from my team after work. We chat about office politics and our work. As with all these Friday night sessions, there is a real possibility of the quick beer turning into a 10-pint accident. But this is averted as this week everyone seems to have something on later. In turn, they each head home to shower, eat and head out. I go home too. I put some pasta on and idly wonder what to do with the rest of my evening. I check my personal email. The usual spam, as well as a message from Cynthia. The subject line read "Follow the link." I open the message and there is a hyperlink, blue and underlined. I click the link open. Cynthia is such a dirty bitch. The link leads to an adult site with some interesting images. They involve people in shiny, wipe clean, PVC with riding crops and handcuffs. I should have expected nothing less from Cynthia. She always liked to talk dirty, as foreplay, and as part of the act. In this digital age it should come as no real surprise the girl uses the new tools at her disposal to play out some kind of warped virtual flirtation. This time next week I will be on my way to see her. At the thought, the blood again drains from my head, down through my body. I finish preparing my meal. Tagliatelle, divine Italian food. I remember Cynthia was not so into Italian. She would eat the stuff, but was more into Chinese. I eat and watch Channel 4 News at 7 p.m. When I finish the food, I text Nick to see what he is up to tonight. The idea of a PS3 football tournament kicking off across my brain. After a few minutes he replies. Turns out tonight he is going for dinner with Jane Mathis at her place. I flick through the X file. My interest in the document superficial at best today. I am not in the mood to chase other former conquests. I have Cynthia lined up for next week, which is a good step, and I have already revisited one ex. I decide to take the night off from worrying about the bet. I stroll across the town and head for a drink in the usual bar. The clientele as ever are young professional types. A large group in the corner of the pub smell of solicitors. Looks like some kind of a works do. Probably a leaving event of some description. I make a mental note to ignore the lot of them. The bar is reasonably busy. It is Friday night after all. I order a pint of Stella. Around the bar are the usual people. Some I know, most I do not. I say, hi, to some guy I know from some place. But there is no one I know here. I drink my pint of Stella. Near the end of the drink I wonder whether to have another one. I decide against this course of action. I head out of the bar and head towards home. I walk past the cinema and look at the advertising posters, and there is a movie on which I would quite like to see. I can't be bothered to wait until I have a date to get round to seeing it. So I do something I have never done before. I go to the movies by myself. The auditorium is busy, Friday night after all. I sit in an area where there are few other people, and watch the flickering screen. I appreciate it is only a conditioned response that makes the cinema a social activity. I quell the feelings of being out of place and take in the trailers. The form of trailers depresses me. I seem to remember once they teased you about the plot line of the film. But modern trailers so often seem to be a condensed version of the film, from beginning to end. Sometimes I feel there is no need to watch the movie after seeing the short-form version disguised as a trailer. The half-dozen mini-features are out the way quickly, and we move on to the main attraction. After the showing I leave with the crowds, almost managing to block out the unusualness of going to the cinema alone. I wander home and retire to bed after a nightcap of whiskey and orange juice. I sleep late on Saturday. And why not, I say. I rise, eat bacon sandwiches and drink hot black coffee. I have little to do today. I walk to the paper shop and get a broadsheet to help keep me occupied. I also think about who else I should be targeting from the list of my former lovers. I suppose my lifestyle has been dependent on the widespread use of the pill and the use of condoms. The regular commitment of taking the drug every day is a good thing for women. I applaud them. My part of the equation is far simpler. I purchase my contraception at the chemist. I have been doing this for so long I feel no shame at all. Even at 16 the ordeal caused only a minor blush. Then I carry around the packet in my wallet, my car's glove box and leave some by my bed. I don't worry about the whole thing until seconds before the act. I tear the foil open, roll on the rubber and we are both covered. These twin pillars of modern society have kept me sexually active, free from venereal disease and offspring. All these bad things avoided and the pleasures of sex offered to me. I am happy science has triumphed in the arena of contraception. I write a list of 5 more women, ones I do not have contact details for. I ponder what to do to track them down. A private investigator seems a bit too much right now. Not only in terms of expense, but just generally a bit OTT for a bet with a mate. Although, I should remember, my car is at stake here. I figure I should exhaust my own energies first before resorting to a professional. I mean, how hard can it be to track down a half a dozen people? I switch on my computer with plans of finding these women through the power of the internet. I log in. The broadband comes online and I see Nick is on MSN Messenger. He opens up a box and speaks to me. About tonight. He writes, "What's up?" I reply, "Can't make it." The two of us were due to go out for a few drinks, the usual places, the usual Saturday night activities. What's happened? I type, "Jane has rented some movies. She wants us to watch them as a couple." I suppress the urge to vomit. "You guys are officially a couple then?" "Yeah, pretty much." "What films are you gonna be watching?" "The Three Colors trilogy, white, blue and red," he writes, directed by Krzysztof Kieslowski. "Really? How interesting," I mock. "It's in French with subtitles. Like this will make a whole lot of difference to me." "Dude, I have got to go," I write before logging off the computer. I feel quite aggrieved. Instead of our regular Saturday night out, Nick is going to watch intellectual French movies with his new girlfriend Jane Mathis, leaving me, alone, with no one to hang out with on a Saturday night. Had he talked to me about this, we could have come to some compromise. I mean, I will be in London next weekend. Why couldn't he watch stupid foreign movies with her then? Is that too much to ask? Excuse me while I am abandoned by my best mate for some woman journalist. No doubt, she holds some mock working-class values despite being at the lower-paid end of the middle classes. Gus, who Jane Mathis replaced at the Southern Daily Echo, the stupid lazy so-and-so, would tell anyone who asked that Working-Class Hero by John Lennon was his favorite track ever. He worked for the Southern Daily Echo for the love of God. It would be harder to find a more right-wing, pro-establishment regional publication in the whole country. And, having read the old boy's copy, it is safe to say he was in no way out of place at the paper. But, talk to him down the pub, and you would think he was editor of the Morning Star. I can only imagine Jane Mathis has some kind of similar outlook on the world. These journalists are all a funny breed. They wheel and deal, but their currency is information, not cold hard cash. By all accounts, they are poorly paid and poorly treated by employers across the nation. And they think their job is noble. Fighting for the little guy and all that crap they spout. I know, from personal experience, the papers only back the little guy when it suits them. I have killed the odd bad story about a client with a simple threat to drop advertising from the client, and all the others hardcore PR represents. Threaten the bottom line of any business and you get your own way. For all the talk of battling for communities, newspapers are businesses first. Campaigning for their readers comes somewhere near the end of the list of priorities. Mostly the journalists don't see it, or if they are witness to examples of this, they tell themselves it is the exception rather than the rule. The poor suckers only make slightly more than minimum wage the first year or two after they finish training. But, like teaching, I have heard it argued reporting is a vocation rather than a job. But teachers are better paid by a long way and get 13 weeks paid holiday a year instead of the 5 weeks lucky journalists receive. Jane Mathis is now a natural enemy of mine on two fronts, work and leisure. I stomp around my flat, unable to settle down to do anything worthwhile. My anger seething. I can't settle to any game on the PS3. I can't be bothered with a DVD or a book. The thought of trying to watch broadcast TV, for the second time in a week, is just too hideous to comprehend. I take a shower, wash the bits which need washing and get some clothes together ready for going out on a Saturday night. I text some guys from work, but everyone is busy already. I shouldn't expect them to change their life for me last minute on a Saturday night. Most of them have girlfriends, fiancés or wives. Really, that is why Nick and I get on so well. We were the ones up for a few drinks and chatting up the ladies in a bid to get our rocks off on a Saturday night. I suppose there was some inevitability Nick would one day find a more permanent lover. For all his talk of not being interested in anything but hooking up, I knew deep down inside, one day a girl would come along and catch him in her honeypot. It seems that day is now, and that girl is the hack Jane Mathis. Looming in front of me is another night out alone. Nick is going to watch some arty French stuff, and I am going out in the hope of finding some French action of my own. The X-File can wait a few hours. The pool of women I am going to find a partner from this evening is the whole world, rather than the small puddle of 35 I already conquered before the bet was arranged. I get ready as the evening wears on. I drink a few vodkas on ice. I dress smart casual, and put a wedge of cash in my black FC UK wallet. I stroll out into the night at about 9 p.m, and head over to the usual bar we drink in. The regular crowd of young professionals inhabit the place. Groups of women, dressed up in extremely presentable clothes. Labels are upper end of the high street or the lower end of the fashion houses. Although the chav brands are avoided, of course. Burberry isn't actually banned, but anyone wearing the stuff would be scorned by the crowd. The men are young professionals, not unlike myself, smart casual clothes in a similar label range to the women. The ambience of the bar is cool, classy and contemporary. Leather sofas, heavy wooden tables, lots of mirrors and a metallic bar, along with well-presented bar staff. I order a Stella from a fit-looking brunette barmaid. She must be in her mid-20s, deep brown eyes, pale complexion. While I would happily take her to bed, I realize the bar is just too busy tonight to successfully chat up one of the barmaids. After I get my Stella from the brunette, I look elsewhere for a target. I stay at the bar, there aren't really any seats anyplace else in the room. So I hop on a bar stool and drink. I exchange small talk with a few women. I say hi, how are you, to some people I vaguely know. While I drink, I think how Tom Cruise should play me if my life ever becomes a film. But, hey, I'm just like a million other people in this country and millions more across the globe. I would probably have the misfortune of ending up with Hugh Grant portraying me. But he always plays characters the same, as a fop. And I don't see myself that way. Maybe Ben Chaplin, but more in his game on guys than how he was in The Truth About Cats and Dogs. Dexter Fletcher would be perfect, of course. Sometime into pint number 2 she arrives. I think somewhere inside, I knew something would happen tonight. This woman glides into the room. That is how it appears to me. When she comes in, I swear she doesn't touch the floor. She has a brown suede-looking jacket, light grey cotton trousers. Both are neatly pressed. She sets off this look with pink flip-flops. Her Monica Lewinsky haircut, dark brown, almost black, and styled, holds in place despite her movement across the barroom. She wears fashionable, but still high street, glasses. I am not sure if she actually needs them or if they are worn for show. She is with a couple of other women, but I hardly notice them. The three of them approach the bar, and I catch the gliding girl's eye almost immediately. She smiles at me. The comparison of her appearance can only be made to Helena Bonham Carter in her early Merchant Ivory days. All English rose, ripe for the plucking. The three women get around in cocktails. 3 glasses full of sex on the beach. Hey, how you doing? I say. Not so bad, what about you? She replies. Hey, I'm fine. Saturday night out, a few beers, no real cares in the world, and a pretty girl has just walked into my world. She blushes. Turns out her name is Marla, which only reinforces the Helena Bonham Carter effect. Only the more experienced, dirtier version from Fight Club. She works at the court in this town. Marla is in the probation service and has all the stress that comes with a job at the front line trying to rehabilitate those who end up in the criminal justice system. Marla informs me she is 31. A surprise, I must admit. She wears her age well. She sips at her cocktail. Already the 2 women she was with have slipped away and found seats somewhere across the bar. This Marla is definitely a good kind of a chick. She is a prim and proper woman. At least up front. I am sure when she gets you in the bedroom, Marla is a very different proposition. Adventurous and dominant, no doubt. Marla is the type of girl who, if you look too quickly, seems a little dull. But, if you pay attention, she is intelligent, witty and charismatic. Her opinions are firm, sometimes understated, but she knows her own mind and can stand by her convictions. Marla is happy to listen to others, but, I am sure, it would take a PhD quality argument to sway her. Lots of facts and weighty analysis of the subject. Talking to Marla, I get the impression she can cope with any social situation. Occasionally, she may come across as snobby in the company of what were once known as the lower classes. But, I guess this would only happen in social situations. When dealing with these people in her professional capacity, she is firm, friendly, and sincere. I buy her another sex on the beach. We manage not to make a crass joke about the name of the drink. Marla is really not the kind of girl who would appreciate that humor on any level. Marla is from a historically middle-class family. She is originally from a semi-suburban small town in one of the Shire counties. She is generally a fine specimen of womanhood. No ring on that finger. Marla has clear varnish on her fingernails and, due to her pink flip-flops, I can see her toenails have had the same treatment. I find out from Marla she is mostly a wine drinker. Chardonnay from France, or sometimes California. On the odd occasion she touches red wine. Marla favors Shiraz. A big fan of champagne too, it turns out. And the odd gin and tonic. And when she is out in a bar to get drunk, say for a work colleague's birthday, Marla indulges in the drinking of cocktails. We talk a little about me. Not too much. When she hears I work in marketing, she has that look on her face. One I have become used to. The one where her memory is replaying what Bill Hicks had to say about those who work in marketing. Marla is too polite to turn the thought into words, but I know the line. Suck Satan's cock has appeared in her mind. Even if she was impolite enough to bring up the Hicks stand-up comedy, I cannot imagine a word like cock leaving her mouth at any time except during an intense bedroom scene. Middle-class girls love to talk dirty. I think they find it something of a release. Her 2 co-workers tell her they are moving on. Marla is not bothered much by their leaving the bar. They are heading on to some skanky club I have heard of, but would never step foot in. Marla tells me the only club she will go to in this town is Jabba's. She avoids all the others for fear of bumping into some of the clients she deals with at work. Also, it turns out the women Marla was with work in the admin department at the court. Marla had been led to believe there would be a huge crowd of people from various departments of the court out for this birthday celebration. She didn't really know the birthday girl or her mate very well, but she was asked and felt she should turn up. Marla discovered the hard way who is not popular in the admin of F-Ice when no one else showed at the pub where they met up. So are you only talking to me to escape them? I ask. Something good had to come from tonight, Marla says. Do you want to go to Jabba's? I ask. I'm not against the idea. But, if you have something to drink at your place, a party for 2 might be more fun than a crowded nightclub. We jump in a cab outside the bar and head back to my place. I open a bottle of Chardonnay and we drink. I play some Dido on my stereo. Marla seems like the exact kind of a girl who loves this particular brand of relationship gone awry 21st century pop. I almost see Marla melt when the first tune begins to seep out of the iPod. We drink the wine, we kiss. I take her to my bed. Marla turns out to be everything I expected in the bedroom. Afterwards Marla sleeps. A serene expression on her pretty English rose face. Peaceful, she seems at one with the entire universe. I can only imagine what that must feel like. Pretty damn good, I am sure. While she rests, I find myself unable to drift into the arms of sleep. I quietly rise and switch on my computer. It must be 3 a.m. right now. I finish the bottle of wine and log on, safe in the knowledge Nick will not be on MSN Messenger right now. I open up Internet Explorer, God bless William Gates, and go to my tried and trusted friend Google. The list of names of 5 exes I scribbled down this afternoon is on the desk. I put the first name into the search engine to see what comes up. I type the name, Claudia Armstrong, press enter and fractions of a second later, I am in business. According to Google, there is a Claudia Armstrong working in the housing department of a South Coast County Council. The link goes to a website aimed at helping residents of this county to get better quality rented accommodation. This Claudia mans the contact number in the housing needs team. I remember the Claudia I am looking for. A brash blonde girl, quite tall. She had a degree in performing arts and her entire life was focused on breaking into the world of the theatre. Even if she never made it, housing needs is not where this woman would end up. Google's next effort turns out to be some genealogy site, and Claudia Armstrong 1815 to 1862 is listed. Further down the chain are websites for a pop star whose surname is Armstrong, and these sites are mixed up among those which are dedicated to a former world-famous model who shares her first name. Also references to a novel by a Michael Armstrong called A Gwick, The Whale, 1990, where one of the main characters is an archaeologist named Claudia. But my girl Claudia is nowhere to be found. I wonder what Dave Gorman would make of this Google-based conundrum. I wonder too if this could be counted as some sort of cyber-stalking. The next ex on my short list of 5 is Annabelle Vincent. I type her name into the Google field and again click the search button. Another list of useless sites appears before my eyes. None of them have any link to the woman I knew and am now searching for. The same irrelevant type of websites and references are cast up by my searches for the other names on my list. It appears for cyber-stalking Google is a bit of a scattergun approach, not hitting even a single target. I curse the social website ban. I return to the sleeping Marla. I wake her as I climb back into bed and we make love again. When the sun rises, she leaves. On her way out she writes down her number for me. Blake, call me sometime. I kind of like you, she says. I will, I say, no word of a lie. It might just have to wait until after the bet is over one way or another, I think to myself. Chapter 8. The freedoms I am blessed with. I should quantify that, in my own mind, for the sake of my sanity, so my ego doesn't get out of control. I am not some kind of sex god. It is not every time I talk to a woman in a bar that she completely melts and I get exactly what I want from her. For every woman like Marla, who slips so easily into my silk-sheeted bed, there are dozens who have a different response to me. It is truly like some women are allergic to me. Or, it is like when you drop a piece of potassium into water. Unpleasant. The number of times I have heard she has a boyfriend, a fiancé, husband, girlfriend. Or I am not her type. Not good looking enough, too short, too tall, too good looking, too thin, too fat, too pale, too tanned. Not into brunettes, too old, too young, too middle class, not middle class enough. Too gay looking, too straight looking, too nice, too nasty, too arrogant, too meek. Too scrawny, too butch. Wrong clothing labels. That was from a Kappa slapper I was prepared to slum it with. All the reasons under the sky. It's not like I use corny chat-up lines. Not since I was about 16. I don't do any of that stars from heaven and put them in your eyes rubbish. Or the worst chat-up cliché of all, do you come here often? All too tragic, if you ask me. I say hello and talk to her. Those lines make women feel like objects. To be fair, as Sarah Vazi coaxed out of me, I do see women, to some extent, as sexual objects. But I do not make all my actions revolve around that thought. I see them first as they truly are. Other people in this big old world. But we are all consumers of everything. They can select me or not, and I can select them or not. Equality is beautiful. I approach them as people, and they react to me as people. Pure, simple, and true. For every woman I have slept with, there are several women I would have liked to have had as a sexual partner. But, for whatever reason, they have had no interest in me that way. I have no problem with their right to select. My problem is only with the paranoia the rejection creates. I worry I am not really very attractive to women at all. And, if there is any attractiveness in me, I worry how soon from now this will fade away. I found a grey hair not so long ago. I plucked it right out of my head. The moment of pinpoint pain was a small payment to return to my head of neatly styled dark hair. When a woman accepts my advances and ends up in my bed, the paranoia of my looks is abated. Of course, as soon as she leaves, the curtain of doubt quickly closes shut on me. This fear enshrouded me this morning when Marla left. Despite the bright sunlight of the dawn, a chilly blackness rolled across my soul. She is a vibrant woman, oozing confidence and sexuality. I enjoyed my time devouring her. But, now I sip coffee and munch on toast in my empty flat. I sit in silence and ponder the rest of this lonesome day. Sunday, beyond today there is the rest of my lonely life. I ponder the hours, days and years to come. Me and the world. I must only be a quarter of the way through my life. I have not even been an adult for a decade. I have not been fully developed mentally for much more than that. I am a self-aware being. And I am aware I will be like this for, maybe, 70 more years. So, I am unattractive and confined to an entire lifetime with myself. No parole for good behavior. A great big void. I sit on my IKEA sofa, in my themed lounge, in my designer flat, in a desirable area of this urbanization I call home. I have some money in the bank. I own some shares in the firm I work for, and I have other shares in FTSE 100 companies. I have tax-free savings schemes, a contributory final salary pension scheme. I own my own flat, several years of mortgage left to pay, but it's mine. The land I call home is awash with opportunity. In education, in entrepreneurialism, in the fruits of hard work. I have grasped every opportunity one could and I am now reaping the benefit, and I intend to do so for the rest of my life. There are people in this country who have nothing. I feel sorry for them, but I know there is opportunity here to enable them to move on. And why not? Our nation offers this. My generation has no great war to focus on. The war on terror is so far nowhere near the league of World War II or even Vietnam. There was a Great Depression in the 1930s and a deep, but relatively short recession at the outset of the 1990s. None of these things has been a challenge to me in my life, aside from history revision. No big social or political obstacles. So instead I concern myself with how I look and with the physical pleasures I can attract with my face. I have a good job which moves along with little real trouble. So my personal life is where I busy myself. In past decades, people in this country fought real adversity in so many ways. Macro and micro problems. Some comedian wrote a book about his exploits in World War II called Hitler, my part in his downfall. My biggest contribution to literature is my X-File. My random jotted notes about my past sexual conquests. It doesn't compare in any way, shape or form. I do not even attempt to kid myself it does. Instead, I drink coffee and eat toast on a lonesome Sunday. Against the backdrop of this serene social setting, I have bet my car and some cash in a wager about sexual conquest and power. Stupid bet. Too much tequila always leads to trouble. Used to be skateboards tricks at 3 a.m. Now the bets have moved on to revisit sexual partners. I have only managed one revisit so far. I need to make 6 in 9 weeks, and in 2 weeks I have only achieved 1. On that rate of averages, I would need 12 weeks to find and sleep with enough X's to win the bet. I make another cup of coffee and look out the window at my car. I am sure the Milligram shimmers in the sunlight. I love that vehicle. I feel warm when I look at it. When I drive the Milligram, I feel truly alive. Shifting gear is a pleasure and cruising along the motorway is a joy, not a chore. If I don't sort myself out, the Milligram will go. Nick will take possession of the beautiful shimmering car. He is a BMW driver. What could he possibly know about owning a Milligram? BMWs are reliable and dependable workhorses. MGS are magnificent thoroughbred creatures. I have got to beat Nick. This bet is too important to lose. I think I am having some sort of personal crisis over all this. I need to get jiggy with another 4 X's before we even move on to the big number 6 where my Milligram and his BMW go head to head. Nick could choose anyone for the last pull. It could be any of the women I put into Google in the dark hours of this morning while that evening's lover was sleeping in the next room. That last pull could be anywhere in the country or in Europe, or in fact, any place in the whole wide world. I am going to need some time to get hold of whichever X he chooses. Some time to woo her and entice her back into my bed. This is going to be a tricky situation to get into and then another tricky situation to get what I want. As for how I get away from the situation, well, I will most likely opt for just plain traditional walking away in the morning sunlight. I find myself leaving chicks' homes at dawn, usually with a slight to medium hangover. This is how I use my life. I thank the soldiers who died in so many wars for the freedoms I am blessed with today. Freedom to have sex with any willing adult partner, and to walk away guilt-free after copulation is completed. If I leave myself 2 full weeks at the end of the bet for the final pull, and I have already used 2 full weeks to achieve the first, I am left with 4 girls and 5 weeks. Less than 9 days per woman. I continue to be in crisis. Panic and black shapes moving at the edge of my vision. Crawling insects and bugs running through the corridors and rooms. An icy finger prodding at my liver in the empty recess of my ribs. Skin and bone rotting away. Flesh gone. Radiation burning all my organs to cinders. I need air. Desperately need to escape the walls which grind closer with every passing second. I open my front door and take a walk around the block in my best Sunday clothes, tracksuit bottom, old trainers and a sweatshirt. Too much coffee, I think. Caffeine coupled with the stress of my stupid bet with Nick. I know ex-girlfriends should always remain in the ex category. There was this guy at university. Jonty. He was a complete slimeball with women. They would swoon and fall before him. Jonty could pull just about any woman he liked. It didn't matter how pretty she was, or how cool, or how attached to some boyfriend. All would melt before Jonty. He often had 3 or 4 on the go at the same time. But, once the relationship, and I use the word in the loosest sense, was over, that was it. Jonty had a mantra, never go back, he would say. In the student union bar he would tell all who would listen, it will never be the same. She won't be as good as you remember, or as dirty or as kinky or open-minded. That thing she did that blew your mind. If you go back, it just won't be the same and this will devalue the memory. I never liked Jonty much. Everything was always too easy for him. Women and his philosophy. Last I heard of the old boy, he was working in London in stocks and shares. Making stupid amounts of money and screwing his way around the capital, generally finding that success came to him all too easily. Back at my flat, I don't have any decaf coffee so I am back on Stella. Hopefully the natural downer of alcohol will fight back against the upper effect of the caffeine. It takes a couple of cans of beer before the caffeine-heightened anxiety fades away. Sunday is always such an awful day. Nothing happens, no one goes anywhere in particular. Despite the absolute nothing going on outside, the TV channels still pump out the same recipe of dire programming. With a trapped audience, instead of upping their game to entertain the masses, the broadcasters don't seem to bother. I surf the net for a while instead. I read the BBC website for news. Last year, during the Australian election, Nick would not accept who had won until he saw it on the BBC site. I showed him the Age website, but he wouldn't believe this Melbourne-based paper or the Australian Broadcasting Corporation site or Channel 10. They all had the result up 2 hours before the BBC. But, Nick only said the result was true when the BBC said so. Despite the sexed-up weapons claim of a few years ago, the reputation of the not-quite-governmental organisation is such that Nick doesn't believe something is true until the BBC confirms it. Nick explains to anyone who is interested and plenty who are not, the weapons thing was one mistake in 80 or more years, and considering how much news the corporation pours out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the balance of probabilities is that everything the corporation said would be true. There was not much I could say to argue with Nick on that one. Even playing devil's advocate, I would be backed into a wall pretty quickly. On this lonesome Sunday, I see nothing of interest on the BBC website. From the BBC, I move on to eBay. Again, Sunday is a strange day on eBay. Lots of auctions come to an end. The folks selling items no potential buyers have nothing better to do on a Sunday than surf the site looking for goods to buy. The eternal quest for material possession, without the need to leave the house on a depressing Sunday afternoon. I have a rifle around eBay, but there is nothing to entice my impulse buying. Not unless I want to buy an island off the coast of Ireland. The auction has reached £225,000. It is plain crazy what you can purchase here. Next up, I trawl through some of those animation sites where certain of my friends get their virals from. You know the type. One of those emails which do the rounds every day and must account for more email traffic than all the work and virus mail put together. There is nothing new on any of these sites. I watch Patrick Moore playing the xylophone for posterity. I read this article, in some techie publication I picked up, about some woman who writes down everything she does online, as she is convinced one day, these jottings will be like Samuel Pepys. A record of a strange bygone age. I hope she makes her anecdotes damn funny, as all the data she is writing about will be stored on hard drives in computers and on servers across the planet. I have no idea how long a hard drive takes to degrade beyond all use, but, by the time every server, desktop and laptop of our age is useless beyond all repair, the archaeologists and historians will have taken enough data from them to know exactly what people at the start of the 21st century got up to. forwarding viral mail, looking at porn and trading on eBay. But if it keeps her happy, I log off. Still lonesome and still with acres and acres of time to deal with. Time on a lonely Sunday moves many times slower than time on weekdays or on Saturday nights out at the pub. I even considered doing a crossword before I decide to call up Nick and see what he is up to. Nick is pretty much bored too. He is not seeing Jane Mathis today. He invites me over to compete with him at Pro Evolution Soccer, a football game he is currently addicted to. Having nothing better to do, I head over with some Stellas to have a game or 12. The first thing I do at work on Monday morning is book the last 2 weeks of the bet off as annual leave. I have plenty of holiday to spare, but it is policy we never take more than 2 weeks without written authorization from the department head. To get this authority, you have to have a damn good reason to want so much time. Usually the only reason allowed is a wedding and honeymoon. The firm usually allows 3 and sometimes even 4 weeks off for marriages and honeymoons. They know the week before the big day is too hectic to expect staff to concentrate on their job, and a minimum of 2 weeks for the exotic honeymoon is a reasonable expectation for anyone. With the 2 weeks I can get, now booked off, I have every chance of completing the hardest part of this bet. I don't tell Nick I have taken this time off. I decided it should be a surprise for him when the time comes around. To make this annual leave worthwhile, I just need to sleep with 4 exes between now and then. After work I ring one of the women on the list who I do have contact details for. She answers the landline phone. Her name is Karen Saunders. I found her number in a drawer the other day. I was looking for a notepad with some work details written on. And there was a slip of paper next to the pad with her name and number on. In her handwriting. I'm not a big believer in fate, but hey, there was this number for an ex and I am trying to get hold of my exes. So, here I am talking to Karen. Hi, I say. I explain who I am and Karen seems pleased to be hearing from me. We chat about this and that. Stuff we did together. Trips to the countryside for picnics. This one time when we went to a party at this hotel in London. Something to do with her work. She is in finance, works for one of the big national banks in its back office admin centers in this town. Karen is blonde, wears glasses. She has brown eyes and a quirky sense of humor. We arranged to go out for dinner this Thursday night. Karen and I saw each other for a couple of months, last year, I think. As with most of my relationships, it is hard to pinpoint where it really began, and where the conclusion was either. Likely, my encounters with Karen overlapped with another girl or maybe 2. Lots of people in their 20s these days have casual relationships like this. To be honest, looking back, I cannot recall a definitive point where Karen and I stopped seeing each other. Maybe I didn't call her, and maybe Karen was getting into someone else. No big deal for either of us. And I ring out of the blue. Karen probably doesn't have anyone in particular right now, so going out for dinner with me this week is no big deal at all in her life. Tuesday brings a day of work that can be defined as normal, if my career ever holds such a thing. Maybe I mean nothing disastrous occurred, and nothing amazing either. The evening proves to be more noteworthy, even entertaining in a perverse sort of a way. I ring another ex-girlfriend. Her name is Samantha Cody. We were together for a while 2 or 3 years ago. The whole thing didn't amount to much at all. But hey, she is on the list and I have her number. So, I dial. A man answers the landline. Not a great sign, maybe a housemate or her brother I guess. After yesterday's success, I am kind of blasé about who picks up the phone. Hi, I say, is Samantha around? Who's calling? The man asks. Oh, hey, this is Blake Truman. Samantha and I go way back. Do you really? He asks. Sam hasn't ever mentioned your name to me. Well, we used to go out a couple of years ago. Did you now? So why are you calling her up now? You know, mate, I thought Sam and I could hook up, hang out, maybe have dinner, go for a few drinks, and have some fun. I don't think any of that is going to happen, he tells me. Oh, don't you? What has that got to do with you? Who are you anyway? I say, I'm her husband. He hangs up. I sit at my desk in my house, listening to the beeping sound the phone makes after the other person ends the call. In all honesty, this was going to happen sooner or later. Despite the fact pretty much no one I know wants to get married, and the statistics of people getting hitched goes down every year, at some point I was going to come across an ex who has gotten married. Samantha is a pretty lady. A brunette, her hair is curly, not tight curls, but loose, wavy is probably a better description. She always had a tan, one of those fake ones which looks slightly orange. But, it was almost all over her body. Speaking of her body, 32F, great pair of legs, and Samantha was always immaculate in her Brazilian, almost religious in making sure down there was trimmed. Every Thursday after work. Not Friday, I discovered, as it could sometimes be too sore for going out partying. While Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday left time for it to grow before the peak pulling nights of Friday and Saturday. Funny to think the girl is married. Sam was quite a party girl at one time. She once told me a story about a lost weekend. Started with vodka martini, followed by tequila, aftershock, and featured 2 guys and a sauna. The weekend ended with her exhausted, but fulfilled, dropped off at work Monday morning by one of these 2 men. She only ever knew their first names, and never saw either of them again. I suppose her husband is benefiting in a big way from all the practice Samantha put in back in the day. At some point, I am going to find an ex who has dropped a sprog or 2, maybe even a litter. Now that is kind of scary. I don't think I have ever knowingly made love to a mother. Some people say sex is never the same once a woman has pushed a baby out. But others say there is absolutely no difference whatsoever. Maybe I will find out during this bet, or maybe I won't. I expect at some point in this life it will come up. I'll deal with the issue when or if it presents itself to me. I put the receiver down, and the phone rings almost immediately. I answer, half expecting Samantha's husband to be calling to give me his thoughts on my ringing her up after all this time. Instead, Nick is on the end of the line. "Dude," he says, "you have been on the phone forever. Who you been talking to?" "No one," I say. "How do you know I've been on the phone?" "I used callback. This is the 21st century. You have heard of callback, right?" "Sure," I say. "What's up anyway?" "I need a pint. I like medically need one." "Okay, I'm up for that. Where?" "The usual place, about 30 minutes. "I'll see you there." I hang up. 29 minutes later, I am sat at the bar in the pub. A Stella in front of me and another beside it, waiting for Nick to arrive. 2 minutes later, and he parks his backside down on the bar stool next to mine. The pub is quiet. About 10 customers in the whole place. The lone barman is wiping down the mirrors on the wall behind the bar. The reflection of Nick and I is smeared by the soapy water on the mirror. We drink. "So, what's up?" I ask. "Rough day. The usual stuff. I just needed a beer." "You want to talk about it?" "Not much to say. Just pain in the backside, clients changing their mind at the last minute on a £350,000 regional advertising campaign. That kind of stuff sucks." "Sure, I've got a real busy week ahead of me sorting the mess out. Hopefully we will still be able to get the okay next Monday. Stupid clients, just don't have the slightest clue of how we do what we do for them." "I know, buddy, I know." Nick vents his frustrations over a couple of pints. Then the conversation rolls around to the Jane Mathis subject. "She is just ace," Nick tells me. I nod and make a noncommittal grunt. Nick gets unnecessarily deep and meaningful sometimes, and I have a feeling that is where we might be heading right now. We talk like I have never talked to anyone in the whole world before. I told her about my childhood, stuff that happened to me. I never told anybody in the whole entire universe before. And just all about everything I ever did or saw or thought about. Jane can be one intense chick. And also a whole lot of fun. She is a big mixture of a person. Deep and understanding, smart and cool. A journalist, one has to remember, but she can't be perfect now, can she? "No, I suppose not," I respond. Nick really likes this Jane Mathis person. I keep trying to forget this fact, so each time I notice again, it seems to come as some sort of surprise to me. I think I probably need to get used to the fact she is going to be a big part of Nick's life, and therefore my life too. I am comfortable telling this girl all my secrets and standing in front of Jane naked, with her able to see all that I am. All the good and the bad. My successes and my shames. And I am fine with that. "Hey, that's great," I say. "I am pleased for you." "Dude, I knew you would understand." I try not to dwell on the image of Nick naked. I order another round of Stellas and settle in to hear some more about how great Jane Mathis is. I am sure she probably is this cool person Nick has built her up to be. But, at present, I am still in the denial phase over the imminent changes her relationship with Nick is going to have on my life and how this will affect our nights of tequila drinking. Are we never ever going to go skateboarding in the early hours again? If they get so serious they move in together, am I ever going to see the guy outside of work? Is Jane Mathis going to give him permission to come down the pub on a random Tuesday night to drink Stella, vent his frustration about work and bore me about how cool she is? The more I think about the whole thing, the more likely I think we are going to end up in a lose-lose situation. After work on Thursday, I put on some relatively smart clothes for my dinner date with Karen Saunders. I meet Karen at the respectable Chinese restaurant in town, where the head waiter Lee knows my name, and the old boy greets me with it when I arrive. "Hello, Mr. Truman," says Lee, an Oriental man in the latter half of his 50s. Always friendly and polite. "I have, on a couple of occasions, shared a drink with him late on when the restaurant is closing up. I know what the food service industry can be like, but I hope we truly get on well enough that he doesn't spit in my food. I say hi to Lee and he leads me to the table for two I reserved a couple of days ago. Karen is already there and drinking a white wine spritzer. I say hello, and she offers me her cheek to kiss. Karen is wearing a fabulous black dress. Her locks are shorter than the last time I saw her. It was so great to hear from you the other day, Karen says. I thought you must have forgotten all about me. No, I thought about you from time to time, I tell her, but there always seemed to be something or other going on in my life. Have there been other women for you? Karen asks me. Have there been other men for you? I counter. Point taken. Let's close that particular book. Agreed. So what's been happening for you? Nothing much. You know, the same old stuff. Work, partying. How about you? A whole lot of nothing. I got promoted to departmental head. Good money, but I seem to work late a lot. So I haven't been partying as much as I used to, or as much as I would like to. Let's see if we can't change that, I say, winking at the sexy Karen. We eat some good Chinese. I get some beef in black bean sauce while she has roast pork fuyang. I get a sorbet after the main course, while Karen indulges in some chocolate ice cream. I had been slightly concerned about how thin Karen is, much more lithe than she was back in the day. For a second it had crossed my mind she might be anorexic or some such thing. But after watching her eat I dismiss this theory. When I ask for the bill, Karen insists on paying. I try to protest, but she won't have it. It's vulgar to discuss money, she says. But I assure you that taking you out for dinner like this is no big financial deal for me. This is the modern world. She pulls out her platinum card. In the 21st century, a woman can pay for dinner on a date. I don't have to take any bull about the man paying or reach the compromise position of the late 20th century and go Dutch. I am going to pay for the whole dinner. No question, Blake, she says. I decide not to fight such a determined woman. Karen ups to do the chip and pin thing at the till. I finish off my orange juice while she does this. We leave the restaurant. On the way out Lee wishes me a good night. I drive back to Karen's place. I get out of my milligram and walk her to the door. I kiss her on the lips and she responds. Both of us enjoying the moment. I will see you next week, maybe, Karen says. I feel puzzled and I am sure my expression must tell her this. I haven't seen you for more than a year. I like you and I know we were intimate before. But I am not going to jump straight back in wherever it was we left off. That is my final word on the subject, Karen says. When can I see you again? Next week sometime. Monday. I ask. Sure, she says, pleased at how keen I am. I drive home. Park the beautiful milligram outside my flat. Inside I pour myself some whiskey, mixed with Scottish spring water, from the bottle I keep in the fridge. I head to bed after I finish my drink. I think about tomorrow night and my journey to London to see Cynthia Martin. Chapter 9. Sin City. The train rolls into Paddington Station at around 9:30 p.m. Cynthia is there waiting for me. The years have been kind to her. In fact, I am sure she has got prettier. No, pretty is not the right word for Cynthia. She is sexy. Maybe dirty. I don't know. She is a fox, whichever way you look at the situation. We quickly get over the formalities. Cynthia is a classy woman. It turns out she works in the city. She had always wanted to break into script writing. Cynthia tells me the world of TV scripting is a cutthroat one where you have to be an evil witch to get ahead of the game. So, instead, she works in the city for a blue-chip financial company. Cynthia seems to be awash with money. We catch a cab from the station to her place across the city. We drop off my overnight bag at her plush flat. Cynthia pours us both tequilas and cuts a line of cocaine on her glass coffee table. She snorts the drug and lies back on her leather sofa. Oh baby, Cynthia says. Do you want to do a line? I am not really a drug-taking kind of a person. I did some pot when I was a teenager, but nothing else since. Yet Cynthia snorts a line of cocaine, like it is the most natural thing to do in the world. You don't have to, she tells me. If you're not into this, then don't worry about it. Maybe later, I say. Sure, whatever. Cynthia's flat is huge. She seems to have most of the IKEA catalogue in her home. Yet the place still feels massive. She fits right into this affluent London lifestyle. Cynthia comes across as a rich bitch. This turns me on in some insane way. She takes another line, and we both knock back another tequila before Cynthia decides it is time for us to head out. We go to a bar in the West End. Some place near Leicester Square. I didn't really catch the name. So how are you really doing? Cynthia asks me. Yeah, I'm good, I say. Over her cocktail, A screwdriver, she says. Good. I am glad. So, what are you doing here? I was thinking about the past. My life and stuff. For some insane reason I thought of you. And once I started to think of you, I couldn't get you out of my head, however hard I tried to. We used to have a great time together, you know. I just keep right on remembering stuff we used to do together. So, after a few weeks, I decided I should try and find you. And here we are. That sounds like a pile of horse manure to me, she says. But if that is what you want to say, fine. Whatever. I'm not going to pester you about it tonight. It's been a long tough week and I just want to get drunk and have a good time on a Friday night. Maybe we will talk about deep stuff like life, the universe and everything tomorrow. She drinks more vodka and orange and I consume several, maybe even too many, if there is such a thing, White Russians. We talk about this and that. Music, films, the extortionate price of oil, the inane standard of reality TV shows. Random bits and pieces. We touch on politics and a bit of economics. The tequila, vodka and Kahlua rushing around my body put me in one of those world to rights moods. Cynthia with her vodka, tequila and Class A seems to be in a similar kind of zone. Cynthia is blonde, with blue eyes and wears a C-cup bra. Tonight she is wearing not much at all. Red hot pants and a black bra top. Practically indecent. And her black and shiny PVC knee-high boots are driving me wild. She has a great pair of legs, her skin tone is slightly tanned. But not in an orange, tacky spray-on way. Cynthia probably uses a UV bed or something similar on a regular basis. Maybe she earns enough to holiday someplace hot often enough to maintain this tan. As I look at her I know exactly why I put one of those stars next to her name in my X file. Cynthia is one of the most attractive women I have ever seen in the flesh. Supermodel standard. Once upon a time, years and years ago, we made love. A lot. Spectacular sex. And here I am in her presence again, hoping to be able to make love to her once more. For the first time since Nick and I made this stupid bet, I feel glad the whole thing happened. I am happy to have looked up Cynthia Martin. I am ecstatic to be sat drinking cocktails with her in this trendy West End bar. The anticipation of what may or may not be about to happen between us this weekend makes me feel joyful. When we leave the trendy bar, Cynthia holds my hand as we find ourselves a black cab to carry us back to her place. In the taxi, we continue to hold hands, but don't talk. At her flat she points at the door to the spare room and tells me that is where I am going to be staying. She pours more tequila for us both. I think about trying to kiss her, but Cynthia's defensive body posture warns me off. Folded arms, with limbs pointing away from me. I drink the tequila and head to the spare room. This room is also IKEA-filled. Comfortable and welcoming. I take my clothes off down to my boxer shorts and hop into the double bed. I snuggle up under the thick, warm duvet and try to get some sleep. After an hour or so, I give up on the vague hope Cynthia is going to sneak into this room, climb into this double bed and have her way with me. I feel uncomfortable in this spacious double bed all alone. In the big city. Far from my flat. Far from my life. A couple of rooms away from Cynthia Martin, a woman who is more attractive to me right now than any of the hundreds of women I have met during my life. It takes a few hours for me to drift off to sleep, and consequently I get up pretty late in the morning. Cynthia cooks bacon, eggs, mushrooms and wholemeal toast, and we eat heartily to finish off the slight hangovers we are both suffering. The end of the morning and early afternoon are spent doing the sights of London town. Big Ben, Trafalgar Square and the Millennium Eye. Later Cynthia takes me to a pub in the Strand called the Lyceum. We drink some Eastern European lager, which is 8.5% alcohol. After a couple of pints, I start to feel drunk again. In a bid to slow the effects of the drinking, we head up into Soho and find a restaurant in Chinatown. As well as being extremely physically attractive, Cynthia is also fantastic company. The two of us eat a whole host of Chinese food. Some of what we consume is the best of this genre of food I have ever ingested in my entire life. We drink French Chardonnay with our meal. Today, the gorgeous Cynthia is wearing a pair of blue Levi jeans, a pair of buffalo trainers on her feet, a black silk shirt, unbuttoned to reveal cleavage. I too have blue Levi jeans on, Nike trainers and an FC UK top, with the logo of the company written right across my chest. After we have finished some Oriental-style ice creams, Cynthia brings a halt to the general ramblings of our conversation and returns to life, the universe and everything. She wants to know why I have come to London to see her after all this time apart. Blake, why did you get back in touch with me after all these years? Cynthia asks me. I give her more of the same old bull. I tell her how I have often thought of her over the years, and a while ago I was having a real deep thought session about my life. For whatever reason you popped into my head and wouldn't get out again. So, After a long while of nothing but you in my head, I decided the time had come to do something about it, I say. What if I had been married? She asks. Come on, you can't have changed that much from university. I knew you wouldn't have settled down. And have you come here to pitch some new life for the two of us, back together after all this time, because it was meant to be? Actually no. You see, having some idea of how you are, I didn't think for a minute that would be the case between us at all. So, why did you bother? Maybe I just wanted to see you. To check I was not having some fantasy of a woman who I put on a pedestal all those years ago, when in reality she does not and never could have existed. Maybe I need to get rid of this idealistic Cynthia Martin I built up in my head over all these years. That is a well-constructed piece of bull, aimed to appeal to my vanity. You, Blake Truman, putting me on a pedestal for years and years. Looking me up to see if this idealistic woman was real. Hoping to pierce the bubble and get on with your life. Absolute crap. Blake, much as I have a high opinion of myself, I know you well enough to be sure you could never put a woman, even me, on a pedestal, because to do so you would have to take yourself off it first. There is silence between us for a while. The Chinese restaurant bustles as it should do on a Saturday night. But, we are in a bubble universe of our own. Cynthia is pretty, smart and extremely perceptive. More so than I ever remembered. But, she does work as a business analyst. So her company relies on and hones her observational skills. We seem to be at an impasse and I am struggling for a way forward, or even a way out. You are a beautiful woman. I looked you up because I want to make love to you. Pure and simple. Do you remember Jonty from university? Cynthia asks. Sure, I say. He always thought he was a bit of a player when it came to women. Most of my friends back then spent time in his bed. Never really appealed to me. You know he works as a share dealer. I see him around from time to time. He still tries it on with me. It's never going to happen with Jonty and I. The only thing I ever heard him say which ever made any sense at all, in a Jonty kind of way, was you should never go back. He spouted lots of rubbish back then, and, truth be told, he still does these days. But, that was the only thing he ever said which added up. He said those words to most of my female friends at university. For whatever reason, they all seemed to want to get back together with him after he dropped them. But, he turned them all away. The only time I ever considered sleeping with him was because I knew he would never come back to bug me for a revisit. But, I got as far as having a drink with the slimy GIT, before I realized he was too annoying to go any further with. I don't think you were ever steadfast in not going back or being the other way and always offering another chance. I think, as with most things in life Blake, you are pragmatic. Just as I am. If the situation was right then you would go to bed with an ex. But, if the situation was wrong in some way, or seemed fake somehow, or contrived in some way, you would walk away. I nod. The girl is hyperperceptive. She must have spider senses or something. Cynthia continues. Without the truth from you, I couldn't feel right with you. Now I know you have not looked me up because of some burning candle you hold for me. If that were the truth I would have heard from Blake Truman years ago. You are not so sad as to hold a torch for a woman and have to have some big life moment to decide to go looking for her. You are not the sort to repress your wants and desires like this. That is not the Blake I know. Cynthia is intense. You can either tell me the whole truth, she goes on, and we can see whether my feelings for you end in the bedroom. Or you probably need to find yourself a hotel, as I will not go to bed with anyone on the basis of a lie. She has me in a corner. It doesn't look like I am going to get into bed with Cynthia. Even if I tell her the truth, she is probably going to want nothing to do with me. But, at least I might not have to find a hotel in London on a Saturday night, when I am already 2/3 of the way to being drunk. Okay, I say, I will tell you the truth. But let's settle the bill and go somewhere we can get a drink with a quiet corner so we can talk. Fine, she says. I settle the bill, and she leads me across Soho to a cellar bar. We get a round of Stellas with tequila chasers and sit in a booth to talk. Cynthia and I sit in silence for a while. There is some jazz-styled music playing softly on the sound system in the bar. The place is not too busy for a Saturday night. Finally Cynthia breaks our silence. Are you going to tell me the truth, or are we going to sit here all night and get nowhere? I take a deep breath and tell her the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, unpleasant though my personal truth may be. After I have explained about the tequila, the bet and the X-file, Cynthia asks, how many have you slept with so far? 1, I say. Only 1, in 3 weeks. Blake, I would have expected better of you. Yeah, it's not really working out quite how I planned. This is a prime example. Sorry I pushed you to tell me. I suppose I am discounted from the bet now. Yes, you are. Now you can't count me towards this silly bet. Do you still want to sleep with me? Bearing in mind you have already been to bed with me all those years ago at university. Do you still want me now? Truthfully, I reply, Cynthia, you are beautiful and I would love to kiss you and touch you and whatever else you would like me to do to you or with you. You're just saying those words to make me feel better. Cynthia, you know me well enough it seems. You should know if I really had no interest in sex with you beyond the stupid bet. I wouldn't bother lying to you. Good point. My round, but let's go somewhere with some atmosphere. We finish our drinks and head to a busier and trendier bar. We get cocktails, both on White Russians today. As we drink, we talk more openly, and at a deeper level, now we are on even ground. Cynthia is slightly loose-tongued about the state of some blue-chip companies, but then I am loose-tongued about certain elements of the advertising industry and confidential plans by regional newspaper firms to buy out a national. I trust her and I think she trusts me. Cynthia asks about my love life, asks if there has been anyone really significant since our time together. I tell her the truth on that one. A big no, she is not surprised. Cynthia has not had anyone who amounted to more than a series of convenient sexual encounters. She mocks the media term which has been used to describe these types of relationships in the last few years, friends with benefits. There are benefits, she says, but they are seldom people I would ever count as friends. At best, people I know, who I want to sleep with. But anyone close enough to be a friend, I would not want to blur the bond with sex. Too many problems lie down that route. We both drink several White Russians and get completely wasted. A black cab ride takes us back to Cynthia's plush home where she pours us each a tequila, mixes the drinks with orange juice and we sit on her sofa to talk some more. You ever get into group sex? Cynthia asks. No, never really appealed to me. Me either. I like to be the center of attention during sex. The possibility two people would be more into each other than me, while I am there, it would never work out. I couldn't stand the thought. I am more a one-on-one kind of a girl. What if it were two men and you? And wouldn't that be even worse if it turned out they were more into each other than into me? What are you into? Well, wouldn't that be telling, she says. Give me a clue. There is a pair of handcuffs in the top drawer next to my bed. Do you like to dominate or be dominated? Depends on my mood, she says. How do you feel now? Definitely feeling like being in control. Cynthia pours more drinks. I use the bathroom. When I am done the door flings open and Cynthia stands before me in the large room. She is naked and I certainly appreciate the view. In her hand is what looks like a long black stick. I quickly realize the object is a riding crop. She points it at me and says, Blake, take your clothes off. I obey her command. She strikes me about the naked buttocks with the leather crop. The feeling is not really pain. A tingling sensation which builds as she strikes me again. Cynthia is in charge of the situation completely. I let her dominate and she gets everything she wants from me. I take a photo of her brandishing the whip. Afterwards we drink the tequila and orange juice Cynthia poured. We sit on her leather sofa, naked, drinking. Cynthia is still holding the riding crop. Was that all you expected? She asks. All and more. You know, as soon as I heard from you, I kind of knew we were going to end up making love again. But I needed to know why you had looked me up in order to feel comfortable enough with you. Do you mind what the reason was? It isn't a great reason. But what else would have brought you back to me tonight? Nothing I can think of, I say. I'm going to enjoy the pleasures you can give me tonight, and whatever the future holds. This evening is just one night in a lifetime. So I will do what I do and you and me are the only ones who need to know about it. Will anything happen between us again? The answer is a definite maybe. You have my phone numbers already, so we shall stay in touch. And if we ever both feel up for a repeat, whichever of us will get in touch with the other and see if the interest is mutual. So tonight is just a bubble between the two of us. A convenient junction in our lives. Cynthia kisses me, and we make love on the comfortable leather sofa. After we have both finished, Cynthia encourages me to take a picture of her with my phone. Something to remember me by, she says. In the morning Cynthia makes me breakfast again. Bacon and eggs on wholemeal toast in bed. Then we make gentle Sunday morning hangover love. I catch the tube over to Paddington in the early afternoon. She kisses me goodbye on her doorstep, wearing a purple silk house coat. Maybe it is even a kimono. On the train back to the southwest I find myself slightly concerned. I am a third of the way through my quest in terms of time, but only 1/6 complete in terms of the task. For a while, I consider pretending I didn't reveal the existence of the bet to Cynthia and telling Nick she counts. I do have a photo of her on my phone. Eventually, I decide this is too early in the game to start cheating, although I may regret this decision later. I will hold off on bending reality, unless I really need it. And maybe honesty at this stage will make it easier to bend the rules later on. I have a date with Karen Saunders tomorrow. She seemed keen. So, with any fortune I should score number 2 tomorrow night, and be back on course with a third of the task complete in slightly more than a third of the time. Chapter 10. The shoes never come off. Another hectic Monday at work. I am kind of tired from my weekend, which doesn't help. After I finish for the day, I take a shower and prepare myself for my date with Karen. Tonight I take her to a different restaurant. The Cottage, the place Nick and I usually take the hacks when we brief them. The place is not exactly busy, but I suppose I have come here with my date on a Monday night. Karen drinks white wine spritzers and I have orange juice. Partly as I cannot face more alcohol after the weekend of tequila and vodka, but mostly because I am driving this evening. Karen and I skip starters and I order a 16-ounce sirloin steak, while Karen has a Waldorf salad. The topics of conversation this evening are what the increasing price of world oil means, and is there an impending energy crisis? A bit too much like economics essay questions for my liking. But Karen seems quite concerned about the whole thing. She also refers to the retail price index, RPI, house price inflation and the price of government bonds. Seems like this evening I am to have my pants bored off me again. There is a bet to be won, so be it. She takes a break from global economic politics, when I am about halfway through my steak, and asks, do you think I should get contact lenses? I have been nodding and grunting at what felt like the appropriate times for the past 45 minutes. I have to reboot my brain to deal with this question. Well, now, you see, I mumble. All very Hugh Grant. Fop. I collect my thoughts for a moment. Well, it can't be that much of a tricky question, Karen says, on the verge of being offended. I have always known you wear glasses, I say. It isn't something I have ever thought of, you without glasses. I'm just running the idea through my head rather than bouncing out the first thought which comes into my mind. All of a sudden I feel I am coming across all Arthur Dent. A whole different kind of repressed Englishman. Flustered. She waits for me to think up an answer. Yes, I say finally, you should give it a try. I mean, you are suited to glasses. I always thought so, but if you can use contacts, why not give it a go? Maybe you will suit contacts too. I can tell Karen is unimpressed with what is, in all honesty, a rubbish answer. For some reason, possibly the pathetic look on my face, she doesn't pursue the issue. Today, Karen is wearing quite a sexy red dress. I would guess some kind of man-made fiber mixed with cotton. The dress reveals her breasts with its plunging neckline, and the thing hardly reaches halfway down her thighs. Karen has definitely set out a statement of intent with her attire. The red high heels just shout, "Screw me." Or at least that is what I am convinced the message she is sending out to me is intended to say. I am quite sure I will oblige. When I have finished my steak and Karen has munched through most of her salad, I order a Knickerbocker Glory. She declines a pudding and goes to the ladies' bathroom. Karen is gone for quite a while, and I wonder again whether she has some kind of eating issue. Instead of anorexia, maybe bulimia. Karen comes back looking and acting fine, so I dismiss the concerns. I am just being paranoid or oversensitive or something. I polish off my sweet. Karen drinks another wine spritzer, and I wait and see if today she will mind if I buy her dinner. The waiter brings the bill and places it on the table between Karen and I. Where do we go from here? I feel like a gunslinger in an old Western movie, waiting for the hour of high noon to strike, poised to draw my trusty old weapon and shoot down the opposition. I look across the table at her waiting for the seconds to tick away. For some reason I think of Sharon Stone. Do you have any objection to allowing me to pay the bill this evening? You were kind enough to pay last time and, as I do believe in equality, it must surely be my turn to get the tab, I say. I'll let you this time. But really, it is nothing to do with turns or equality. I think you've been lousy company tonight. Your mind is somewhere else. I don't know, maybe you had a really bad day at work. Monday blues and a hectic day. For whatever reason, you have let me talk about global economics and politics. While this subject area interests me, you've barely a passing interest. Normally, you would divert the conversation away from these subjects and onto something you were actually up for discussing. For not being here in anything but a physical sense, you can pay the bill this evening. I feel completely put in my place. I read the bill and put enough notes to cover the tab and leave a decent tip. Now if I take you home with me, are you going to be there in spirit as well as in body? She asks. I will do my best. I promise. I drive back to hers. On the way I drink my emergency sugar-free Red Bull, which I keep in the glove compartment for long journeys, and this evening is set to be a longer journey than anticipated. Almost immediately after I consume the liquid, I start to feel more connected with reality. Well, I suppose this is why I keep the can in my car. Did I tell you how good you look in that red dress? I ask Karen. No, you didn't seem to notice before. Well, you look hot in the red dress, and I'm pretty sure you look damn fine without the dress on. I seem to have aroused some interest from you after all, she says. Yeah, baby. I park my milligram outside Karen's house. I guess this means I get to come in tonight, I ask. It sure does, Karen replies. I follow Karen through the front door, into her house. We sit down in the lounge of her home, and she asks if I want anything to drink. I tell her no. The lounge is pretty much as I remember. A 42-inch plasma TV, DVD and video combo. Surround sound speakers and an IKEA 3-piece suite. A plush white carpet and a Salvador Dali print framed on the wall. I am still freaked out by the hooded woman. Karen hovers, almost unsure what to do now. She stands in the room, near the door to the kitchen. But she seems confused, as I have declined a drink. Hey, come over here, I say. Karen walks towards me and, when she is close enough, I kiss her and Karen responds, putting her arms around me. After a few minutes of French kissing, I break off and suggest, we should go upstairs. Karen leads me up the stairs by my hand and into her bedroom. She slips her dress off and stands before me naked, except for those red high-heeled shoes. She notices them and reaches down to take them off. Don't, I say. I place my hands on her shoulders and pull her towards me gently, leave them on. Soon I am naked and we make love. The 3-inch heels of her gorgeous and fashionable red shoes dig into my back. The harder I go at the job in hand, the harder she digs the heels in. After the first time I get her to pose for a picture wearing just those sexy red shoes. Karen must be quite tipsy, and I must have hit the spot pretty well, as I never thought it would be so easy to persuade her into a photo. Karen giggles about the situation, and I make love to her a couple more times. The shoes never come off. When I am done the third time, I dress. Aren't you going to stay the night? Karen asks. No, I have an early start tomorrow. My working day will be at least as busy as it was today. Oh, I see, she says. I smile at Karen and lean towards her attractive frame laid out on the silk sheets of her bed. I kiss her on the lips. As I pull away, she asks, You are going to call me, right? Sure, I reply. Karen jerks up in bed and stares at me accusingly from her seated position. You aren't going to call me, are you? At least not anytime soon. Be honest with me. I have got what I came for, so I see no point in telling her a lie. I am unlikely to ever be dumb enough to find myself agreeing to another bet where I have to bed ex-girlfriends, so I am not so bothered about burning bridges in the right here and now. No, I'm probably not going to call you anytime soon. Karen looks sad. Immensely sad, like I have just dropped the weight of the world's sin on her small naked shoulders. Stupid, stupid, stupid bloody bitch, Karen screams. I am so goddamn dumb sleeping with you, tosser. She begins to cry. For a minute Karen looks like she has forgotten I am still in the room. But then she snaps out of the trance. Close the door behind you on your way out, Karen tells me. I turn and walk away. I close the door, but can still hear her sobbing, naked except for the red shoes. Quickly I am back in my milligram outside Karen's lovely suburban house. Tuesday night while I am eating takeout pizza from Domino's my mother calls. Blake, she says, what time are you planning to arrive home on Friday night? By home she means her place down south, and I had completely forgotten I promised the old girl I would go back there this weekend. Probably 8:30 to 9 p.m. I should be able to get out of work an hour or so early to miss the worst of the traffic getting out of town. Good, I'll have dinner ready for you when you get here. Is lasagna going to be all right for you? Sure, Mum. While she is telling me some of the latest gossip from my hometown, I pour myself a whiskey. I press send on the email I have just created, containing a picture attachment of Karen Saunders wearing nothing but red shoes and a smile. I switch on Channel 4 News. I am not really taking in what my mother is saying about people she works with. I haven't met most of these folks, and I'm not really taking in the news either. More politicians bitching about one another, the latest news of this year's African crisis and the day's events in the Middle East. I am desensitized to the horrors of the news, as well as the goings-on in a solicitor's office, where my mother happens to work as secretary. I answer my phone on Wednesday night to find Nick on the end of the line. I saw him several times during the day in the office and I am due to meet him later for a drink, so his need to call me seems somewhat odd. Dude, about tonight, he says. And suddenly I know why he is ringing me. What's up, Nick? I ask. Look, something's come up and I can't make it to the pub. Don't worry about it, I say, I take it the something which has come up is called Jane Mathis. Yes, you know how these things are. Of course I do. What is she offering this evening? More of European cinema's finest works. Jean de Florette, perhaps? No, don't be silly, that's a rubbish film. Think more Dr. No. You are watching James Bond movies, dude, without me there, now that is harsh. No, not watching the movies, he says. Jane is in a playful mood. She called me up and told me to put on a shirt and tux and head over. Jane's going to have a white bikini on and be holding a conch. Role-playing, cool. She's promised me James Bond sex, Nick says enthusiastically. What does James Bond sex entail? So far, it involves me pretending to be Sean Connery and Jane taking on the Ursula Andress part. As to the rest of it, I am pretty eager to find out. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night 007. The next evening, Weaver, Nick Weaver, and I, sit in the usual spot drinking Stella. How did you get this latest ex to pose like that, in just her shoes? They were great shoes, I say. I'm not a big fan of women's foot fashion, but I have to admit they are pretty fly. I just asked her. The rosy glow on her face shows we're only just post-coital. I think the endorphins released into her brain, mixed with the white wine spritzers, probably put her at ease enough to let me take the photo. You know, I thought the pictures would be the hardest part of this bet. But, you seem to be having no trouble getting these ex-girlfriends to strike a pose. I suppose it's a knack. A knack he calls it. How did your evening go with Jane Mathis? I ask. Fine. That's it? Just fine. I am sending you pictures of my conquests naked, seconds after I have withdrawn, and all you can tell me about your love life is fine. Nick, dude, play the game. We acted out like I was James Bond and she was the Bond girl and we made love as part of the fantasy. Was it good? Oh yeah, Jane teased me with the Bond girl thing for ages and then eventually let me have her. She is one dirty woman. Jane knows a trick or two I have never come across before. I order more Stella and Nick changes the subject. So, how did you get along last weekend in London? I hope things weren't a total disaster. Is there another meeting lined up where you might get this woman into bed? I assume you didn't already manage, as I haven't seen this girl naked in my inbox. Oh, I made love to Cynthia. And I took her picture too, Nick. So, why no email? Nick asks. I broke one of the rules. She wouldn't consider sleeping with me unless I told her the truth about why I looked her up out of the blue. You told her about the bet? Yes. And she still slept with you, knowing she wouldn't count? Yes. This chick is insane. The rule was there so you couldn't go making deals with ex-girlfriends to share the prize in exchange for compliance. But you told her and she was still up for it. She found out you were trying to get in her pants for a bet, and then she let you. Nuts, absolutely crazy. After Cynthia found out about the bet, and I explained now she knew, she wouldn't be counted, Cynthia asked me if I still wanted her, and if you had seen this girl, you would have wanted her, Jane Mathis or no Jane Mathis. Once she had the self-esteem boost that I wanted her even without the bet, well the girl just plain melted. Now she was a bad girl. I learned a new thing or two this weekend. I had been handcuffed before, but riding crops and leg manacles were new to me. Sounds like a good weekend. We did the sights of London and quite a lot of drinking too. Top weekend then. Yeah, if she had counted towards the bet, she would have covered the pre-20 part too. Never mind, looks like my BMW is safe. Still 5.5 weeks to go. Although, I am going back to my parents' house this weekend. I forgot we arranged the visit a while back. You're not around this weekend? No, what's up? Jane wants me to go to the theatre on Saturday night. She's got a couple of tickets for some arty-farty play she has to review, and has asked me to go with her. I had planned to go drinking with you Saturday night, but seems I might end up seeing some play about the meaninglessness of life and the absurd nature of existence. Be sure to enjoy that, I say. Hey, I would rather that than a weekend in the two-horse town where my folks live. I do manage to set out from work early on Friday afternoon. I am on the motorway heading south, having avoided the worst of the rush hour traffic, when my mobile rings. I am wearing my hands-free kit, so I answer. Blake, it's Nick. He sounds flustered. I'm already on the motorway, dude. Can whatever wait till I'm back in the office on Monday? It's not work, mate. Oh, what's up? I was just talking to a guy I know at one of the financial places outside town. I do their day-to-day marketing. It's the same firm where Karen Saunders works. Wow, hold the front page. She's been rushed into hospital. Apparently she collapsed in some high-level meeting this afternoon. You're telling me this why? Blake, don't you care? A woman you slept with on Monday sent me a picture of her naked on Tuesday, on Friday collapses and is taken off to casualty. Dude, I haven't given her some disease, and if she had something already, she hasn't passed it on. I wore condoms, and I always do. Aren't you just a little concerned? I overtake a petrol tanker and supermarket logoed lorry. Why should I be worried? Maybe she found out about the bet and took an overdose. Nick Weaver, are you paranoid, or is that some kind of conscience manifesting itself? Look, the bet you talked me into is probably the wrong side of moral, and yes, I am messing with people's emotions. Karen Saunders is a well-off and successful professional woman. She might be pissed off I am not going to call her, but I am not nearly important enough for her to be taking an overdose. Even if I was, people don't take overdoses at work. They OD after drinking too much on a Friday or Saturday night. When it hits home, they don't have anyone to shag. Karen has a funny attitude to food. I noticed it both times we went out this last week or so. She probably collapsed because of a lack of energy and nutrients, brought on by weeks or months of not eating properly. That is not all attributable to me. But, if you are growing a conscience and you want to call the whole bet thing off, be my guest. It is no big deal, dude. Just drop the BMW round to me on Sunday night. Nick doesn't say anything for a while. He must be thinking through what I have said. I fly past a black Audi TT and a new style silver VW Beetle. Dude, I just thought you would want to know about Karen. Thanks, but in all honesty this could have easily waited until Monday. The bet stands. Nick hangs up. Chapter 11. Back from outer space. On the way back to my parents' house there is this one place, an old stately home. It sits between the main road and the railway line. At night, the 500-year-old building is bathed in halogen lights and seen for miles and miles. Once, the place belonged to the lords of the manor. Now to some dot-commer who jumped off the merry-go-round at the right time, selling his loss-making company for a stupid amount of real cash in the last months of 1999. 6 months later, the whole market went belly up and the new owners lost everything. The building is set on the top of a hill. In one valley is the train track, and on the other side of the hill runs the main road I am driving along. The old house sits like a huge candle flame in the night sky. This is the point, about an hour from home, where I realize, each time I return, this is the distance we would regularly travel away from home and return the same day, for shopping or days out visiting friends or extended family. That is the point I know I am really going home. I used to pass this point on my way home from university and have a warm feeling inside me. The feeling would wash over my inner soul and I would feel sure I was safe. The enduring protection of my parents' nest reaching out to welcome me home. These days, the warmth is no longer there. The place where I grew up, which my parents still call home, is an alien world to me now. The landscape is familiar, yet belongs to another me. It is as if I have regenerated Doctor Who style somewhere along the line, sometime in my early 20s, and like the Doctor so often did, I have moved on, in time, space and companions. My family are the only real contact between the two incarnations, but do I compare them to the Brigadier, the Tardis, or to Davros or the Master? These people are the only real constants in his life after all. As I drive past this stately house, the place looks the same as ever. I know I haven't been home for a while. I am so busy with my life, job, partying, drinking, pulling. My hometown doesn't seem to change. It is stuck in the 1950s, when the place was enjoying some kind of post-war boom. The boom faded away, but the clocks stopped ticking in 1957, and the town has remained the same ever since. My parents seem to like the place, and my sister is not going anywhere. And I have a bet to win. 2 women, nearly 4 weeks gone, my beloved Milligram on the line. On the plus side, there should be a few pre-university shags hanging around this weekend, if I can bring myself to even talk to them. I am astounded Nick called me about this Karen Saunders thing. A few weeks ago, he would have thought nothing of it. But I suppose that was before Jane Mathis rolled into both our lives. Can't wait to stop driving. I could really do with a beer. Stupid Karen, I am sure her sudden illness will have something to do with her issues with food. One night of passion with me is never going to be enough to push a girl over the edge. Much as I have a big ego, I am not that self-important. I ponder whether to drink the emergency sugar-free Red Bull in my glove compartment, the replacement to the one I poured down my neck before making love to Karen. My glove compartment is a storage space for my important items. 2 screwdrivers, flat head and cross, torch, pens, paper and enough coins to make a phone call in the unlikely event that my mobile dies. Essential equipment for emergencies. And condoms, of course. You never know when or where you are going to need them. I never, ever, fly solo, with anyone. I don't know where they have been before, and they have not one clue where I have been. Although I have been careful, if I meet a random woman in a club, pub or on the street, she has no frame of reference to trust me when I say I am safe. The same way I have no way of knowing if I should trust her. Maybe she is virginal and there is no danger of diseases being passed over, but has she really been taking her pill regularly? The whole sex thing is a minefield, I tell you. The morality of it all is annoying too. I see reports in newspapers, online and on TV about rich American girls getting all upset because some random man they met once put the film of them having sex on the internet and made a wad of cash. I think she is a stupid bint for letting him take a video camera to bed with her. But then, I think nothing of taking digital pictures of naked post-coital women and passing them on to Nick as part of this sex-based bet. If these American chicks were smarter, they would just make sex tapes themselves and release them to the world and take half the cash. They can feign innocence if they like, but just take the money. It's insane. 100 years ago girls from the old money families wouldn't have been allowed all these freedoms and the scandal of sex before marriage would have ruined them. They were all waiting to be debutantes. To be swept off their feet by the right sort of young gentleman, meaning one from another old money family. It is just plain silly how these attitudes change. All down to the pill and effective contraceptive sheaths. While I applaud the freedoms these innovations give to me, I somehow feel able to look down my nose at others. Funny how those others always seem to be women. I read some 19th century book once which had as its central theme, the woman always pays. Whatever the moral wrong, whether her fault or the man's, the woman always had to deal with the consequences. I find it scary these attitudes may have somehow got rubbed off into me in some way. Each passing second I get closer to my destination. I am listening to some dance music on Radio 1. The essential selection, I think. Some kind of warm-up for a big weekend. The DJ is going on and on about Ibiza. Dance music and Ibiza is such a 1990s cliché. Now the whole thing is something best left to the chavs. The thought of a pint of ice-cold Stella at the end of my journey keeps me going through the night. Dad will no doubt take me over to the Bath Arms as soon as I have eaten. He will drink bitter, as he has done in that pub for as long as I can remember. I had my first legal pint in the Bath Arms with the old man, at lunchtime on my 18th birthday. The dull nagging feeling of being out of place does not dissipate. It grows like a malignant tumour the closer I get to the small seaside town of my youth. The ailing resort, so far declined as to be dead and gathering rigor mortis. But the fossils in the town are so set in their beliefs they deny the plain truth. As I finally drive down the hillside towards the coastal town, I feel like the pilot of a spaceship from an advanced civilization descending on an emerging primitive culture on some new world with a mission to examine and catalogue all I find. But the truth hits me like a meteor and my high Darwinian thoughts are brought crashing down to Earth. This is my home planet. I am not actually an alien visitor from a more advanced civilization. I am a native and I am merely returning back from outer space. I arrive in town, having taken an age to drive here because of the mass exodus of affluent weekenders driving down this way from the various prosperous cities. There are so many weekenders with properties here pushing up prices, my dad tells me, and he could sell the family home and be halfway to being a millionaire from the profits. The only problem being, he doesn't want to move away from here, so even if he considered selling up he would just be purchasing another home around here for an inflated price. So, what's the use? My mother feeds me when I get home. Good wholesome lasagna for the prodigal son. Not quite the fatted calf, but hey, I haven't pissed up half my inheritance yet. I watch some TV with the folks while I eat, mindless pap. The phone rings and my sister is on the line. Will you go and pick your sister up, dear? My mother asks. Take my car, your one only has 2 seats. You know where her place is, don't you? I don't even bother trying to lie. She has been there a long time, since before I started at university, so my mother knows I know. Does she have her seats? I ask. Yes, but she only needs one these days. How many kids does she have now? It's 2 and you know it. I drive over to my sister's house. This town is a regional hotspot for teenage mums. In normal parts of the country generations are separated by 25 to 30 years. Here the age between mother and firstborn child is 14 or 15 years on average. Tammy, my sister, was a rare blip, making it to 17 before getting knocked up. She does know who the father is, although he has nothing to do with the kid. At the time, there was probably a lot of choice of who to point the finger at. Again, with the negative judgment of women's sexual choice. Baby number 2, her dad hung around for almost a year after my sister gave birth. Between the state subsidies and my folks, Tammy does all right for money. Give her a few years and I am sure my folks' pensions will be paying for her right to buy. From the center of town right through to approaching Tammy's on the outskirts of this urban area, away from the sea, a car is completely tailgating me. I mean really, really close. Like the driver is in a major hurry. The green car is so close I can only see from the top of the bonnet back, the vehicle's lights and radiator obscured below the line of vision in my rear view mirror. I signal early. I have to cross the oncoming lane to park outside my sister's house. As I pull over, I look round to see the driver of the other car, a brunette, mouthing swear words at me until she and I look right at each other. She stops talking, a look of surprise wide across her face. She remembers the exact same thing as I do. On the beach a long, long time ago, a tender teenage moment. And then she is gone, her speeding green car away into the twilight. Gone. Into the cold night air again. Tiffany Noble. My sister, Tammy, is pleased to see me, ridiculously so. We almost never talk on the phone or by text. She has no computer, so I cannot email her and I can't be bothered with snail mail, and I suppose she feels the same. In however many years I have lived away, Tammy has never written once. I hear about her through my mother, and I am sure she hears about me via the same source. Her children run about the place as she tries to get them ready. They complain because Tammy is dragging them away from some TV show they want to watch. She puts their coats and shoes on them before insisting the television goes off. Tammy puts the child's seat in the car, as I have not got one clue of how to secure it. Her youngest, Victoria, hops in the secured chair and her boy, David, sits on the back seat. Tammy sits in the front, chattering about the kids and gossip from the estate about people I don't believe I have ever met. I don't bother pointing this out to her. I figure her communication with adults is probably less frequent than mine. There isn't much more than a year between the two of us in terms of age. But in the paths we have chosen for ourselves, light years of barren space separate us. I have chosen university and a professional career away from here. Possibly Tammy didn't entirely select her path. Maybe her only choice was for or against having an abortion. Which I know is a rubbish choice to be forced to make at 17. And before that, I doubt she chose for the contraception not to work. How dumb would that be? Dropping out of 6th form and dropping a sprog, all within less than 6 months. Not a great set of options. Tammy chatters inanely about this and that all the way back to our childhood home. Her kids noisily doing whatever it is children do on the back seat. When we get back, I quickly work out why Tammy is so pleased to see me. The kids are offloaded onto my mother and Dad is taking his 2 offspring to the pub. At the Bath Arms, Dad orders a bitter, I have a Stella and Tammy has a cider and black. A pint, as ever. Most girls in these parts share the choice of cider consumed by the pint. I wonder to myself about the correlation between its consumption and the teen birth rate. The 3 of us sink a few pints. The old man and I by the rounds. I do not even protest my sister is getting a free ride. I know she has 2 children to feed and does so each year on what I earn in 3 or 4 months. I always buy the nephew and niece good presents. They have bikes, consoles, football kits, Action Man, Pokemon, Harry Potter and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Whatever they want really. My parents must cover the day-to-day bits and bobs, while I get the luxuries for them. No big deal I suppose. I do not notice the money is gone. It's not like I go without food so they can have fun. In my own way, I do like the 2 brats. I get a birthday card their mum makes them sign during the year, and at Christmas they give me socks. I am forever losing socks, so the gift is welcome. And, one day, when they can stand on their own 2 feet, I will be lucky to be the bachelor uncle getting invited over for Christmas. But hey, I'm not handing out presents with conditions. I share my good fortune with the members of the family who are not able to generate their own income just yet. My dad talks about football a bit, and also his plans to finally retire in a few years. Tammy gibbers on about the 2 kids and about gossip from where she lives. I talk a little about my life, but not too much. I am sure the pair of them are not interested in the world of pool, which is marketing. Tammy challenges me to a game of pool. We used to play the game a lot when we were in our teens. She used to be pretty good at it for a girl. These days Tammy plays darts in the women's league 1 night a week. Rumor from my mother has it Tammy is a bit of a whiz with the throwing of these potential weapons. She whips me in the first game of pool. I do not even get a shot. 8-balled from the break. Have you been practicing? I ask my sister. Some, she says. Play again. 1 more. My sister beats me at pool in public a second time. I claim some dignity back by potting 2 of my balls before Tammy sinks the black. I've had enough of this, I say. How about darts? I head to the bar, buy another round of drinks and add a whiskey chaser for me. It's been a while since I went out drinking with Tammy. I decide to order her a vodka, knowing if she doesn't want the drink, I can easily get it down my own neck. My father has been talking to some mate of his while Tammy and I played pool. I pass him the fresh pint. Tammy takes her pint and winks when I offer her the vodka. We both knock back our spirits in one. We are both children of the binge drinking culture. Oh no, Tammy says. What? Don't look now, Blake, but the ancient past has just walked into the I feel the blood drain from my face. It can't be. No, don't be stupid, not her. A different, earlier chapter of your Stone Age life. Once upon a time, Tammy and I were a real tight unit. A year separate in school, we looked out for each other and knew everything about each other. Things changed when she got knocked up. Our paths began to move apart. Slowly at first, but that was the point we began to drift. The separation was complete when I left this dump of a town for university. Tammy never once visited me there. But the piece of history standing tall in the Bath Arms was from a time when summer holidays lasted for what seemed like years. Alcohol was a fun new toy to experiment with and sex was an ambition. Tammy had particularly disliked Tiffany Noble. I figure it was because finally another woman could be closer to me than Tammy ever could. Tiffany and I realized the sexual ambition one night on the beach of this forsaken town. We weren't going out together or anything. We had been flirting for a while, kissed a few times and felt each other up. Then one drunken night we broke our cherries. Things got all weird between us after that, and we didn't hang out anymore. All sorts of feelings got in the way. We were both young, immature even. Looking back, I am sure neither of us were ready for the complexities of the feelings sexual intercourse brings on. The two of us were never the same with each other after that night. After I went to university, I never saw her again until tonight, driving out to pick Tammy up. Now Tiffany stands in this pub with a group of women, none of whom I recognize. How odd is that? Something weird is going on. This fate thing I refuse to believe in could be looked on as an explanation. But I don't believe in it. So, I am left only with coincidence to justify this. Like the town, the Bath Arms is not a big place. A bar, a pool table, gambling machines with all their flashing lights. The place hasn't changed since I was a boy. Here I am, in this town, in this pub, with this girl. I feel nervous and nauseous and light-headed and confused. All in one instant of synaptic activity. I haven't felt like this since the summer way back then, when Tiffany and I had been intimate. I force myself to look at her. She is still pretty, in a weathered way. Her brunette hair is in a style which was fashionable a few years ago. Although Tiffany does not look directly at me, I am certain she has noticed I am in the room. She seems uncomfortable. Don't look at her, Tammy whispers to me. Why not? I ask. Whatever there was between you, and as I recall it wasn't all that much aside from sex that one time, whatever it may or may not have been, it is in the far distant past and is best left there. Tammy does not know about the bet. I look at her face. I see the lines which I am sure she refuses to notice. Tammy used to be my closest ally in the entire world. Once upon a time, I would have told her about the bet. Once upon a time, she would have known all the variables inside my head being calculated to decide how to play a situation. That was then and this is now. You never liked her, I say to Tammy. She looks hurt. Not pretend hurt, but properly wounded. Like words I say to her can actually mean something still. I was not aware I could do that. If I had known, I think I would have handled my response with slightly more tact. I make my way over to Tiffany. She looks right at me as I walk over. Rabbit in the headlights. Her face expressing the fear and shock and desperate wish to be elsewhere. But her body is frozen in time and space. The juggernaut bearing down on her, unrelenting. She is roadkill and she knows it, with no power to prevent the inevitable. Hello, it's Tiffany, right? Yes, she says. I'm Blake Truman. We were at school together. Yes, I remember. This is a weird night. I thought it was you on the road earlier, when I went out to pick up one of the girls. So how have you been? Fine. I mean, it's been a long time since we spoke, so the word fine is covering a lot of ground. But, mostly, the answer is pretty much fine. She pauses, probably realizing she is gibbering. How about you? Yeah, I'm good. Things pretty much move along. Mostly in the right direction for me. You know how it is. Sure, she lies. Can I get you a drink? No, I'm good, she says. I'm driving tonight so I have to pace myself. You can only drink so much Diet Cola, you know. So what do you do with yourself? Nothing special. I still live in this town. I work at a bakery on the counter. I tried office work for a while, but it really wasn't me. I like the bakery, much more laid back. Only stressful during the lunchtime rush. The rest of the job is a breeze compared to being a secretary. So I am doing something I can cope with. What about you? I haven't seen you for years, and, to be honest, I have maybe thought of you a dozen times in those years. When I did think of you, I figured your status should be listed as missing, presumed having a better life than me. So Blake, are you having a better life than me? I don't know what your life is like, so how can I compare? Well, you know I work in a bakery, and you know I still live in this town. How much more do you need to find out to give me an answer? I mean, as far as I know, you don't live or work anywhere near here. You have probably come back for a weekend to see your mum and dad and the lovely Tammy, who has been giving me evil looks since you came over here incidentally. So, a fleeting weekend visit to this dump and then away back to your better life, right? When you put things like that, then maybe I am having a better life than you. Would you like me to apologize for that? I made choices, some of them tough ones, and I worked damn hard to not have to stay here and work in a factory. I made a proactive decision to have a good life. You were never dumb. If you wanted to go to university and get a career, it was never beyond you. So, at some point and on some level, you select the life you led. I chose my path, you chose yours. It is all about choices. Tiffany looks kind of sad. Like I have cut straight through everything which has been troubling her for years. Yes, she says, you're right. Everything in my life, where I am, what I do, everything, is down to choices I made, some of them years ago. I live with the consequences of my actions, dropping out of sixth form, never going back and completing my A-levels, staying here and doing what I do. I'm sorry, I say. I came over to catch up and we seem to be having some intense discussion about choice and consequence. Maybe we should talk about something more superficial in the hope of both of us will see this chance encounter as a positive meeting. Maybe you are right, Blake. What is it that you do? I tell her the usual bull about my job. Spin the world of marketing so it sounds like the best career in the world. Glaze over all the possible downsides. Tiffany is interested, or at least acts like she is, and I revel in telling her all about my life. Once I get going, I realize her instant analysis, that I am having a better life than her, must be correct. I do not feel guilty about that. Tiffany asks about my personal life and I tell her there is still no one special. She is impressed I own my own house and drive a milligram. Tiffany is sweet in a slightly world-weary kind of a way. Her friends kind of melt away, and at closing time we are left talking alone. My father and sister headed home 20 minutes before, with Tammy looking all dismayed at me. Can I get your number? I ask, hoping for a way to play this chance meeting to my advantage. Maybe, she says, but come for a drive with me first. I don't need a lift home. I am staying with my folks who live 2 minutes walk away. I wasn't offering you a life home. I was offering you a drive into the countryside. I am not sure what Tiffany means. Unsure what a drive might be a euphemism for. But I will never know unless I take her up on the offer. I have a bet to win after all. Sure, let's have a drive, I say. My car is outside. Tiffany drives her green Ford Fiesta out into the countryside. We head towards the lake where my father used to take me fishing on Saturday afternoons. She parks the Fiesta at a secluded car park on the north shore of the lake. Strangely, there are several other cars parked here at this late hour. Most seem to have people in, and there is even one person stood beside one of the vehicles in the corner of the car park. Tiffany takes off her top, revealing her naked breasts. Make love to me, she says. Okay, but aren't there too many people about? Maybe we should go back to your place. No, don't worry about the people. They are only doggers. So long as we keep the window closed, they won't try and join us. What? You don't mind being watched while you have sex, do you? Never really came up before. I do it all the time. It's fun. You perform, then afterwards you can go watch someone else if you like. Not sure I am keen on that. But, if these are the conditions on offer to have my way with Tiffany, I will take what I am given. I undo my trousers and she hops across from the driver's seat. Tiffany slides onto me. It feels familiar, yet not. She makes hasty love to me, getting faster and harder when a man peers into the car to watch us. After we are both finished off, I take a photo of her, semi-naked, with my phone. Why did you do that? Some old man comes over and watches you humping me for 15 minutes and that just makes you work harder, but me taking a picture of you is an issue. What is up with you? Sorry, I wasn't expecting it. You aren't going to put that on the internet, are you? No way, for my own personal collection, I promise. Good, my husband would go nuts if he saw it online. You're what? My husband. We are supposed to only sleep with other people when we are both there. Wife swapping with people we meet online, or strangers in car parks, like here. But Blake, you are a fine-looking man, and as you don't have a wife to share, I figured I should make a choice and I decided to just take what I wanted anyway. I am shocked slightly. Not because Tiffany is married. I can live with the fact a woman finds me so attractive she is happy to cheat on her husband. I just thought if a woman was going to do such a thing, she would tell me first. I mean, she isn't wearing a ring or anything. Do you like partner swapping? I ask her. I get to sleep with men who aren't my husband. Not quite the answer I was expecting. Do you love your husband? I ask. No, she replies, a little too quickly for my liking. I did once, or at least I thought I did. But, if that was real, it faded within a year of saying I do. Since then we have adventurous sex with strangers in an attempt to fill the void in our lives. Does this work? Tiffany starts to cry. No, not really. So, you don't love him? No, I don't at all. So why not leave him? I stay for our children. Children? How many do you got? 2. Aiden is 3 and Connor is 1. Staying with your husband for the sake of the children is admirable, but with them so young, that's a 17-year commitment. More tears from Tiffany. Not only have I made love to a married woman, but one with 2 very young children, no noticeable difference between a mother and non-mother by the way. This bet has led me to another strange place. Unhappy marriages, wife swapping and dogging all in one night. Last week was cocaine and domination. Aside from that, bulimics, gym owners and, worst of all, psycho stalker types with wedding dresses. The question of where next fills me with dread and horror. It's okay, I say. I hug Tiffany and hold her for a long time while she cries. Leaving your husband will be a big step, but if you are really happy, you should follow your heart, I say in a bid to reassure Tiffany. She cries some more and I continue to hold her. Do I know your husband? I ask. An awful thought spreading across my brain. What if he is someone I knew? Someone I was mates with at one stage? Would it really matter to me? I am not sure, but I want to know, just in case. She tells me, Mick Jarvis. I have never heard of him. I am relieved to discover. I am amused, but say nothing, about her new name, Tiffany Jarvis, the poor woman. Life has not dealt her a great hand. To prove the point, here I am, after several years luring her back to me as a means to win a bet. The poor cow. Tiffany eventually drops me outside my parents' house sometime after 1 a.m. She takes my number and I take hers, going through the motions. I intend never to speak to this woman again. I let myself into my parents' house and creep through the rooms toward the sofa bed made up for me in the lounge. My sister is allocated her old bedroom and her kids are in my old room tonight. I discover Tammy is sat in the lounge with a coffee, watching inane late-night TV. We should talk, she says. What about? Did you sleep with Tiffany tonight? What's it got to do with you? You know, once upon a time that question would have been insane between you and me. That was then and this is now. She's married. I know, you think Tiffany didn't tell me that. And you slept with her anyway. I never said that, I say. Tammy should know better than to try and pull a dumb trick like that on me. Blake, what happened between us and why won't you talk to me? You know what happened. You got knocked up by some lover and I went to university. Simple. Both those things happened. Neither of them are the reason. I am not going to have this conversation with you. We have to have this conversation. I screwed Tiffany. In her car over by the lake in a car park, with some old man watching. She is into being watched. Tiffany can't orgasm unless someone is watching her get it. That girl, she is one dirty hoe. I really enjoyed it. 1,000,000 times better than when we were both teenagers. Her body isn't in such great shape for a woman her age. Prematurely sagging, but she was enthusiastic and well practiced. She's got kids, you know. Yeah, Connor and Aiden. She isn't going to leave Mick, even though she doesn't love him. Tiffany wants to stay for her kids. Stupid bitch wants to sacrifice her happiness for her children. Only someone who doesn't have children could ever say such a thing is stupid. Go to bed, Tammy. What happened to you? Leave me alone. I lie down on the sofa bed and close my eyes. This isn't over yet, Blake, Tammy says. What more is there to say? I slept with a married woman. It was just sex. Fun today and forgotten by the morning. I can't talk to you anymore. Tammy walks away, towards her old room in my parents' house. I used to like her when she was younger. Once upon a time, she and I thought along the same vein. Once upon a time, when we were young, she would have applauded me for conquering a married woman. Tammy didn't believe in these social constructs of marriage and monogamy. She was cool back then. Now, she is just a prude. Starved of sex no doubt and cooped up with her 2 children almost the whole time. What does she care about Tiffany, her husband and kids? Tammy always hated Tiffany. Tammy gets herself pregnant at 17. I chose to get my education and follow a career. That is what happened to her. Life bit her on the backside when she was only a teenager, and now it passes her by in her 20s, while I am out there living. That is the answer, clear as day. Period. Chapter 12. That piece of family history. There is a frosty atmosphere between Tammy and I at breakfast. The whole family is around the dining room table having a fat-cooked breakfast. Rashers of bacon, sausages, toast, mushrooms, hash browns, baked beans, tomatoes, fried eggs and black pudding. The absolute works. The Sprogs are joyful, as are my parents. We are only all in one place as a family about 3 times a year, so they lap it up. Tammy and I scowl at each other across the dining room table. Her children just plain annoy me. My parents pretend not to notice the negative atmosphere between us. When we have feasted, my father takes the 2 Sprogs for a walk. My mother washes up and Tammy and I are left facing each other across the dining room table. At least pretend to be glad to be here, Tammy says to me. What? I say. Pretend for the sake of Mum and Dad you are pleased to be here. Hey, I am pleased to be here and happy to see them. I am unhappy about you trying to control my life. You have got no reason to hate me. I don't hate you. I don't trust you like I did once. I try to get along with you generally. But last night, well, Tiffany and I are none of your business. There shouldn't be a you and Tiffany. The woman has a husband and kids. It was a turn of phrase. There is no Tiffany and I. There is no plan to ever see her again. Well, that is the best news I have heard all day. You always like to play with fire, and she is a prime example. Why do you dislike her? Tiffany was always going to end up a slut. If you had ended up with her, it would have been you she was disrespecting by sleeping with random men she meets in pubs. I was never going to end up with her. So you think I was the type to marry the first girl I slept with? No, I suppose not. But, back then, she was the first one you ever seemed to really like. The rest of the girls you hung around with in school were nothing special. Tiffany, on the other hand, was in danger of stealing your heart. By the time I got to 6th form I hardly spoke to the girl. 6th form and you is another matter. Tiffany was the summer before that. She was not. That summer was half a dozen girls. You only slept with Tiffany. Only because the other girls wouldn't let me sleep with them. Why did you sleep with her last night? Are you having trouble pulling girls where you live? No, of course I'm not. Well, why then? Tiffany is nothing special compared to the few women you have ever brought back here. In fact, and this isn't because I don't like her, Tiffany is a bit of a dog these days. You said yourself last night, she was droopy before her time. Come for a walk. This must be juicy. We head out of the house and walk towards the beach. Today is quite windswept. The sky is grey and overcast, threatening rain. We walk towards the sand. I take it you are actually going to tell me the truth, as we left the house to get away from any possibility of prying ears. Yes, I will tell you the truth, Tammy. Well, you remember when we were kids we would walk out to Miller's Point and that was our special secret place, where anything we discussed there would never go any further. Sure, I still keep secrets from back then. I know, I say. Well, this is one of those secrets we should talk about there. Oh my God, this sounds intriguing. Tammy and I walk out beyond the harbour and along the familiar path to the point. There is a sailing boat out in the bay. White sails carry the boat along, the cloth flapping in the wind. The off-grey colour of the sea so familiar to me from the years of my youth. Toward the end of Miller's Point is a small cave. In our teenage years, we used to come here to hang out, drink alcohol, and I certainly used to bring girls here to kiss and touch and once or twice for sex. Tammy used the place for the same purpose. My nephew David was conceived here. I am fairly certain that piece of family history will never be revealed to the boy. As far as I know, his younger sister Victoria was conceived in a bed somewhere. When we reach the cave, Tammy asks me, "So what is going on, Blake?" "It's a bet." "A bet? Who in the world would place a bet with you to sleep with Tiffany? And how did you know she was going to be in the Bath Arms last night?" "Let me explain. No one bet me about sleeping with Tiffany in particular. This guy I work with, Nick, has bet me I can't sleep with 6 of my ex-girlfriends in 9 weeks. Until last night I was nearly 4 weeks into the wager, and had only managed 2. Among the rules is one that says I cannot tell the woman, and another is I have to take a digital photo of them as evidence. Oh my God, Tammy says. So Tiffany being there was just convenient, and more convenient was the fact she is a big old slut. Yeah, that helped. And you took a picture of her. Right after we did it. Show me. I pull out my phone and bring the image up on the screen. You were right about her breasts, Tammy assures me. I was so worried about you going off with her. I am actually relieved by the explanation, when I really should be telling you how bad and wrong you are for doing such a thing. You know, back in the day, you would have been right behind me on this one. Yes, but back then I wasn't big on other people's feelings. I've had enough life experience now to know what it is like being the one on the receiving end. At this point of almost breakthrough with Tammy, my mobile phone rings. I answer. Hello, I say. 2 minutes later I am off the phone, and heading back towards my car. What's up? Tammy asks, trying to keep up with my pace. Bloody Tiffany, I say. What about bloody Tiffany? She says she is leaving her husband for me. Oh my God. 20 minutes later, I am sat on a bench in the park in the center of town. Tiffany is sat next to me. You can't leave him, I say. But I don't love him. What about your children? Oh Blake, you will take them as well, won't you? Tiffany, let's get this straight. I am not taking either you or your children in. But I'm leaving Mick for you. If you want me to leave the children with him, well, that is too horrible a thought. They have to come too. You are not moving in with me, no way. But Blake, I don't understand. Yesterday you told me to leave him. You told me it would be a big step, and you told me to follow my heart. I thought about that all night long. And I realized what you were really trying to say. You were telling me to follow my heart to you. So here I am. No, I really wasn't saying that at all. Why are you saying this? You told me to walk out on him. No, I didn't. You did. Okay, I did tell you to leave him if that is what you really want. But, let me be completely clear on this. I in no way meant I was offering myself as an option for you. I don't understand. Leave him for yourself. Do not leave him for someone else, least of all me. All we had was one shag. A bit of fun. I didn't even know you were married until afterwards. So if I was single, would you have wanted to carry on seeing me? This is not about whether you are single or married. What is it about then? Tiffany pleads, tears rolling down her face. To me, last night was about casual sex. Easy sex. A biological act. The release of testosterone and endorphins. Nothing more. There were not a whole bunch of feelings involved. No repressed love from when I was a teenager. This was sex pure and simple. A woman offered me sexual intercourse, so I took it. I love you, Blake. I seriously doubt that. I have always loved you, Blake. Every day, even when you were away all these years, even when you were with Lorna at 6th form. I loved you and I always will. 2 things, Tiffany. 1, never, ever, ever mention that name to me again. And 2, you do not know who I am, so how can you love me? Any idea of me you may have is of a 16-year-old boy. You are in love with a 16-year-old boy. I am completely different to him. You are sadly mistaken in this. Face the truth. You are in love with me as an adolescent. I will never be him, so you will always be disappointed. The woman just cries and cries. For the first time since I met her in this place, I realized the significance of this park. Some years ago, about 15 yards from where Tiffany and I sit on this bench, is where we had met up with some other friends to drink before the 2 of us headed to the beach and lost our virginity together. Some miserable drunken night long ago. The memory of my first foray into the world of sex will now forever be tainted by what has happened here today. For her own good, Tiffany must know what this is really all about. She must see how I have manipulated her feelings for my own personal gain. Tiffany will hate me, with a passion she never knew possible. But, in time, this means the woman will be able to get over all of what has happened between us in the last 24 hours. I do not believe for a minute she actually loves me, or has spent the last few years yearning for me. I am sure she has convinced herself of these things in a bid to grow the strength to walk away from her husband. To end all this nonsense, I tell her about the bet. Tiffany listens in shock and awe. When I am done, she blurts out, "You utter git." I walk away without another word to Tiffany. My main concern over this whole Tiffany thing is where I stand within the rules of the bet. Nick said I couldn't tell them as a way of getting them into the sack for fear of promising the prize or a share of it to the girl. But, explaining what was going on afterwards can't be against the rules. Especially when you consider the extreme circumstances. And, most importantly, I have no intention of giving up a second ex I have gotten to have sex with. When I arrive back at the family home, Tammy asks how it went. Badly, I tell her. ******. The rest of the weekend is a befuddled mess. I play bingo with David, Victoria, Tammy, Mum and Dad. That is how we spend Saturday night after a quiet dinner in the house. The adults drink wine and the kids get raspberry squash. The same as Tammy and I had when we were young. Sunday includes the traditional roast. Lamb and more vegetables than anyone could possibly eat. All covered in thick brown gravy. After the gargantuan lunch I head home. On my way out of town I drop Tammy and the kids at her place. "Are we friends again?" Tammy asks as she is getting out of the car. "We always were," I say. I mean proper friends, like before. Sure, I say, call me sometime. I drive away from Tammy's estate, hoping what I said would turn out to be true. Driving home, I think about Tiffany. Back at school, I liked her because she was so strong. Independent, single-minded. Now she has become so pathetic she cannot even leave her husband without having first established someone else to go to. I meet Nick at the usual place on Sunday night. He brings Jane Mathis along. We drink pints of Stella and chat. Did you add anyone to the list of conquests for the bet this weekend? Nick asks. I look at him puzzled, then at Jane Mathis, who seems not to be confused about there being a bet. I did actually. I look at him, my expression aimed at saying, does she know? Nick obviously understands this message. I told Jane about the bet the other day. Yeah, it's a great idea. I would love to write a feature on you, Jane Mathis says. I really don't think so, I say. Oh come on, Jane Mathis says. A man sleeping with ex-girlfriends to win a bet. It screams at me double-page lifestyle spread. Thanks for the offer, I say, but that is never going to happen. After I explain to them both about Tiffany, Jane Mathis does concede to a degree. Well, she says the names would have to be changed and the pictures modeled, rather than using the actual people. Nick accepts my argument about telling Tiffany due to extreme circumstances, and it being after I already made love to her. Jane Mathis is amused by the dogger's story and decides to research the phenomenon in the area the Southern Daily Echo covers. The scandal of seedy sex in public car parks is exclusive front-page news in all editions Tuesday night. Chapter 13. Lying awake at night, thinking of the one conquest not in the file. The one I could never chase. The one I cannot even name. I know it happened. I remember the event so well, but I have no idea what her name is, what she does for a living, or where to even start looking if I wanted to find her. Without a name, she is just a phantom in the past. I roll over and let the memory of that long-ago night meander through my brain. A hotel bar in a Midlands city. A Travelodge or something similar. I was there for a boring conference, but hey, the company was paying the bill for accommodation and, more importantly, expenses. So I was in the bar at the end of the first day, planning to rack up a good tab. I was on my second Stella, sitting at the bar. I had been networking with others at the conference for an hour or so. At the bar, a stunning woman caught my eye. She smiled at me and I smiled right back at her. This woman was blonde, my favorite, in her mid-30s maybe, exuding confidence and sexiness. She was 2 or 3 people along the bar from me. Having caught me on her hook of a smile, she reeled me in, offering me the bar stool next to her with a motion of her eyes. I accepted and asked her if she wanted a drink. I bought her a gin and tonic on the rocks. Hi, I'm. She put her finger on my lips and said, don't tell me your name. It won't work out if you tell me who you are. I was puzzled, but she was attractive enough for me to accept her terms. Which conference are you here for? She asked. Marketing in the New Economy. Good. There are 4 conferences on here, and I didn't want you to be at the same one as me. I was more bemused. I supped my drink and tried to figure what was going on with the blonde. When I was a teenager, my friends would always be comparing conquests. My best friend always wanted to list everyone who she had slept with. Looking back, she was kind of a slut. She would write all the boys' names down. The list seemed to grow and grow, longer and longer by the week. She used to try and get me to write a list of the boys I had gone with. She knew I only had one lover. I went out with that guy for years and years. After we broke up, I slept with this other guy and she started up with this list thing again. She was up to like 30 or so and I was on 2. And I just really didn't want to play that game. So, for a couple of years, I wouldn't go with anyone at all because of the stupid list. Then I met this one guy at a club, and we went back to his place and stuff happened. But, I was so drunk, that if I ever knew his name, it had slipped right out of my memory by the morning. I couldn't tell anyone his name, so I couldn't get him added to the damn list. I was on pint number 3, and the woman was sounding a bit bunny boiler. But she was fine looking and my libido overruled my urge to run far away from the blonde. She continued. This quirk of reality quite amused me. I thought about it for years afterwards. Without a name, I could never add this dude to my list. By the time I got married, I had slept with 4 people but could only name 3, so it was easiest to only state 3 and not try to explain about the other one. Married, she said. I looked at that finger. There was a fantastic rock on an impressive gold band. One of the first things I learnt at university was to always look at that finger. My life rule slipped on this one evening. What I can also tell you after all these years of contemplation is if I slept with someone I can't name, how can I be cheating on my husband? I perked up slightly at that statement. So no name, no guilt. I said. I can't say, even to myself, I slept with John Smith or Joe Bloggs, so how can I feel guilty about it? Suppose not, I replied, starting to like this woman's system. We had another round of drinks and I told her a little about my job and the conference. She looked bored. I'm sorry, I said. My job is interesting to me and I forget it bores the pants off everyone else. Do you want to tell me about what you do? No, said the blonde woman, playing with a strand of her shoulder-length hair. I'm trying to seduce you, not network with you. If I network with you I will know too much about you, and you will probably let your name slip out. I don't want to know your name. And I'm not going to tell you mine. I don't want to appear on someone else's list. I don't want to have the creepy feeling that somewhere out there some guy lists me as a conquest. That would make me feel quite guilty. Knowing someone, somewhere knows they had sex with me after I was married. That would cause me to feel guilty. There should be no record of the event for you or me. Do you do this a lot? I asked. Well, I couldn't write you a list of names, the blonde woman laughed. But in my head there are memories of a few fun nights in hotel rooms with nameless guys. She definitely had the upper hand in the situation. Of course, I don't go bareback with anyone. Can you imagine becoming pregnant and having to explain to my husband not only is the baby not his, but I can't give him the name of the actual father? That would be a hell of a situation. So, if you are one of those guys who only wants to fly solo, then we are both wasting our time. Hey, no, condoms are important. I have no problem with that. Good, said the blonde. We drank some more, chatted about the weather, warm for the time of year as I recall. We covered the issues of driving along the M6, and the trouble finding the interchange with the M5. A strange topic of small talk, but if it avoided identifying each other, then so be it. We also covered TV. She thought there were too many police and crime shows on. All they do is increase people's fear of crime. The worst thing is they all seem to be murder shows, so everyone who watches them spends their lives afraid of being murdered in their beds. The blonde laughed some more. I spend my life trying to avoid these shows. You know what they say. Just because you're paranoid, don't mean they are not after you. Very droll, the blonde told me. Kurt Cobain was quoting someone else when he sang that line. You silly Generation Xers. You know Teen Spirit is a brand of deodorant, right? Really? I asked. Sure, look it up, the blonde told me. I thought, if she wasn't married, we could have dated a while. She was interesting and fun. There was the whole not knowing her name thing, which might have made dating tricky. What would I have put her under in my mobile phone address book? Soon after the Kurt Cobain trivia she took me back to her room. I did my best not to remember the number. I didn't want the temptation of trying to find out who she was in the cold light of day. The room was a standard one inside, the same style as a million other hotel rooms across the world. The blonde dropped her clothes on the floor and stood before me naked. Her husband was a lucky man. But, that one night, I got to have his pleasure. And I did, several times in that standard hotel room. When the morning came along I said goodbye to the blonde. She told me to take care of myself. I held back the urge to tell her to have a nice life. Too cheesy, and I am sure one of the other nameless guys would have said it before. As I lie awake remembering the blonde, I recall the pleasure I shared with her. I am sure she would be up for it again with me. She had been with other guys despite being married. Surely that would make her likely for a revisit. But, alas, there is no way of ever finding her again. There were 5 conferences going on that day. Marketing, a tourism forum, needlecraft, property market investment and wine retailers. Delegates from all round the country. She could have been from any of them. I'm not exactly Hercule Poirot, so her identity remains a mystery. And, to tell you the truth, I think she would probably go loopy if I did track her down. I would know her name and her whole house of cards would come crashing down. Not a good start for an attempt to reconquer the blonde. She is not in the X-file. I don't know her name, so how can she be on the list? Her theory works. I have occasionally wondered how men can go to bed in a hotel with a woman whose name they do not and will never know. But hey, it can't be such a hard seduction. The blonde is pretty and I was easily sucked in. I did not put her in the X-file. For a very good reason. If I made any indication about her in the book and Nick saw it, he would select her as the 6th and final revisit. Knowing how hard it would be to get back there. I am glad I never told him about that. It would be too much for him to have believed when I think about it. The whole thing seems just so bizarre. Like some kind of very real feeling dream. But ultimately ungraspable. Unprovable really. That is why I suppose I never mentioned all this to him, or anyone at all. Her plan proved to be right. No one can retrace the steps. I am not on her list and she cannot feel guilty. She is not on my list and I cannot try and retrace my previous path. As I slowly drift off into the realm of sleep, I wonder how maybe she will never know quite how lucky she was to not be a contender in my unusual quest. Chapter 14. Data in the system. Where do we go from here? A simple question, but the answer is hard to find and trickier still to fathom. 3 women have climbed back into bed with me as part of this bet. I have to find 2 more, then Nick gets to choose the final victim. Time for me to do some more research. I have reached the halfway point, Wednesday of the 5th week. In just 4 Sundays' time I need to have completed the entire mission. I have booked the last 2 weeks of the 9 off work in order to make sure everything can get done. I am hoping to be left with only 1 woman still to find by the time of my annual leave. Which means I have to locate and seduce 2 more in 2.5 weeks. I flick through the X-file again. This mission gets harder with time, as more women have been called and either revisited, put aside or just plain not found. A name stands out today. A girl I slept with a couple of times around last Christmas. Blonde, blue eyes, 5 feet 5 inches tall. Posh as you like. Her dad owns a private bank or some such business. She is called Sophie Poindexter. Sophie is kind of cool. I have her number in an address book somewhere. I search for that little black book. One of her little idiosyncrasies is something which quite attracted me to her. Quite a rare thing for a girl to be involved with, if the truth be told. Sophie had a secret double life. By day, mild-mannered office worker, and by night she is an elf witch venturer in the world of advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Now playing edition 3.5. Some guy Sophie went out with at school introduced her to the game, and she loved it. I used to play a bit at school, although I was more into Warhammer games. But I stopped playing when I was about 15. Sophie has carried on gaming into adulthood. The group she plays with these days has its own website where it chronicles its campaigns and has pictures of its characters. All a bit intense. Sophie tried to draw me back into the fantasy world, but we didn't see each other for long enough for her to succeed. When I found out Sophie and her gaming mates went to live role-playing weekends 2 or 3 times a year, I suddenly found myself being too busy to take her calls. Not sure Sophie really noticed me falling out of her life. She was just starting to get re-ally into the World of Warcraft expansion pack. Massively multiplayer online role-playing games, MMORPG. Steal time worse than television ever did. I give her mobile a call. Hey Blake, how are you? She answers cheerfully. I'm good, how about you? Cool, on my way to a game so I can't talk for long. What can I do for you? I was just wondering if you wanted to go out for dinner one night this week. Sure, Friday is good for me. You know where I live, don't you? Yeah, pick me up at 8, Sophie hangs up. A successful mission. I put Advanced Dungeons and Dragons into Google to see if anything major has happened in the world of gaming since I last had any need to know about it. Nothing seems to have changed since the launch of edition 3.5 of the rules. Good, I should be able to communicate with Sophie at dinner. I had kind of hoped she would be up for going out on Saturday night as Nick is off to a wedding with Jane Mathis that day. Most of Sophie's friends are gamers, which pretty much makes them dweebs. There are a couple of girls who play in the group as well. The dynamics of the group, 4 men and 3 girls, is extremely rare in the role-playing gamers world. In my limited experience, the usual concentration is 1 female per 100 role players. So, by my reckoning, Sophie's group has all the ladies for 300 blokes. Most serious gamers are dweebs, at least all the ones I have ever met. Nice guys, but mostly computer geeks who have trouble with social skills, such as attracting members of the opposite gender. I know for a fact Sophie has never had a relationship with a gamer. She told me how they give her enormous amounts of attention. A woman who knows what THAC0 is and understands the optional encumbrance rule is like a football fanatic finding a woman who truly understands the offside rule. But, despite the attention, Sophie has never found one she wanted as anything other than a friend. An odd paradox seeing how Sophie tried to reintroduce me to the game. Meeting her gaming friends was like the worst meet the parents experiences anyone could ever have. I walked into the Dungeon Master's Lounge, where they were already gaming. It was one of their occasional guest nights, where they roleplay using other systems instead of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I asked what they were playing. Warhammer, one of the dweeb men muttered. So, without thinking and because I was a former Warhammer player, I asked, where are all the lead models? Every eye in the room turned on me like I had told these guys I lined up their mothers and performed depraved unnatural acts with each of them in turn. The indigent dungeon master said, "This is Warhammer role-playing, not Warhammer with models." Stupid bunch of idiots. The whole situation was so Monty Python. We're not the Judean People's Front, we are the People's Front of Judea, I said to the room full of gamers. All I got for my trouble was more icy stares. Time to go, I said. And I never went back. Despite this strange habit for a fit 20-something woman, Sophie was a cool girl on the whole. We ate in good restaurants and drank in fancy wine bars. She liked fine things in her life. Open-minded too. On Friday, I take a list of 5 exes to a private eye called Mac. I found him in the yellow pages, and when I called him up, I was told for £200 Mac could locate 5 of these potentials for me. I deliver the list of names, dates of birth, last known addresses and any other details I have, along to him. Hopefully, I can transfer Sophie from possible into an actual, and one of these 5 names can become the last of my revisits for this dumb bet. I kind of like Sophie. We were extremely casual in our relationship. There was no real split up between us. I just didn't take her calls for a while, and then she stopped. No big deal. At 8 p.m., I pick her up from her flat in one of the upmarket areas of town. Sophie wears a little black dress, with dark red stilettos, matching handbag and lipstick. "Hello baby," I say as she gets into my milligram. "Hey Blake, so where are you taking me tonight?" I tell Sophie the name of the restaurant I have selected, and she seems pleased. We chat about stuff. This and that, movies, television, the latest PS3 games, a bit of politics. I forgot how much Sophie despises Tony Blair. Or, as she delights in referring to him, Tory Blair. Gaming was going to come up sooner or later. Sophie continues to play Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 3.53 times a week. Her character Ventra is now level 16, and is getting to be extremely powerful. But I soon discover there is something else new in her life. When I last saw Sophie, she was getting into the World of Warcraft expansion in a big way. Apparently, this was not enough and she tried the Lord of the Rings MMORPG as well, before she finally discovered the real deal, as Sophie so eloquently describes her new world. Second what? I ask. Second Life, Sophie enthuses. What is that? We eat. Starters are tomato and basil soup for Sophie and prawn cocktail for me. Main course for me is a fillet steak, while she has some kind of tofu monstrosity. I had forgotten Sophie has made the life choice to be a vegetarian. Although, in fairness, she does not go on about the meat is murder mantra like some other veggies. As we eat, Sophie explains how she has been spending a great deal of her time in a new virtual world where pretty much anything is possible. Sophie has designed her own external appearance and, this is the part which really kicks me in the backside, she has bought an acre of land in this computer-generated realm for $200. Worse, Sophie pays a further $25 a month for upkeep of this land. This sane human being has bought a piece of virtual land, which is really only some hard disk space on a server in California. This guy at work, Jerry, purchased an acre of land on the moon, which has pitfalls of its very own. Despite being real in every sense, you can't actually go there, which is messed up in comparison to Sophie's land, not real in any conventional way, yet she visits most days. Sophie mocks me for not getting this concept. You pay 50 quid for a PS3 game, she says. All you get are the predetermined characters and spaces put together by a programmer somewhere. You get superficial control of the character and can change the world in ways already thought of by the developers. In Second Life, I can create anything I like from the raw materials of data in the stream. Build a dream house, a spaceship, make clothes, run a club. So many options. You are paying some people in California $25 a month to use a tiny piece of their server. Blake, where have you been the last decade and a half? What are you on about? Companies and people have been paying monthly fees to host websites on servers forever. How is what I am doing any different? This technology is probably in an equivalent position to where the World Wide Web was in 1994 when people like you have heard of the thing, but have no idea how this will affect and change your life in the near future. Back in '94, people thought the net was for techies and nobody else. Yet here we are and the net is vital to nearly everyone. This is not the same thing at all, I protest. I'm surprised you drive a car. Not still riding a horse to the office, Sophie giggles. We are having a hearty debate over dinner, and she seems to be winning the argument big time. An intelligent woman turns me on. Sophie is attractive as well. I am getting a good feeling about tonight. Sophie is drinking red wine, a claret. I am driving, so on the lemonade. We skip dessert. I am full and Sophie is minding her figure. I drive her home and she invites me in. The two of us drink coffee, hot, rich and black. Her lounge is neat and tidy. A painting of an elf princess dominates the room. Blue skin, long blonde hair, washing in a stream running through an enchanted forest. Sophie's favorite film is Legend, starring Tom Cruise. She thinks Peter Jackson is to be respected for not letting down millions of Lord of the Rings fans. A cupboard in her house is filled with mint condition, unopened packages of Star Wars toys from the 1970s and early 80s. If she had to sleep with another woman, life and death situation like Clarence in True Romance, Sophie would take Princess Leia to bed. No question. What about Queen Amidala? I ask. No way. Natalie Portman is too straight-laced. Leia oozes depth and dirty. Wouldn't you want to talk her into bed so you could tell all your mates you had scored with Princess Leia? How cool would that be? Scoring with Princess Leia. Yeah, baby, can you imagine? I would love to. You'd have to fight me for her. We could share, I suggest. Are you coming to bed? Sophie asks. Sure, I say. Sophie leads me up to bed, and I try not to think about the divine Carrie Fisher while we make love. Getting a picture of Sophie was no problem. She is a fit girl and was not unhappy I wanted to take pictures of her naked. We make love again in the morning. Afterwards she asks, have you got anything going on today? No, I reply. Cool, I'm free until gaming tomorrow morning. Do you want to hang out with me? Sure, I say. I have nothing else to do but go home and be bored, so hanging out with a cool, intelligent and gorgeous woman is little hardship to me. Sophie cooks breakfast for me, a vegetarian version of a full English. She shows me her Second Life avatar. A robotic woman. She reminds me of fake Maria, I say. That was the intention. Clever boy. No one online has noticed the Metropolis reference. We laze around during the morning, kissing and talking about the world, gaming, the internet and Sophie's second life. In the early afternoon we stroll into town to get some lunch. I take Sophie to Subway. Not extravagant, but good food. Hasn't some guy lost an amazing amount of weight by only eating their products? Something Sophie and I both agree on is never eating from McDonald's. She hasn't eaten food from the retailer since the 90s. I have been MC-free for about 2 years now. On the way back from Subway we walk past the town's Warhammer shop. You want to go in here? I ask. Sophie shrugs, so I head inside. She follows along behind. I haven't been inside a Warhammer store since I was 15. But nothing has changed in essence. Around the walls are hundreds of boxed lead models in floor-to-ceiling rows. There is a cabinet filled with rule books for the various games systems produced by the firm at its Nottingham HQ. In the middle of the room is a large table with hundreds of intricately painted models in mid-battle. Seated around the table are half a dozen pimple-faced teenage boys, all greasy hair and dressed in black. The eldest one, he looks only 19, notices me looking up and down the shelves. All eyes apart from his are on Sophie. This must be some kind of seminal moment in the history of the store. An attractive woman has stepped foot inside. The models on all the walls seem to be Warhammer 4000 and Lord of the Rings. The spotty youths are looking at Sophie and I as though we have walked into the wrong shop. They seem poised to tell us Gap is the other side of the mall. Can I help you? The eldest one, who is clearly the manager, eventually forces himself to ask me. I look him up and down before replying. I see all these popular sets, your 4000 and Lord of the Rings, but what I am after is Mordheim. Do you actually have any in this store? The boy manager looks confused on so many levels. I am convinced he is going to start blurting, does not compute, and start waving his arms around before his head explodes in a cloud of blue logic. Finally he manages to speak. We don't stock any Mordheim. You need to go to our website. I look at him, disappointment flowing like laser beams from my eyes towards him. I turn around and walk out of the shop. Sophie follows me, and when the door shuts behind her beautiful backside, she laughs. That poor kid. Not only do you take a woman into his Warhammer shrine, you ask him for a game system they almost never stock in stores anymore. Well, they stared at us so hard, like we shouldn't have the cheek to step into their shop during a game on a Saturday afternoon. Sophie and I wander into the large bookshop in the mall. You know how to tell if the bookshop you are in is any good? Sophie asks. No, how? First of all you head to the science fiction area and look in the B section. I follow Sophie to this part of the store. She continues, and then look for Alfred Bester. If the store doesn't have either Tiger, or the Demolished Man on the shelves, leave immediately. Sophie waves copies of both books at me, before returning them neatly to their places on the shelf. Second, you go to the history section, look in the American subsection. We head over to that part of the store next and she waves another book at me. This is Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. If a bookstore doesn't have any Bester or a copy of this important book, leave immediately. The bookshop you have entered cannot be trusted and has nothing for you. Such an intense woman. Later in the day we order in pizza to Sophie's place and watch the return of the King Special Edition on DVD. We drink some fine red wine from France and I spend a second night in Sophie's comfy bed. Both Sophie and I sleep late on Sunday morning. When we rise, she says to me, "It's been great." Yes, it has. I go to kiss her, but she pulls away. "This is just about sex. You're a nice guy, Blake, and I've had a great weekend. But we are never going to have a relationship. Normally I would have sent you on your way yesterday morning, to ensure you didn't get the wrong idea. But I'd nothing on and thought spending time with you was as good a way as any to pass the time. I'll call you sometime and maybe we can have some fun together. But not too soon. Maybe a few months down the line give me a ring, and we can spend some more time in each other's company." "Sure," I say, delighted at the outcome and double happy not to be the one suggesting it. I drive away from Sophie's place pleased with the outcome of the weekend. I email Nick when I get in, attaching the latest digital picture. I spend a lazy day resting in my flat. I call Tammy and have a brief chat with her. For the first time in years, I talk to my sister without being at my folks' house. Positive moment for both of us. Around 9 p.m., while I am drying off after a shower, my mobile rings. For some time I have speculated as to whether Tiffany would try and contact me. Seems I was right. I don't answer the call. My phone beeps to let me know Tiffany has left a message. I listen to the voicemail expecting tears, hateful words, loss, regret, recrimination. In her normal tone Tiffany says, "Didn't think you would answer. Sorry about last weekend. I was a bit of a mess. Look, don't blame you for screening this call, but to show there are no hard feelings I thought I would help you with this bet of yours. Remember Joan York? You slept with her, right? Well, I'm in touch with her. I won't tell her about the bet, so give her a call." Tiffany then reels off a phone number for me to use to contact Joan. Tiffany cannot have cared about me or been half as in love with me as she claimed a week ago. I was expecting boiled rabbits, but instead, here at the end of week 5, I get contact with another potential. Chapter 15. Don't fuck with Wendy Testerbergo. Monday night I pick up the landline phone in my flat and ring Joan York. She is surprised to hear from me. I explain I bumped into Tiffany while I was back in North Cornwall, and after a chat she had given me Joan's phone number. Joan and I chat for a while about old times, then we cover general small talk, before I finally suggest we should meet up. Turns out Joan lives about an hour's drive away from my flat. The woman is more interesting than I recall. Humorous and capable of intelligent conversation. I suppose it has been a lot of years since I last saw her. Joan has brown eyes and brunette hair. I slept with her once at some drunken house party during the first term of the lower 6th. Mostly this event was a drunken fumble between us. But there was penetration and ejaculation, so those few minutes count towards the bet with Nick. As I recall, Joan was taking a couple of classes the same as me, and we were at this party, both pretty drunk, with different people. I had been trying to pull the gorgeous blonde Kansas, who was head girl in the year above me. She was named after the American state where she was conceived, or at least that is what everyone at 6th form said. It turned out this hot blonde was already seeing some guy called Martin, who was away at university. I heard somewhere he has now got a PhD, and was teaching at one of the colleges which make up Oxford University. This Kansas was not only head girl, she had brains and could have been a model. Like proper fashion brands, £10,000 before she would set the alarm clock. At that party, Joan York had been dumped by some guy. A rugby player named Brad Simpson, who had been discovered in the middle of screwing some girl on the dining room table at this party early in the evening. I heard this fella was part of the rugby union team of a good London university, buzzer winners. Apparently, the whole union team, including substitutes, had shared this one girl as part of their celebrations for a victory of some big match or other. They had a victory party in one of the halls of residence and she opened her room up to the team. Brad Simpson was the type of guy to have no issue going somewhere a dozen or so of his mates had been just before. Brad would have seen this as a team-building exercise. So, I had been knocked back and Joan had been humiliated. After being blown out, I wanted to be with someone to prove to myself I was still desirable. Joan wanted to know a man would still want to be with her despite Brad's temptation by this other girl. Looking back, I can see it was bad teenage logic which drew us together. And enough vodka to kill a medium-sized mammal. In later, more sophisticated years, I would refer to the exchange as a sympathy shag. This sympathy was exchanged in the bedroom of the party thrower's parents. I was drunk enough to not feel uncomfortable with the situation. I never made love to anyone on my parents' bed, nor any girl on her parents' bed. But I made love to Joan on the bed of a married couple who bore no relation to either of us. As we finish up on the phone, Joan tells me to come visit her at her home on Wednesday. I know my line manager is off that day, and I am sure I can sneak away early. Tuesday is unremarkable in about every possible respect. Except one. The private eye I hired, Mac, rings me and says he has a list of current addresses and telephone numbers of the 5 women I asked him to locate. I thank him and say I will pick them up on Thursday. By then I will know if I am going to need them or not. If Joan turns out to be a winner, then I am on 5 and on to Nick's choice. Unless he picks one of these 5, the money spent will have been for nothing. On Wednesday afternoon I head out of the office at 4 p.m. and take my milligram onto the motorway and head west to where Joan York now lives. The traffic is not so bad, as I am driving away from the city before rush hour really kicks off. She lives in a small town, indistinguishable from hundreds of such places across this country. Dull grey buildings, grey roads, chav teenagers loitering on street corners by greasy takeaways, young single mothers and their broods marching up the roads. Ordinary 21st century life. Joan's place is a flat in a purpose-built complex of apartments. The countryside beyond the town is the view from her windows. Not a bad place to live, I guess. Sedate and quiet. I ring on the intercom buzzer and Joan lets me in by pressing the button to open the outside door and, through the intercom, tells me to come on up. When I see Joan, I am surprised at how much she seems to have aged. Joan looks 20 years or more older than she should. With idiots like Brad Simpson and me in her mid-teenage years, I dread to think what type of prats were attracted to her in the years after I knew her. Joan really looks like life has given her a tough deal. And here I am, with a bet to win, turning up on her doorstep. Some people were really not born lucky. I was born with the ability to be a complete and utter heartless bastard. I am predator, Joan is victim. Survival of the fittest. God bless Darwin. Once inside her modest one-bedroom home, Joan makes us both a cup of tea. She is wearing jogging pants and a cheap-looking vest top. Her skin is so pale, the only term to accurately categorize it is vampire. Her hair is straggly and greasy. A picture of health she is not. What in the world am I doing here? Joan was never a stunner, but she was not in any way unattractive. Now, not even a decade later, and she has fallen apart. Tomorrow I can collect the addresses of 5 others from my busy past. So, in all honesty, I could skip seducing Joan and take my pick of these others. But, somewhere inside, the inner bastard awakes. Here I am, invited into her home, pleasantries already occurring. No engagement ring or wedding ring. Who knows what will happen with any of those other women? They could be married. I am not in any hurry to be crossing that line again if I can help it. Or there could be something much worse going on with any one of these exes. Role-playing, for example. Or fetishes concerning science fiction chicks. I have a thing for Colonel Wilma Deering from Buck Rogers in the 25th century, but I do my best not to impose this on others. Assuming the other 5 have all gone insane in one way or another, I stay and chat to Joan. So what's happening with you? I ask. Bit of this, bit of that, you know, life. Yeah, sure. How about you? What do you do these days? I work in marketing, I say. What's marketing? Joan says. I know I must sound stupid, but I just don't know. No, not stupid at all, I say, before proceeding to give her an outline of the basics of the industry and what I do within those confines. We talk, covering a range of subjects, but every time we approach something to do with Joan and her life, she changes the direction of the conversation. Part of our conversation covers the whole, where are they now of people we were friends with in our hometown. Joan knows more than I do. To be quite honest, I have not been big on keeping in touch with people from back then. For all sorts of reasons. So, why did you get in touch with Tiffany after all this time? Neither she nor I are on Friends Reunited, Facebook or Bebo, so what happened? I'm not on any of those sites either, I say, sensing Joan may be testing my story. Bumping into Tiffany was just a complete fluke. I went back home for the weekend to see my parents and sister. My dad took Tammy and I over to the Bath Arms for a drink and Tiffany just happened to be there. We got talking and the other day she left a message on my phone suggesting I look you up. And here you are. Yeah. Things seem lukewarm between Joan and I, so I think I should do something to move things along. Do you want to go out for dinner? I am getting kind of hungry, you know. Sure, I could eat. Do you know any place nice to eat dinner around here? I don't eat out much. We'll find somewhere, I say. Joan and I head out in my milligram and drive around the town centre until I see a respectable-looking Italian restaurant. How about there? I ask, pointing at the place. Joan nods. I park the car and we get a table for 2. The place is not a bad restaurant. Checkered white and red tablecloths, candlelight and actual Italian waiting staff. I have a mineral water, as I am still expecting to drive home this evening. Joan orders Diet Coke, a shame as I was hoping some alcohol would help open her up. I know it's Wednesday, but why not have a glass of wine? I say. I try not to drink these days. I might have a few at Christmas, but it really doesn't do much for me. I order pasta and meatballs in sauce and Joan has a bolognese. We eat and chat some more. Recent films and 19th century novels are the hot topics of conversation. I try to flirt with her while talking about Tess d'Urberville, which is always a mistake. At one point I touch her hand and she recoils like I was a scorpion. We eat and then I drive Joan back to the flat where she lives. At the door she thanks me for dinner. I try and kiss her. "What are you doing?" she asks. "Don't you want this?" I ask. "No, I really don't." "But, what's wrong? Don't you find me attractive?" "Blake, you must own a mirror, you know you are attractive." "Then what's wrong?" "You better come inside." I follow Joan up the stairs and into her flat. I sit down on her sofa. Joan makes some tea, and then sits down on the sofa with me. "I wondered why you came all this way to see me. Remembering you from back then, I didn't think you would come and see me if Tiffany told you about me." "What are you talking about?" "I don't have sex anymore, Blake, you see." "Hey, if you're having a bad run of form, just use me for sex. I don't mind at all. In fact, I prefer that sort of relationship. In some messed up way I suppose that is quite a sweet offer, but really, no. What is up with you?" I ask, puzzled. "I'm HIV positive," Joan says. "Shoot," I say, "I'm sorry. I am reeling inside so badly, but I try not to show it." "Why are you sorry?" "I don't know. I guess it's what people say. I mean, what else is there to say? Nothing, I suppose." "How long have you known?" A horrible thought crosses my mind and Joan must perceive this and she knows exactly what I am thinking. "Don't worry, I got it way after you and I did it that drunken night." "How do you know?" "It doesn't matter, I just know." "I'm sorry, someone I once slept with just told me she has AIDS. How can you say it doesn't matter?" My world is on the verge of falling apart. I don't have AIDS, I have HIV. There is a huge difference. Not from where I am sitting. "Look, you are safe." "How can you know that?" "I got HIV from a boyfriend a couple of years ago. Turns out he was taking heroin on the sly and sharing needles with God knows who. I never noticed Jay was into anything but a bit of pot until the day he told me he was HIV positive. Jay used to inject into the veins in his thighs and would never let me see him naked in any sort of light. I thought Jay was just shy. Turns out he didn't want me to know the truth. Then, when he had the test, he told me, thinking I would stand by him and nurse him. Idiot. I was straight out of that relationship. I got myself tested and I was positive too. As soon as he told me, I knew I had it. We had been together a couple of years and had been having unprotected sex for most of that time. But you didn't know he gave it to you. Maybe you had the virus all these years and gave it to him. Did you think about that?" "Sure. But I know you didn't get anything from me." "How could you know?" "Two reasons. Firstly, before you I hadn't slept with anyone else and I hadn't had any blood transfusions my whole life. Number two, and this is the big one, I had a HIV test when I was 20 and I was clean then." "You have had 2 tests. I've never even had one. Why did you get yourself tested the first time?" "I went on holiday to Africa and slept with this gorgeous local guy out there. He had lived his whole life there, and when I got back someone told me something like 1 in 3 adults in that part of the world had HIV. I didn't know that and we hadn't used contraception. So I thought I was really screwed. I had the test and I was clean. Which means no one I slept with before then could have got the virus from me. Some part of the social services had to contact everyone I slept with between the 2 tests to encourage them to get tested. None of them were positive. The logical conclusion of which is my secret smackhead boyfriend was the source. So, if you have anything to worry about, it is not down to me." "Okay," is all I can say. "You know what, I reckon Tiffany didn't tell you about my condition because you would never have come to see me if you had known." In a bizarre and unprecedented attack of honesty I say, "No, I probably wouldn't. Maybe that is why she didn't tell you, so you would come and see me. Now you know, I will understand if you never get in touch with me again." "Are you dying?" I ask. "Well, everyone is dying," asks Sylvia Plath. "But in the way you mean, not yet. I'm in a dangerous category, and at any moment I could be on my way to dying. Is there anything I can do?" "Invent a cure," she says. I look blankly at her. "I'm joking. There isn't anything you can do." I drive home in something of a daze. Joan York is HIV positive. I mean, blimey. I was trying to pull a girl who has HIV. How did I get into this situation? Well, I could blame Nick and this stupid bet. He does have his share of the responsibility. But, for once his share is only minor. The truth is Tiffany Jarvis, née Noble, is the one who caused this to happen. Bitch. They say a scorned woman is a bad thing. Here is a perfect example. Tiffany knows about the bet. She also knows a woman I once slept with way back when, who is now HIV positive. Knowing the circumstances of the bet, Tiffany puts me in touch with the woman with the big bad disease no one wants. Tiffany knew she would win either way. Joan could have just slept with me. Joan seems a responsible woman, but she hasn't had sex for a while. She could have just decided she wanted it and let me make love to her. She didn't, so respect to her morals. But total disrespect to Tiffany. She probably knew Joan would not go down the route of putting someone, me, at risk. Joan would have appreciated such treatment would make her like the junkie ex. But Tiffany knew instead of putting me at risk, Joan would spook me out by telling me her predicament, but only after I made a move on her. Am I so two-dimensional and predictable? The only possible answer to this question is yes. Tiffany set me up with one voicemail message. It wasn't some elaborate plot. No Blackadder-style cunning fox scheme. A simple ruse a child could have come up with. At school, Tiffany had loved South Park on television, especially Stan's girlfriend, who was her favorite character. This girl was the one who had Saddam Hussein's soldiers blast her love rival into the heart of the sun on the back of a Scud rocket. This 8-year-old character had a motto which Tiffany claimed as her own. Don't fuck with Wendy Testerbergo. Now I know what happens if you do mess with Tiffany. Not a rocket to the heart of the sun, but the sinister feeling of mortality at the sight of someone with a death sentence. A sobering situation. Good revenge. I certainly feel Tiffany has put me right in my place. I consider ways of getting my vengeance on Tiffany. But I can't think of a viable way of getting back at her. Telling her husband I screwed her would cause them to split up, a positive move for her life in the long run. By the time I pull up on my driveway, I have decided to let the matter slide. For now at least. I have more important things to do than seek another way of hurting Tiffany. I hurt her a lot just the other day. If there is a need to get my own back, the opportunity will come. Karma will create the opportunity. We are both still young. I have plenty of time to get round to venting my anger on her. She will be expecting my revenge now. I do not forgive and I do not forget. The opportunity will present itself. For now, Tiffany can believe she has won the game. But, as with everything in this life, I am actually playing a long game with plenty of time left on the clock. Tiffany can wait. A bigger concern right now is the bet. I still have one ex to entice back into my bed before Nick's selection. Tomorrow I will collect a list of addresses from my private eye. For this evening, I comfort myself with whiskey. Scottish, single malt, none of the blended hogwash you can buy on the cheap. I mix the drink with bottled Highland water. Not carbonated, just still, like a lock on a quiet summer evening. I feel restless and cannot drift off to sleep. I have more whiskey and water and sit on my sofa. I don't feel like picking up my control pad and entering some electronic world. I can think of no website I want to look at, or any idea I want to research with Google. I switch on my TV and take in some road accident programming. Jerry Springer and Judge Judy. Opiate for the masses. I feel bad for having these shows on, but right now other people's tragedy is all I have to keep me sane. Chapter 16. The game we are playing. The first thing I do today is ring a doctor and arrange a HIV test. According to Joan, I am not at risk from her. I never knew until yesterday I took the girl's virginity. But I have slept with a whole bunch of women. Despite the fact I have always, except with this one girl, worn condoms with all the women I have now been with, I think it is best I check. You cannot get a 100% guarantee with anything. And I need peace of mind after the trauma of yesterday. During my lunch break, I swing by Mac's office and collect the list from the PI. After work, I pick up the landline phone at home and set to work locating the last of my exes to revisit. Of the 5 women on this list, the one I most want to sleep with again is Sandy Probus. Unlike most of my previous, Sandy is a redhead. Her skin is pale, her face freckly. Sandy has a great body, petite, yet curvy in all of the right places. Sandy is an estate agent. She is damn good at her job. Makes herself a lot of money. When I first moved to this town, she showed me around a few flats. Sandy sold me the place where I now live. She was the first woman I slept with in my flat. In fact, I didn't even own the place when I first made love to her here. Now I come to think of it, I had sex with her in half a dozen flats I didn't own. Sandy was hot. It was casual sex. We both knew that. I bought my place and I haven't seen her since. I know she doesn't work for the same firm anymore. I thought about upgrading about a year ago. I went with the same company, but Sandy wasn't with them anymore. I couldn't find any place I liked the look of, so I took my flat off the market. I never knew where Sandy lived. I looked her up in the phone book, but she wasn't listed. In her trade I suppose it pays to not be traceable. And without trekking to every estate agent in a 100-mile radius, there was no way of finding Sandy. Now I have her home number, address, work number, and address of her new sales office. I ring the office number and leave a message saying I am hoping to sell this place and move on, and can she call me tomorrow to talk about it. I leave my mobile number for her to call. I decide against ringing anyone else on the list for now. Sandy is definitely the cutest of the 5, and on past form, almost a certainty. Later on, I have a pint with Nick and he talks incessantly about Jane Mathis. I have met her like 3 times, but from Nick I know enough to go on mastermind with Jane Mathis as my specialist subject. Insipid creeping darkness rolling through my brain. My consciousness polluted by this hack. 1 pint of Stella is all I can stomach. I make my excuses to Nick and head home. Just after 9 a.m. my mobile rings. The caller ID is withheld. Unusually I answer anyway. Hi Blake, this is Sandy, returning your call. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Me too, so looking to sell your place. Yeah, as soon as I decided to upgrade, I thought of you. That's sweet. I'll need to come round and have a look at the place. No worries, tell you what, can I take you out for dinner to discuss the potential sale? You know Blake, under normal circumstances the answer to a client asking me out for dinner would be no way. But, seeing how it is you Blake, and you have been a special client for me before, for you I will make an exception and say yes to dinner. I arranged to meet Sandy at the cottage on Saturday night. Seems strange to me to be taking Sandy Probus out for dinner. We made love several times, but never had a date as such. Meeting an estate agent to look round a place isn't a date. A euphemism for sex maybe, between the 2 of us. I mean, I looked at 4 places after I decided I wanted my flat. I only looked at them as an excuse to lay Sandy. She always wore power suits, giving off an air of authority, putting her in command of any situation. Powerful women are sexy. Every time I saw Sandy, I wanted to sleep with her. If the truth be known, I have little idea about Sandy's life. She is around 30, a great saleswoman. I have no idea if Sandy has a boyfriend or had one when I was sleeping with her. She is an extremely focused woman. I imagine Sandy has a fantastic home. The sort of place you see featured on television and in magazines. Sandy Probus is pictured beside the fireplace in her dream home. I expect she has a happy life. Everything in their ordered little compartments. Work in one, family in another and home maybe in another. Friends in a separate slot and maybe a lover tucked away in some other compartment. Sandy comes across as one of these people who has these separations and easily keeps all of them apart. Completely different lives, separated in her mind. What she does in one part of her complicated life has no relationship to any of the other parts. Pure speculation, but that is the way I perceive her life to be structured. Now Sandy is part of the compartments of my life, in her case, the bet. This part of my life has nothing to do with work or my home. Yet, everything to do with my friendship with Nick, and the damn wager has already had an effect on my family life. Tammy and I are talking to each other as friends after all these years of second-hand updates through our mother. Another Saturday night when Nick and I do not go out drinking. He didn't seem to mind when I emailed him to say I had arranged a date. His reply was short and to the point. It arrived a few minutes after I emailed him. Nick said, "The bet comes first." I am sure he is taking advantage of my cancellation to spend more quality time with Jane Mathis. More exciting European cinema, I am sure. I am getting kind of weary of going out to dinner with women I used to sleep with. I can only just about bear to go to dinner with Sandy on the grounds we never actually had dinner before. Despite having intimate carnal knowledge of Sandy, we never actually dated in any traditional sense. Maybe not dating is what made the sex so exciting between us. Or perhaps sex with Sandy is always like that. I hope to discover the answer tonight. The cottage is the venue for this evening's meal. I walk to the restaurant. It is Saturday night and I do intend to have a few alcoholic drinks. I arrive early and have a pint of Stella Artois while I wait for the gorgeous Sandy to arrive. I am wearing smart beige slacks, a casual navy blue shirt and smart black trainers. I am clean shaven and I have worked on my hair for an hour to make every strand do exactly what I want it to. I believe there is enough expensive cologne on me to entice Sandy. I am feeling kind of horny and looking forward to a night of passion. Sandy is slightly late. Fashionably so, rather than annoyingly. I am into my second Stella by the time she arrives at the cottage. The woman is stunning. More attractive than I remembered. Sandy is wearing a tiny slip of a black dress. No bra, but her breasts are pert. I forgot how amazing her green eyes are. Even without the suit, Sandy oozes power. Her confidence runs from every pore of her spectacular body. I kiss her right hand when she arrives. Delicate fingers. If I do not pull this wonderful woman this evening, masturbation is surely in my very near future. Hi, You look stunning, I say. Thanks, you look pretty good yourself. Sandy and I sit down at our table for two, and I order a bottle of red wine. Expensive and French. Sandy approves of my choice. Are you looking for another flat or a house this time? Sandy asks. A house maybe, I say. When I bought before all I could afford was a flat. A few years down the line, I have saved some cash, earned a few pay rises and can borrow more for my mortgage, so why not look for somewhere bigger? Town or countryside? She asks. The two of us order starters. I opt for vegetable and herb soup, while Sandy has whitebait. Town is fine for me. I like being near where I work and where the nightlife is. I thought a move to the country would be a bad idea for you. Do you live in the country or the town? I ask. Leafy suburbs for me. White picket fences and all that. I imagine you have a big house. I sure do. 4 bedrooms, 3 receptions with 2 bathrooms. A conservatory and a big garden. But enough about houses. I get bored of talking shop on a Saturday night. So what do you want to talk about? In general, nothing in particular, but in detail, I was actually wondering why you looked me up after all this time. To sell my house. Maybe, she says, but then you would have arranged to come by the office. I think you want to take me to bed. Now, I'm not against the idea. I just want to know the rules of the game you are proposing we play. Truthfully, I do want to sleep with you. That is what the game we are playing is all about. So, you don't want to sell your house. I thought about selling the place, and when I did I thought of you. The idea of selling up didn't seem so important when compared with the possibility of making love to you again. There's a compliment in there somewhere, I'm sure. You are a beautiful and sexy woman, and to be blunt, I want you. How is that for a compliment? Not bad, she says. Sandy holds out her left hand to me, the one I didn't kiss and the one I forgot to look at properly. On her ring finger is a gold band with a sparkling arrangement of diamonds. I didn't know, I say. When did that happen? About 6 years ago, Sandy replies. So when we, made love before, you were married then? Sure, she says. I don't wear my ring to work. I make more sales if men think I am available. And what about what happened between us? Completely unprofessional. Nothing like that has ever happened before or since you. There was just something special about you, Blake. After you bought the flat, there was no reason to call you, so I didn't. And you never called me after the sale either. I figured I was just another goal on the score sheet for you. So I went back to my real life. I never told Scott, he's my husband. I was not leaving him or anything, so there was no need to tell him what I had done. We are happy together in the main. If you are so happy together, what are you doing coming out to dinner with me? From your appearance and what you have said to me, I don't get the feeling you came here this evening to tell me to get lost. No, I didn't come out to this restaurant for that. So what is going on inside your pretty little head? I ask. I came here to see if I still wanted you. Do you? I ask. She looks right at me, blushes slightly and says, yes. So what comes next? I'm not leaving Scott. Good, I don't want you to. What do you want? To take you back to my flat and make love to you. How is that for you? Fine, but I need to know where we stand afterwards. I have no intention of breaking up your marriage. If you leave your husband, you will not be moving into my life or my place. I want sex from you. Intelligent conversation is a byproduct of spending time with you, but mostly I want your body. Pure and simple. No strings, no emotional ties. No messy scenes. If we do start having sex regularly, there will be rules. Like I am not going to be exclusive with you. Whether or not you end sexual relations with your husband, and I don't care if you do or you don't, I will be out with other women. Having dinner, making love to them. Can you deal with all of that, Sandy? Of course. And we will not see each other regularly. We are not going to have a situation where every Wednesday we meet for sex. More likely, once a month or every 6 weeks we will meet up for a couple of hours, make love and then be gone from each other's lives until the next time. No love letters or emails or texts. The occasional phone calls to see about arranging a meeting. So many rules. If we know the nature of what we are doing from the start, we can't get hurt. So long as you know this is just about sex to me, you won't find yourself having delusions what we have is more than what it is. Can I ask you a question? Sure, I say. Have you done this kind of thing before? Why do you ask? From the way you are so specific about the parameters of this proposed relationship, I think you must have done all this before. Maybe I have and maybe I haven't. I might have half a dozen married women on the go at once, or I might just have come up with these rules off the cuff this evening, after I found out you have a husband. Part of the allure of me to you and you to me should be an aspect of secrets. I imagine I will never visit your house, or meet your husband or come to your office. So there are parts of your life which will never be open to me. And my work and friends and other women in my bed will be a closed door to you. God damn it, this chick hard work. Sandy has only just finished off devouring the whitebait. I can't manage them myself. The eyes just look back at me, and I can't put the fish in my mouth. There is still the main course and dessert to go before we get to the reason for this evening, and already we are here defining the affair. Now, to be honest, arranging to have occasional sex with Sandy is actually quite a bonus out of this whole bet rubbish. She is extremely fit and a physical relationship with her sounds a great benefit to come from this stupid bet, which has, in many ways, caused more problems than I ever expected. Too many issue-tastic women in my past. All of what you say sounds perfectly fine to me, Sandy says. However, I do have a few things to add. Fine, I say. I have laid down my criteria. It's only fair Sandy has her turn. First of all, much of what you have said about me staying out of your life and not falling in love with you or anything like that is fine by me. Well, I have eyes and I own a mirror, and I remember the men I went out with before I met Scott. I was prone to have men become infatuated with me. I am, or was, a regular victim of stalkers. Men I was quite casual about would profess undying love for me and lurk around my home, or near my work, or worse, would appear at my favorite pub every weekend night and follow me around, professing love to me. Embarrassing mostly, but occasionally, with a certain type of scorned man, it could be quite intimidating. You are forbidden from appearing anywhere I might be without prior arrangement. In fact, I don't want to ever see you unless we have arranged to rendezvous. If you, by any chance, happen to be at a shop or pub or club, and I am there, don't let a flicker of recognition spread across your face. Actually, if you see me anywhere, leave the place immediately. Absolutely no question. Okay, no problem there. I mean it's been 3 years, and I have never seen you anywhere by chance, so I can't argue with a rule which is never going to come up. Secondly, Sandy continues, there are some areas of my love life where I am not getting what I want. Such as, I like sex in public. Outside, in places there is a danger of getting caught. I know you aren't against this. You have made love to me in other people's houses. So more of that is what I want. And also in the woods and parks. The great outdoors in general. No problem with that, I say. It has been a while, dogging in a car aside, since I made love in the open air. I was always a fan of fornicating in nature. Also, she adds, I like to tie men up and be in total control of the situation. Since I got together with Scott, my handcuffs have gone rusty due to lack of use. Again, I have no problem with being restrained and ridden. Another of the things I quite liked in the past and am completely happy to try again with a new partner. During the main course, steak for me and lamb shank for Sandy, I need to use the toilet. I go to the gents in the restaurant and, when I am finished, I wash my hands and find Sandy in the room with me. She puts her finger on my lips to silence me when I go to ask what she is doing here. Sandy pushes me into one of the cubicles and locks the door behind us. You know what I was saying about sex in dangerous places where we might get caught? Sandy says while undoing my flies. Yes, I say. Let's start as we mean to go on. After the cubicle incident, we finish our main courses and I have post-coital ice cream and more wine, while Sandy has after-orgasm fruit cocktail and some mineral water. Her husband is under the impression Sandy is having dinner with someone from work and will be surprised if she is drunk when she returns. He is at home playing Pro Evolution Soccer with his mates while drinking their way through a crate of beer, a normal Saturday night in her house, Sandy tells me. When we finish eating, the two of us take a stroll back to my place. She tells me she likes what I have done with the place. I tie Sandy up with silk scarves and make love to her. She doesn't protest at all when I take her photo, but naked and tied down on my bed. The cup of flesh around her vagina shaved bald. I remember from last time around, this woman has matching collar and cuffs, but has now gone Brazilian. Sandy is a gorgeous woman. I am sure she works out, her body is toned, but not too much. Enough to maintain her shape, but not so much as to make her look muscled and buff. Sandy is not the sort of woman who could pull off a muscled physique. You know, I say, you look great naked. I know, she says. How old are you? I ask. How old do you think I am? She fires back. 29 or maybe 30, I reckon. I'm 36. You don't look it. Good. I untie Sandy and she takes a cab home before midnight. I'll call you in a month or so, Sandy says as she leaves. I email the final of the 5 pictures across to Nick as soon as Sandy is gone. I have conquered 5 ex-girlfriends in 6 weeks. A warm feeling wells up inside of me. I am pleased with myself. Only one more hurdle left to cross. The one Nick chooses to throw at me. A whiskey is my final port of call before I go to bed at the end of a fruitful day. Nick invites me to Sunday lunch in a country pub. The hack Jane Mathis drives us out there. While Nick and I sup our Stellas, she drinks an Orange Henry. So, 5 X's in 6 weeks. That's good work, Nick says. He hands me an envelope. I look inside and see 5 red £50 notes. Thanks, I say, before placing the envelope in my jacket pocket. Have you thought any more about letting me write a feature on you? Jane Mathis asks me. No more thought. The previous answer stands. I thought giving you a front page on dogging would be enough to make you forget about it. On the contrary, giving me a front page lead instead of letting me write about you just made me keener. Anyone who can give out a front page in the hope of diverting a reporter certainly has a story to tell. Why not do a general story about the principle all this started with? I say. What was that? She asks. Well, Nick was convinced any girl a guy ever slept with would be able to be persuaded back into his bed. I was against the whole idea. But we argued and then he bet me, if I tried, I could reclaim 6 previous lovers. So, I was trying to prove the antithesis of what I believed. 6 weeks on and I have revisited 5 ex-girlfriends as part of the bet. It seems ex-girlfriends are fair game for revisiting. Did you get back with every girl you tried? Asks Jane Mathis, ever the investigative reporter. No, not every single one. Which tells me, she says, there is some truth in the theory, but it can't be a generalization. I can think of some men I have slept with who I would in principle not say no to. But, again, there are others I don't even want to admit I slept with in the first place. So you are going for a somewhere in the middle conclusion, I say. Afraid so, she replies. How very UN journalist-like, Nick says, a reporter sitting on the fence. This isn't as clear-cut as most things I have to cast an opinion on. This isn't politics or a court case. This is totally lifestyle magazine territory. This is the type of story a men's mag and a woman's publication would treat completely differently. Men would be told how great Blake is for his achievement in conquering 5 ex-girlfriends, while a women's glossy magazine would question why any girl would allow him to go back. They would talk about the role of power between the genders. Also about the sense of worth of each woman, Jane Mathis says. And this kind of analysis is exactly why we are not going to do a feature on my life, I say. Nick and I eat roast lamb and drink more Stella, while Jane Mathis eats a nut roast. So, who are you going to choose for the final challenge? Have you even thought about it yet? I ask Nick. Yeah, I know who I am going to choose. I have known for weeks who I would select, Nick says. Really? I say, how have you known? I borrowed the X file for a couple of days. I took it from your flat and photocopied it and returned the book to your place. I read the notes and thought long and hard. Who did you choose? I ask, angry he took the book, but holding my emotion back. Of the 35 eligible women in the list, I read about how they look, their sense of humor, quirky sexual activity, positives and negatives of your time together. But the one thing I noticed of all the names on the list was in reality only 34 of these women actually had entries in the file. This puzzled me. I read all the entries again and again. They all had similar themes. Not a one stood apart from the other. But the standout was in fact the non-entry. I knew if one breaks the pattern, stands out from the rest, that is the one which should interest me. So I know if she was the only one to not follow the pattern, then there has to be a good reason. So from early on I knew who I would pick. And each time you pulled a woman and it wasn't the one I had in mind, each time, I knew I had picked the right ex. I know the name Nick is about to say and I am petrified. Nick says, I choose Lorna Adams. Damn, is all I can say. From the look on your face, like I just slapped you with a wet kipper, I know I made the right choice. Anyone but her. Is now the time to tell you Jane and I are thinking about moving in together? Nick asks. I smile and mumble something almost pleasant. Inside I am falling apart. Jane Mathis drops me off at my flat after lunch. I haven't really said much since Nick revealed his choice. I call in sick on Monday morning. I am feeling sick to my stomach. I pulled 5 ex-girlfriends in 6 weeks as part of a bet. Nick paid me the money for these revisits, knowing who he was going to pick for the final throw of the dice. His logic has given him a clue how hard it would be for me to pull Lorna Adams. Nick now expects I will have to go through with the humiliation of handing him the keys to my milligram. I spend Monday in bed hating Christmas and wishing I had never even met Lorna Adams. Chapter 17. The 3MS. I always remember my relationship with Lorna Adams in black and white. Like an old movie, which I try never to play back in my head. The Lorna issues began with a choice at the end of my school days. Do I get a job, go to the further education college in the county town, or the sixth form 15 minutes from my home? I didn't want to go to work, I wanted to get a degree, which meant either of the two education options. Being one for the easy life, I opted for the establishment closest to my house. I chose my A-levels and off I went to do some more learning. This time through my own choice, rather than by law, as it had been at school. Tammy had already chosen the sixth form route. Again her choice was to do with access. The FE college was a 40-minute bus ride each way. Despite its better academic record, we both chose the easy life. Tammy didn't want to go to university, but she was smart and wanted as much education as possible before entering the world of work. The day I started at sixth form, Tammy must already have been pregnant with David. She was in the upper sixth and had slept with this guy, Peter, a few times during the end of her first year and into the summer. He was okay, but to him the relationship was only a bit of fun. And to be fair to the guy, Tammy wasn't in love with him or anything like that. The whole thing was over between them by the time I first walked through the door of the place. A glum 19th century brick building. Converted from a primary school which shut down in the 1960s. Life at sixth form moved along. I attended my classes, I got to know a few people from the other feeder schools. I chased women with some success and got stupidly drunk with my mates. We would go out to Miller's Point and drink, or round to someone's house for a party when their folks were away. Carefree happy days. By Christmas, I knew Tammy was pregnant. The whole place did. It was no big deal. There were loads of pregnancies when we were at school. Tammy had managed to hold out until she was 17. The sixth form usually had one a year, so the teachers knew the drill. My parents weren't happy about the whole thing, but they told Tam they would support her whatever she decided. I had known since Tammy first missed her period. We were real close back then, Tammy and I. From day one I pledged my support to her decision. No question. Whatever she wanted I would cover her back. 100%. Tammy said she wanted to keep the baby. The kid was due in April, so there was no way she could do her A-levels so soon after giving birth. At Christmas Tammy dropped out, promising to come back in a year or two to finish what she had started. In fact this didn't happen, but Tammy has been taking one A-level a year at night school these past couple of years. She has passed two so far and is working towards the third at the moment. My sister had made a life-changing choice. Keeping David. Committing the rest of her life to the boy. A hard decision for anyone at 17. I respected her for it. I mean, Tammy looked at the options. From the start, she was adamant about wanting to keep the child. The doctor discussed with her what would happen if she didn't. But her mind was made up. I was a bit of a lad that first term, pulling several women in my year, including Joan York, and a couple of girls from the year above. Around the time Tammy dropped out of the sixth form, the place held its annual Christmas party. The student union hired the function room of a seafront hotel and got a DJ to play. Everyone got drunk and had a good time. My mates and I had a drink in the park. A bottle of cheap white wine each and on to the party. The bar staff were quite lax considering we were from the sixth form. No one was asked for proof of age. This was great. I was only 16 and getting served at a bar, no questions asked. The place was bustling with people from sixth form. All drunk. Everyone dressed up to impress. Pretty much every person was sharking. Most were after a snog or two. A couple of girls from my class, Darla and Jane, were having a competition to see how many men they could snog at this party. By the end of the night the pair of them were into double figures. I decided not to kiss either of them. For me, the Christmas party was significant as the first time I ever spoke to Lorna Adams. I was talking with this bloke, Stuart, who I knew from one of my classes, when she came over and said hi to him. Stuart introduced me to her. We said our hellos, and somehow got chatting. Lorna was an extremely pretty girl. Not slutty, more the girl next door type, sultry maybe. Blonde, about 4 or 5 inches shorter than me. Blue eyes. At the Christmas party, she was wearing a pair of blue Levi jeans, cool-looking pink trainers and a black silk shirt, unbuttoned some way down her front, exposing a little bit of her cleavage. Lorna was hot. I had never noticed her at sixth form. Turns out, she was doing a tourism course. I didn't even know the place offered such a thing. Lorna had also come from a different feeder school to me, so it should not have come as a massive surprise we had not come across each other among the 300+ students. We talked at the Christmas party and had a few drinks together. Lorna and I got on really well. Are you seeing anyone? I asked. No, she replied. I kissed her in the function room of the Griffin Hotel, overlooking the shore of our gloomy hometown. Our first kiss ever. Treasured. Can I see you again? I asked. We exchanged numbers. Lorna said I should call her soon. She didn't want to have to wait until sixth form started again in January to see me once more. Her saying those words still rank as one of the happiest moments in my life. The next day was a Saturday and I called her up around lunchtime. Lorna was pleased to hear from me. She kept saying so. We arranged to meet up in town at a cafe. We drank Coke and chatted. I held her hand and pure bliss was the only emotion I could register. I walked her home as the winter darkness set in. I kissed Lorna on the doorstep of her parents' house and she asked me to see her the next day. We saw each other every day except Christmas Day. We went drinking with my mates on Christmas Eve and spent the day with her friends on Boxing Day. I was getting to know Lorna pretty well. I knew all about her childhood, her parents, her cousins, ballet classes and dancing lessons. All about her life. Lorna desperately wanted to run a hotel one day. She always had, ever since she could remember. Lorna used to make believe of running a hotel, when the rest of us were playing at superheroes or at doctors and nurses. Lorna knew all about me as well. School, home, Tammy and the baby and how I hoped to get the grades to go to university and do a media or marketing course. The day before New Year's Eve, Lorna came to my house when my parents were out. Tammy was not around either for some reason. I saw Lorna naked for the first time that day. She was divine. We made love that afternoon on my bed in my room with the Winnie the Pooh wallpaper. This is another of my happiest moments ever. Lorna and I saw in the new year in each other's arms. Drunk in the center of town with hundreds of other revelers. A kiss at midnight spanning the old year and into the new. By Valentine's Day, Lorna and I were using the L word. I bought her a dozen red roses. Sent her a card and took her out for dinner. Lorna bought me a watch. A Seiko. One of those relatively expensive watches which will last forever if you treat it right. I have it still, in a drawer somewhere. I never wear the Seiko these days. Back then, I wore the watch all the time. Lorna and I would hang out all the time. During our lunch break, after lessons and at the weekends. She was on first-name terms with Sally and Theo, my mum and dad. I was on good terms with Angela and Brian, her parents. We ate at each other's houses, knew each other's friends. Lorna and Tammy got on better than my sister ever did with any girl I dated before or since. Our life together was marvelous, perfect even. The night Tammy gave birth to David, it was Lorna who drove me to the hospital so I could be there for his big entrance. Lorna held my hand in the grubby waiting room all night long while we waited and while Tammy struggled through labor. Lorna and I bought awful coffee from a vending machine and shared the anticipation and joy. As spring turned into summer, Lorna and I would hang out at the end of Miller's Point, near the cave. Drink wine, sometimes smoke a little and often make love. She was on the pill so we stopped using condoms. The only girl I ever flew solo with. If we had a heavy night drinking, she would say the next day her head was in pieces. I loved that saying. The future was not one of our big topics. The thrill of the now was all-consuming. Where would we be a year from now, or maybe 2, was not a great consideration. We lived for today in a way only carefree teenagers can. Lorna and I were in love. Pure and simple love. There were days when I thought I could do anything for her. Absolutely anything, without question. And she felt the same way about me. The summer holidays came along, and we both got part-time work and carried on seeing each other as much of the time as we could. Occasionally we would babysit for Tammy while she caught up with her friends. More often my parents sat and the 3 of us would go out for drinks. Tammy had gone through an amazing year. Teen mum and on the council housing list for goodness sake. The father had got a job in an office somewhere, and they came to some arrangement where he would give some money for child maintenance. At no time did Peter or Tammy kid themselves they could get married and bring David up. I suppose I respected them for their decision. The pair of them would have been super miserable if he had stuck by her. To this day, he still sends a check each month. But as far as I know, Peter has never even seen the boy, nor requested to. I sent off my applications for university in the October. All the places I wanted to go were on the south coast. None of them too far away for visits. It was not like I had applied to go to St. Andrews. At the time, I didn't make a big deal of wanting to apply to university, although I had mentioned it a few times. But I didn't go on about going like the thought was the only thing in my life. There was plenty of other stuff going on in my life. Lorna, partying, 3 A-levels, Tammy and her child. A year away from starting at university, the application was merely the first step in the process. I was the first in our year to dye my hair bright blonde, Eminem style. He was on MTV all the time. The music magazines we read were just full of the white boy rapper. I had short dark hair in a similar style, so I bought some dye and was the coolest kid in 6th form for a couple of weeks, until everyone else was doing the same. Lorna thought my hair was way cool. She kind of had a thing for Marshall Mathis III. For a while she got really turned on when I called her bitch and hoe while we made love. It soon wore off and, by our anniversary, a week before Christmas, I had let the blonde grow out and was back to my normal color. Early in the new year, I started getting replies from universities. Conditional offers. But when you get an offer lower than your predicted grades for a course you really want to do, how can you not be happy? Lorna was shocked. She seemed to think I had never mentioned wanting to go to university. I asked her, how can you know me better than anyone, yet not be aware I want to do a degree in media studies? I thought we would both get jobs around here when we finished at sixth form, Lorna said. I was going to get a management post at a hotel and train on the job. I hoped you would be nearby. I will be nearby. I meant here in this town, not Southampton or Bournemouth. You can take the girl out of Cornwall, but not Cornwall out of the girl. The argument got us nowhere. Lorna wanted us to get jobs and buy a house. Of course, to live together we needed to get married in her eyes. All I wanted to do was complete my education, yet Lorna wanted me to walk down the aisle, buy a house and get a job, which no doubt would not see me fulfilling my potential. If you love me you'll let me get my education, I would say. If you love me you'll live with me, marry me and get a job, Lorna would say. We were at an impasse. The joy of living in the now was tainted. The closer we got to taking our exams, the more of an issue the future became. Lorna and I were so in love, but we both wanted a different life in the near future. I would tell her after university I would live with her wherever she wanted and we could talk about marriage and getting a mortgage. But, for her waiting till 21 for all these things was just too much. To me, it was 3 short years separating where we were to where I wanted us to be. I would look at the 2 Ms of marriage and mortgage when we got to that point. One day in April, around David's first birthday, Lorna dropped her atom bomb on both our lives. I'm pregnant, she said. The words ate at my soul. You can't be, I said. You've been taking the pill. I stopped. You did what? I wanted a baby, so I stopped taking it. If you stopped taking the pill, you should have told me. Wanting a baby is something we should have decided together. It's too late to argue about that. Now you need to get a job when we finish sixth form to support the 3 of us. Lorna had stopped taking the pill on purpose to trap me into the way of life she wanted for us. I was given no choice. Lorna got pregnant to ensnare me. To tie me to a life in that dump of a town. To crush all I had been working for. A future in a job which would pay respectable money. I wasn't asking for the world, just a bright future, which I was happy to share with Lorna, the girl I loved. But she changed the rules. If she loved me she would never have tried to crush my hopes like this. Lorna told me she got pregnant to make sure we would always be together. She could have had that anyway, no question. But to go to these lengths to blackmail me, in a way, into doing what she wanted. It was all too much. Get rid of it, I told her. She shrieked and cried. No way, Lorna shouted. I want nothing to do with it. The child is not an it, she said, holding her belly. This is the wrong time. After university, I would have been more than happy to talk about having children. When we are both settled into our careers. But now is the wrong time. I love you, Lorna said. If you truly loved me you would have respected what I wanted from life. I could have let her have the baby and put the infant up for adoption. Or Lorna could have had the child and been a single mum. But, right then, I hated her for trying to destroy my dream. I hated the baby too for just being there, for being in the way of the life I wanted. Lorna cried when I made her get an appointment at the clinic. Tammy was furious when Lorna told her. Tammy found Lorna crying on our doorstep one day. I was out and she came over to talk to me. Lorna was so upset and blurted out the whole sorry tale. When Tammy saw me she went insane. What do you think you are playing at? She asked. What if I had got rid of David? The boy was just about starting to walk. That boy means the world to me, Tammy said. I would give up my life for him, no question. And you want to kill your own child. This has nothing to do with you, I told her. This has everything to do with me, Tammy insisted. You made your choice to keep the baby, I respected that. You are living with the consequences. Dropped out of sixth form and waiting for a council house. I told Lorna what I wanted to do with the next few years of my life, and she got pregnant to try and change my mind. To bring me round to her way of thinking. The idea either makes her pretty stupid or a scheming witch. Take your pick. How can you be so heartless? Lorna knew what I wanted and she tried to trap me into a life I didn't want. Maternity, marriage and a mortgage at 18. I say no. I did not want to take the choice Lorna was offering me. I want the life I planned. If she doesn't want to be in my life the way I hoped, then so be it. That is her choice. Tammy made it her mission to persuade Lorna to keep the child. My sister also put pressure on me to change my mind. I can be a stubborn and so when I want and I remain steadfast. Lorna spent a lot of time crying at me, pulling the emotional levers in a bid to persuade me to change my mind about the child and the road I was choosing in life. The night before her appointment, Lorna asked to meet me. I reluctantly hooked up with her, knowing I would get one last barrage of emotional games from her. Things can never go back to the way they were between us if you make me go through with this. That is up to you, I said. No, it's up to you. Lorna, this whole situation is your doing. Against my every wish. You made this mess, you clean it up. This is a child, not a mess. You know what you have to do. I left her then and walked home in warm spring rain. My A-level exams mere weeks away. Lorna rang me when she got back from the clinic. It is done, she said. Good. I never want to see you again, Lorna said. This is all about choices. Is that your choice? Lorna started to cry. I don't know what my choice is. I love you. Whatever has happened, I have and still do love you, Blake. I want to be with you. You said things could never be the same between us. Part of me wants to make all of this right between you and I, Blake. And the other part? The other part wishes you were dead like my baby. When you decide which choice you want, let me know. I hung up the phone at that point. The last words I ever exchanged with Lorna Adams. She must have told some big mouth at sixth form what had occurred, as it was the subject of gossip for weeks after. Everyone in the place seemed to know. When she heard this whole mess had all become common knowledge, Tammy slapped me across the face and called me a complete cunt. Relations between Tammy and I went downhill pretty rapidly and took several years, until my recent visit home, to even start to thaw. I know the truth. I was far too young to be dealing with those 3 big letter M words. Mortgage, marriage, maternity. Whatever order they came in. Too much responsibility. I went off to university and, with the help of reliable contraception, shagged lots of women and generally had a great time, while trying my best to avoid any kind of commitment. A philosophy I continue to stick to. I got my degree and a job in the industry where I wanted to work. I earn good money and so far have only had the inclination to take up one of the 3 MS. I can handle the responsibility of a mortgage. The other 2 are not for me in the near or medium term, at least. The last thing I ever heard about Lorna after she finished her tourism course was, instead of getting work at a hotel in our hometown, she flew out to one of the Spanish costas to take a job as a holiday rep or something similar. Apart from that snippet of information, I knew nothing about her life since we parted. And now Nick has challenged me to find Lorna Adams and seduce her as part of this infuriating bet, which could see me lose my beloved Milligram. My painful ancient past is about to collide at high speed with my hedonistic present. I predict the outcome will be a bloody mess. Chapter 18. All about choices. The search for Lorna begins. I look through a few drawers and locate the Seiko watch she gave me on Valentine's Day, just after we started seeing each other. I replace my Rolex with the Seiko. I haven't worn this watch since Lorna dropped her atom bomb to wipe out our relationship all those years ago. On Tuesday I managed to go to work. Everyone is cool, asks if I am feeling better, and all those things they should after someone takes a sick day. My first day of claimed sickness since I began work here. No one makes a big deal of this. Being a good employee means when you are bad no one really questions you. When work is done, and I do stay late to make up for what I missed yesterday, I begin in earnest in my quest to locate Lorna. I ring a couple of guys I am in touch with from back then. I normally only exchange Christmas cards with them. Both of them are extremely surprised to hear from me. I explain I want to get hold of Lorna on neutral terms, just to talk. Both say they don't know where she is and have no idea who might be able to help me find her. Whether or not what Tim and James say is true, I have no leverage, no favors to call in. I have tried to cut myself off as much as possible from my former life. So I have no grounds to persuade these guys to help me. I wonder for a moment if Tiffany might know how I could get hold of Lorna. But I am in no position to ask her. For about 30 seconds I consider asking Joan York, but I dismiss the idea out of hand. I may or may not talk to her again. But I do not plan to be in touch too soon after we met up. If we are to be friendly with one another, I fully intend the situation to be vague, and certainly, I intend to have substantial gaps between contacts. A horrible thought wanders through the black abyss of my mind. A comet trailing across my cerebral cortex and exploding like a starburst in my frontal lobes. Tammy. I bet my sister knows. But after so many years I finally started to make up with her over the whole Lorna thing. How can I ask her now? To be fair, I couldn't ask Tammy, with or without our recent reconciliation. So Tammy is quickly ruled out. There is only one way of finding Lorna Adams after all this time. Wednesday morning I ring the private eye. I explain I need him to trace someone else for me. I explain when I last heard from her, and where she had been heading. Mac, the PI, tells me to call him in 2 days. 2.5 weeks left to conclude the bet. I am left with the option of chasing Lorna Adams and trying to persuade her to sleep with me again. Or simply handing Nick the £250 back along with the keys to my milligram. I do not want to lose this bet. Nick is a natural card shark. He always wins money at poker or pontoon. Roulette is also his game and he understands craps. I can't get my head around that game. Nick is a member of the casino in the town centre, and he always comes out richer than when he went in. For a while, Nick went through a stage of creating bets influenced by insane television shows where people cause themselves as much pain as possible in the name of entertainment. MTV has a lot to answer for. I got a whole bunch of injuries, and a couple of scars, trying to win these bets. A majority of them involved skateboards. I failed most of these challenges. And here I am, with Nick upping the complexity of the contest and the stakes, and I am going to crash and burn once more. Lorna Adams. My teenage sweetheart. The one girl I ever truly loved. The girl who tried to trap me into a life I did not want. Lorna, who flew away to Spain at age 18 to escape the accusing eyes of a town full of people who knew what I made her do. Clearly, Lorna decided she never wanted to speak to me again. All about choices. The conclusion of our last conversation set us on separate paths in our lives. Somehow my way in life has led me to the point where I find myself here and now. One choice before me is a collision course with the life Lorna has forged. The other course is to hand over the beautiful and expensive car to my calculating so-called best friend. Neither of these futures is very appealing to me. But I have to choose one of them. 6.5 weeks ago I didn't have to write her name in the X file. I could so easily have left her out. Claimed 34 eligible former lovers instead of 35. I left out one woman who I couldn't name, so omitting another would have been no big deal. I knew the parameters of the bet, knew Nick had to choose the 6th contender. Maybe, on some subconscious level, I wanted to have Nick pick Lorna. Like in some way I actually secretly hoped Nick would pick her. Could be I actually want to find out where she is. Want to make love to her. The subconscious mind is an unpredictable thing. If I do want to find her, does my subconscious want some kind of better closure on the array of issues between us? Or does my subconscious want something I thought I would never consider? Reconciliation. I cannot ever remember wanting to be with Lorna. Not once in all this time has it even entered my head. I don't think about her very often. When I do, I merely shudder and congratulate myself on being free of her grasp. I haven't dreamt about our lost baby in 5 years. I am so over her and so over the whole situation which existed between us. Lorna was included on the list because I was just writing a list of women I made love to during my life. Her name was no big deal when I went through and wrote down their identities. Then why could I never bring myself to write even one word about Lorna in the X file? A conundrum. Introspection is not one of my strong points. Usually a fact or emotion in my brain is simply what it is. Inner meanings, metaphors, hidden agenda, none of these are really my domain. I do not routinely hide my emotions and longings, at least not from myself. Or is such self-deception so ingrained in my psyche I cannot even notice? A crisis of confidence in myself. Pull yourself together, Blake. Everything to do with Lorna was settled years ago, shoved in a box in the attic and forgotten. Yet here Lorna is, causing me internal strife so many years after I last saw her. To be this confused, apprehensive and generally scared of what that could cause, means there is something more to all of this. I have secured revisits with 5 ex-girlfriends, 6 if you count Cynthia. All of them combined have not caused me half the stress the mere thought of seeing Lorna again has created within me. I never used the L word with a single one of the other women I have been with. Could it be this stress is born of some fragment of memory of this long-dead love for Lorna? They say hindsight comes with 20/20 vision. If I had known what was to come to pass, would I have been so keen to speak to Lorna Adams at the Christmas party all those years ago? But, is life worth living if you know how everything is going to turn out? If you know you are going to fail, why ever take part? Something I have learned in this life is half the pleasure of living can be found in the attempting to get some place, rather than actually arriving there. Wasn't Sisyphus happy with his constant toil, rather than with what would happen when he eventually finished? I put Lorna's name into Google and find all sorts of hits. None of which were the Lorna I am seeking. A namesake was a big hitter in the Girl Guide movement in southern Australia. Her biography was an interesting read, cattle farming with her husband. Another Lorna Adams has been helping the British government's Department for Education and Skills. A worthy project, encouraging and enabling adults to learn, improve skills and enrich their lives. Good work, Lorna Adams. But surely not the woman I am seeking. There are many odd sites related to the book Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. But the most outlandish hit is a reference to a Lorna Adams who married some guy called Milton Berle, who was a star entertainer in the USA in the middle of the last century. Again, not my girl. Seems my ex Lorna has not found her way onto the questionable fame of the internet. I'm not there either. You get USA college sports results and critiques of Truman Capote's detective novels when you type in my name. I think the choice I am going to make will be to find Lorna. And when I do, the second part of my decision-making process will see me either trying to sleep with her or running screaming into the night. On Friday I hand over £50 to Mac the private detective, and he gives me a printout of what he has discovered about Lorna Adams. Her addresses, work and home, telephone numbers, personal, work and mobile. Job title, her employer's name, salary, marital status, still single, clean driving license and no criminal record, here or in Spain. I thank him. Mac was not what I expected. I have no idea if Mac is his first or last name. I believed he would be a trench coat wearing, chain smoking, unshaven, smelly and scruffy man. But this PI is always stubble-free, wears a smart business suit and sweet-smelling expensive cologne follows him around like a cloud wherever he goes. More high-end car salesman than the stereotyped PI I had in my head when I first got in touch with Mac. The file of information on Lorna is brief, but extremely informative. The rest of the afternoon I managed to look real busy, but do no work at all. I am off for 2 weeks from the end of play today. So, I spent this week putting my workload in order, to ensure no one has to take on my tasks while I am away. Everything is well ahead, and the important external contacts I deal with are aware I will not be around. My email is set with an automatic out-of-office reply. My answer phone has a message explaining I am not here, and saying who to contact in my department should there be any pressing need. At home I pack a bag, clothes for 2 weeks away, towels and toiletries. A couple of books to read. I email Nick's work address to tell him I am going to be away from town for 2 weeks. Explaining where I am going to be. The first he will know I have taken 2 weeks annual leave. I also ring my mother and let her know I am going to be away, in case she tries to call the landline. We chat for a while and she tells me to have a good time on holiday. With work, family and friends all aware of my absence from normal life for 2 weeks, I open up the internet and, with my gold credit card, book a hotel room for 2 weeks and also a flight to Tenerife. Chapter 19. This one time, at band camp. I arrive at Tenerife's South Airport on Saturday evening. The sun is going down and there is a huge crowd of people queuing for a taxi. I join them. The heat is amazing. Pleasant in a way the heat in England never is. Back home warm, weather is clammy and in your face. Oppressive even. Here, off the coast of Africa, the temperature is welcoming. My travels have covered southern France, northern Italy, Spain and Scandinavia. Never anywhere this far south. My first impression is positive. A taxi takes me from the airport out to Las Americas, the main town at this end of the island and the tourist honeypot. The hotel is a huge, sprawling complex, 4 stories high. A white stone building, about 2 minutes stroll from the sea. The town is full of this type of white stone building. Gigantic hotels and timeshare complexes. The island is technically in the European Union. A Spanish colony and Spain has been in Europe now for 20 years or more. Here, 4 hours flight from my home, I am visiting a place where I am a full citizen with all sorts of rights. No visa needed. No reciprocal 3-month agreement, like with other first world countries. Full citizen. I can get a job if I like, or married without immigration, having a big look into my life. Not that I have any plans to do either of these things. I check in at the hotel, and a friendly Spanish teenager takes my bag up to my room. I hand him the smallest value euro note I have. The boy thanks me and leaves. The hotel room is extensive. Like a big old apartment room. En suite of course, double bed, sofa, satellite TV, and French windows opening onto my balcony. An extremely comfortable base for my 2 weeks here. I have left the X-file behind. Everything I need to know about the situation I face is inside my head. Having the notepad lying around the place could cause my mission a whole heap of damage. So the document is far from here, in a drawer, out of sight. This 2-week holiday should put an end to the need to have a file of ex-girlfriends, one way or another. I decide to leave unpacking for the morning. I head down to the bar for a drink before dinner. They have Stella on tap, so I figure it would be rude not to have one. The sweet taste of Stella is the exact same as back home. Globalization in action. Comforting to me after my 4 hours in the air. I have already read one of my books, The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. There was no in-flight movie, or food, which I guess explains the cheap price of the last-minute booking. To make me relax some more, I have a second Stella before heading to the hotel restaurant. The menu is full of food I would expect to find in a restaurant back home. Again comforting. I order a steak with au poivre sauce and half a bottle of red wine. I have missed the rush in the restaurant. There are only a few diners left here now. An older English couple, and a group of 20-somethings from Germany. Men and women. I do not really look at the women, I am focused on my mission. They are not all unattractive. I just don't want to complicate what is already set to be a hard job. The fatigue of the day catches up with me as I wash down the last of the red wine. I sign the bill onto my room and head up to bed. I sleep well and the morning sunlight awakens me, fresh for the task in hand. Breakfast is full English with plenty of black coffee. I sit by the pool all day and observe the running of the hotel. I position myself in such a way that I am looking from poolside towards the reception. Not a hard thing to do, as the majority of guests want to have sun lounges nearest reception, as they can look out over the beach and onto the bluest sea I have ever seen. While the view is spectacular, I am not here for it. Maybe when I complete my task I will take in the scenery. For now I observe the comings and goings. I ply my body with high-factor sun lotion. The heat is still a major plus point of my trip. I plan to get a tan, but slowly. I have 2 weeks and do not propose to spend too many days as a lobster hiding in a cave. Occasionally I take a leisurely swim to cool down. I manage to ignore the topless sunbathers. Again, the need to avoid complications. Although I do decide at some point in the future I should come back to this sort of place and try my luck. As the sun goes down at the end of my first full day in Tenerife, I have a good idea of the comings and goings of the reception staff, the pool workers and the annoying representatives, who ask you if a game of croquet or bowls would interest you. I would mind less if I wasn't asked every 20 minutes. The representatives, to be fair, are mostly moderately attractive girls, in their early 20s, from across Europe. I have said no to about a dozen of them today, some of them more than once. I drink more Stella in the bar and have a late dinner, this time opting for gammon steak with fried eggs. I drink mineral water with dinner. The urge for wine does not take me this evening. In my plan, Monday is the big day. I hang around reception after my hearty English breakfast. I play chess with an old boy from the Midlands. His wife is off on some day trip to a volcano. He had no interest in this. They were sat near me at breakfast. We got chatting and he challenged me to a game. This gave me a perfect opportunity to loiter inside the communal area of the hotel. The lobby is full of sofas and coffee tables. George, the old boy, drinks Earl Grey tea and I sup black coffee. We play a few leisurely games and chat about this and that. He is retired, used to work for a council, a deputy director, he explains. Took a wedge for redundancy and qualified for early retirement too. George and Sheila, his wife, take 6 foreign holidays a year and live more than comfortably. Good luck to the pair of them, I say. George is pleasant enough company. He wins more games than I do. In the early afternoon we switch from coffee and tea to gin and tonic. The old boy is intrigued I am here for 2 weeks alone. I can't believe there isn't some young girl you could have persuaded to come with you, he says. Then looks around. Or maybe you are hoping to find some piece of totty out here, George winks at me. A likable old guy. He is right. Any number of English women are available here, even in just this one hotel. If I wanted to pull council estate chav, that is. To be fair, some of them are quite nice to look at when you get them out of the Burberry and bling. In fact, naked they look as good as other girls. But, if I wanted that sort of thing, I could probably have it every night of the week here with a different girl. I came here for a holiday, I tell George. To get away from the rat race. If I find a nice girl here, then so be it. But I am not going to go out of my way to try and find one. I respect your decision, but, from the point of view of a man at the wrong end of his 50s, if I were your age again, I would be after everything I could get. The gin and tonic loosens his tongue. Turns out before he met Sheila, George was quite the boy with the ladies himself. He tells me a few stories from back in the 1970s. Apparently disco chicks were up for pretty much anything. Shagging in cars, alleyways behind clubs. In his early days at the council, apparently George slept with the chief executive's secretary in the council committee chamber. During office hours. Of course, eventually he met Sheila, fell in love and got married. Had children and lived happily ever after, together as man and wife. But George tells me he would never want to change what he did in the days before he met the love of his life. Why would I want the past to be different? He asks me. What has gone before is what shapes you as a person. Makes you the man you are. For better or worse. We order cheeseburgers and whiskey while we play chess. the standard of our game deteriorating as the day wears on. Sheila doesn't let George eat burgers normally, or drink as much as he would like, especially not during the daylight hours. Salads and the occasional sherry are what I get at home, George explains to me. By early evening, the old boy decides he needs to lay down. I feel I have made a friend. I wish him a good night. I have another whiskey and then go to my own room. I watch some television. Seems Tenerife is within the satellite footprint for Sky TV, so I watch imported American shows and English news. I drink water from the bottle supplied by the hotel. 2 liters of Evian. I have had a fun day chatting with George. I remember to put the Do Not Disturb sign on my door handle before passing out not long after dark. As the sunlight slips into my room, I am fully aware I am in the hangover club. I drink some more Evian and curse myself for not getting anywhere with my mission. I didn't come here to drink with old men over a chessboard. I came here to mess with the feelings of a woman I emotionally scarred several years ago. I made a choice then and I have made one now. Enough of this procrastination. Thinking I have done enough evasion is one thing. Lying in this bed until my physiology is in a condition where I can get out of bed, is where I am at now. By early afternoon, I can hold myself together enough to go to the restaurant. They have stopped doing light lunches. Much to my annoyance. I have spaghetti bolognese from the dinner menu instead. Good, solid, stodgy, Italian food, which brings my body back into line. A couple of full-fat colas re-energize me with caffeine and sugar, and I am ready to face the world once more. I head back towards my room and, in the corridor on the ground floor, I see Lorna Adams. Right here in front of me, after all these long years. Holy crap, is all I manage to say. Lorna is still beautiful. Her blonde hair is cut short. Her flesh well tanned. The years have not started to wither her face. Lorna is still gorgeous. She is wearing a white cotton business suit. Lorna is deputy manager of this hotel. Her expression doesn't change when she sees me. Lorna has worked in hotels and tourism her whole professional life. I am sure she is used to dealing with a myriad of strange, awkward and unpleasant situations. Blake, it's been a long time, Lorna says, expressionless. I cannot read her at all. Once, long ago, Lorna could keep nothing from me. What are you doing here? I ask. I work here, Blake. What in the world are you doing in my hotel? I sense a vague flicker of annoyance from her. But quickly Lorna suppresses the emotion. She has gone all Vulcan on me. I'm on holiday, room 307. A flicker of anger, or maybe even hatred, flashes in her eyes for a nanosecond. In that brief piece of time, I know she is thinking about our dead baby, about how old the child would be now, how beautiful the baby would have become, about all the joy the child could have given to us. For a single second, I feel bad I have traveled to this place to seek her out, for my own selfish design. Just like when we were 18. My own selfish reasons, to benefit me at her expense. I suppress this wave of emotion. I remember the situation at 18 was caused by Lorna trying to impose her will on me. Right now, she is merely caught in the crossfire of what is going on in my life right now. A tragic shame, but I cannot help the situation. Who are you here with? Lorna asks. I pretend to be embarrassed and say, I'm here alone. I had some holiday to take and so I looked for a cheap flight and a hotel, and here I am. I just wanted to get away from my stressful life for a couple of weeks. I don't have anyone special in my life. My best mate is in the process of falling in love with this woman. So I was left with no option but to holiday alone. Does Tammy know you are here? No, she and I aren't so close anymore, I say. Why do you ask? Lorna looks away. The first sign of her not being confident and self-assured during this whole conversation. I continue. Let me guess. If I had run this location past Tammy, she would have told me not to go. Yes, self-assured again. I wish I spoke to her, I say. Me too. Lorna walks away down the corridor, towards reception. I let her go. Our first meeting could have gone much worse. She doesn't notice I am wearing the Seiko watch she gave me all those years ago. Seems I was right about Lorna and Tammy still being in touch. I guess Lorna will probably call my sister now. I wonder if Tammy will tell her what I am up to. Or will her newly established friendly relations with me make her remain silent? Playing along with the coincidence theme. I drink Evian and sit on the balcony, covering myself in sunblock and soaking up rays. My room overlooks the pool and the ocean. I listen to the sounds of the hotel. Folks playing by the pool, people on the beach, the lapping of the waves, traffic on the roads of Las Americas. Chatterings in a multitude of languages all around me. I sit quietly, enjoying the waves of heat and ambience of the town. I head down for dinner at about 9 p.m. George calls me over and I sit with him and Sheila. They are already on their main course. I order a steak and a Coke. I discover George was not in the best condition this morning either. He and Sheila are both eating salads and drinking mineral water. They are both friendly to me. Seems Sheila doesn't hold a grudge against me for drinking with her husband. She is quite good company herself, sharing anecdotes about the way of life in England from the present day, back to the 1960s. A thoroughly likable old couple. They chat while I eat my steak. Sheila tells me the cola will rot my teeth. She reminds me of my mother. I make a conscious choice not to tell her this. I am nearly done eating when George asks me, "Do you know that woman at the bar?" I look around to the small bar in the corner of the restaurant. Not the hotel's main one, but the place where alcohol is served to diners. Lorna is sat at the bar, looking right at me. Turning back to George and Sheila, I say, "Funny thing. I bumped into her today. She went to the same sixth form as me back home in North Cornwall, where I grew up. They say it's a small world, but I never really believed it until today." "I think she is waiting to talk to you," Sheila says. "Looks that way," I say. I finish my Coke, stand up and say, "If you'll excuse me." "Of course," Sheila says. On my way over I ask the waiter to put the entire bill for our table on my tab. I sit down on the bar stool next to Lorna. "Do you want a drink?" I ask. "Staff aren't allowed to consume alcohol on the premises," Lorna says, "but I know a nice, quiet place we can go." Lorna Adams hops off the bar stool, and I follow her out of the hotel, and into the warm evening air of Las Americas. We don't talk until we arrive in the quiet bar off a side street. "I'll have a Chardonnay," Lorna says. I order the drink for her and, despite this morning's killer hangover, order a Stella Artois for myself. Comfortable and a welcome reminder of home. "I haven't seen your sorry ass in 6 years, she says. "I thought I would never see you again, Blake. Yet here you are, staying at my hotel, thousands of miles away from North Cornwall." "It's funny how things work out," I say. "Are you going to give me some bull about coincidence or fate or some crap like that?" Lorna looks unfazed by this whole situation. She looks like she did all those years ago. I can see exactly why I fell for her so badly. "Yeah, this must be fate," I say. "You disappoint me, Blake. Fate is something I have never believed in. We all make our own choices. You taught me that. These days nobody pressurizes me into anything I don't want to do. If something looks wrong, it usually is. I always do my research and know what I am getting into before I get there." "What's your point?" "My point is super simple, Blake. You and I have unfinished business. Anyone in the world who knows anything about you and I from back home can tell you things between us are not completed. I sense a but in my near future. But, coming here to try and fuck me for a bet is not the way to go about dealing with the issues between us." "You called Tammy?" "Sure. I used to love you. Once upon a time you were the nicest guy I knew. That was a different life. For both of us. If you know about the bet, why are you here?" "I despise you, Blake, have done for years. Finding out about the bet couldn't make me hate you any worse than I do already. In many ways finding out made it easier to talk to you. You weren't here to try and rekindle a love which died years ago. Instead of love, what got you here to darken my door was a cold, heartless wager. I don't have to tell you we have no future. I just have to tell you there is no way I am ever going to sleep with you again. Not today, nor tomorrow, this week, next year. Never. What we had is in the past. That day in the clinic broke me. I knew then everything was over between us. They tore out my soul when they tore out our baby. I have spent every day of my life since then trying to find it in my heart to forgive myself and work out how to move on. Time has passed. I left home as quickly as I could. But inside, where it counts, I have failed to come to terms. If you want to talk about the real issues between us, rather than some pathetic bet, I will be here tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Up to you." Lorna gets up and leaves, her Chardonnay untouched. I sit at the bar and finish my Stella. I take a card from the bar, one with the address of the place neatly typed in gold lettering, so I can get back here tomorrow night. I head back to the hotel to my bed and have a restless night. I eat breakfast with George and Sheila. All three of us have full English. They ask about last night. We went for a drink. Staff aren't allowed to drink alcohol on the hotel premises. So we went to a bar down the strip and had a chat. The couple, I think, were after more gossip, but I disappoint them. After breakfast they head off on some day trip, and I book a trip to the volcano for later in the week. I loiter by the pool and take in some sun. In the afternoon I take a walk along the beach. Apart from the touts outside every restaurant, trying to persuade you to sit down and eat at their establishment, the stroll is a pleasant one. I pick up an English-language newspaper aimed at tourists and the burgeoning expat population. Local news is the same everywhere. whipping up a frenzy about nothing and trying to promote a sense of community, which is completely fake. I paddle in the cool blue ocean and squeeze the grey and black volcanic sand between my toes. On my way back to the hotel, I pick up some bottled water to keep me hydrated. I sit on my balcony and soak up the late afternoon sun. I have started to tan. Lorna has said nothing will ever occur between us. This means I must say goodbye to my milligram. But the years of unspoken anguish between her and I somehow seems to overshadow the bet. Before I meet up with Lorna, I grab a light dinner and have a Stella. Back at the quiet bar, I have a beer and wait. I arrived 15 minutes early. I gave myself a big leeway of time to ensure I could find the place in the unfamiliar town. Lorna arrives just after 10. I order her a glass of Chardonnay. "So, tell me about yourself," she says. I explain to Lorna about my job, my flat, about Nick and Jane Mathis. I talk about university and my folks, Tammy, David and Victoria. Lorna asks me about the bet. I feel a bit embarrassed about the wager. I explain about Nick and the skateboard bets and about his ability with cards, casinos and all games of chance. Then I tell her about my adventure to reconquer my other ex-girlfriends. Lorna seems shocked about Tiffany being a dogger. I always thought she was such a prude, Lorna says. I don't tell her this analysis is a total misunderstanding of who Tiffany was back in the day. Lorna is disturbed about how Joan York's life has turned out. They were never close, but when someone you know is suffering, you do feel for them. I'm glad you and Tammy are getting on better. I hope you won't think ill of her for telling me about this bet of yours. No, it's unfortunate we have just started to be friends again. A year ago, I would never have dreamed of telling Tammy what I was up to. I won't hold this against her. I don't want to waste another 6 years not being her friend. That's very mature of you. Tammy did promise not to tell, like when we were kids, at our special place. But, we are adults and those special promises were mostly aimed at keeping our parents in the dark. The stakes between Lorna and I are too important for me to expect Tammy to keep quiet. Tell me what started this whole bet business. Nick. He made this whole speech about how ex-girlfriends would still go to bed with him because the spark of attractiveness is always there. However things fell apart, he argued, sex was always a possibility. I told him he was wrong, but we had been drinking tequila and somehow the disagreement ended in a bet with me having to chase 6 ex-girlfriends. I see his point. In many cases of casual attraction and short relationships, there is always going to be a hangover. But this is because the sex is not on a deep level. I can understand how a man I have slept with casually could easily be welcomed back into my bed. The interaction is all on pretty much a purely physical level. And even some guys where the emotions were there a bit. But, someone who I loved with all my soul, someone who broke my heart. Never. I think Nick's argument would be the deeper these feelings ran, the easier the revisit would be. Only if the person suffering the pain had absolutely no self-respect. If that person would do anything to get back with the former lover, then maybe. But then the one falling back in the arms of the old lover would never in their own mind have gotten over the breakup. Have you got over me? I ask. Any day now, Lorna says. I'm not over you. I say. We sit in silence for a few minutes. Each of us trying to work out where we go from here. You are still beautiful, I say. I don't want to hear you say that, she says. Is there anyone special in your life? I ask. No, not at the moment. Has there been? Not since you, Blake. No one has really mattered to me since you left me, I say. We shouldn't have this conversation. I came here tonight to talk about the issues between us, I say. This appears to me to be an issue for both you and I. I'm not going to end up in your bed tonight, she says. I wonder if Lorna is saying that to convince me or herself. I am not asking you to, I say. Blake, you hurt me so much. If you had only listened to what I wanted, by now we would be married, with a house, maybe a family, living a happy life together. I wanted those things straightway. What you did to try and get them immediately is what ensured these things which we both wanted could never happen. No, what I did was put all that we wanted on a plate in front of us and it was you who turned your nose up at the dish. And there lies the problem between us. I think you ruined everything, and you still insist you were moving things along. I think our differences are irreconcilable. Is that why you never tried to get in touch with me? Don't make like you had not come to the same conclusion, Blake. It's not like you are actually trying to get in touch with me. You are here for a juvenile bet. Aside from that, we would not be sat here talking right now. Is it a good or bad turn of events that we are sat here talking? Yesterday I would have said bad. Today, I just don't know. I order another round of drinks. I have a whiskey and water chaser with my Stella and Lorna has a Bacardi and Coke to go with more wine. Tell me about your life since you left home, I say. Lorna explains she took a job as a rep on the Costa del Sol, got into bar management, then hotel management. Her company offered her a deputy management post in Tenerife 2 years ago, so she moved out here. Lorna owns a house on the edge of Las Americas and hopes to become manager of a hotel here in a couple more years. Do you go back home much? I ask. You mean do I go back to Cornwall often? The answer is no. I was there for a few days last year. I might go home later this year, after the sea sun has finished. But, if I just stay here instead, makes no real difference to me. I have lived in Spain long enough to call it home. I felt I belonged in Tenerife since I stepped off the plane. My job is hard work, but I am good at it. I enjoy what I do and I am reasonably well paid. In another year or two I should be running a hotel of my own. You sound like you are happy. I enjoy my life. True happiness eludes me, I think. But the life I have built works for me. What about you, Blake? Are you happy? I have a good job and I suppose the life I lead suits me fine. So neither of us is actually happy. To be honest, Lorna, I don't think anyone is ever truly happy. Anyone who says they are is either lying to themselves, or lying to you, or they have led some kind of magically charmed life with no problems. Neither of us are happy. But both of us have done the best we could with our lives. Could have turned out a whole lot worse for both of us. Or better, I say. I think we both agree on that point. Around midnight Lorna heads home, alone. We agree to meet here again, at the same time tomorrow. I return to the hotel, have a final Stella and go to bed. The next day drags slowly along. I eat breakfast with George and Sheila and spend the day sunning my body beside the pool. I have a pizza for dinner and stroll to the rendezvous with Lorna. Tonight, our third meeting at the bar, feels different from the off. Lorna is here before me. She is drinking mineral water and orders me a Stella. This is the last time we are going to meet up, Blake. Why, what has changed? Nothing has changed, Blake. I have been doing a whole lot of thinking, and not one thing has changed. What happened has happened. I still feel like my soul was torn out that day all those years ago. Seeing you again has not changed how I feel about you and about my baby. About my life. I used to love you. But the emotion has been gone for years. I would like to say one day we can be friends, but I have no idea if that will ever turn out to be true. Right now, I am not even ready to consider the concept. Lorna hands me a piece of paper. My address is on there. I don't plan to move for a while. Send me a Christmas card. I might be in North Cornwall in late November, so please avoid home at that time. When I am back in the UK, I'm not going to go remotely near where you live. You won't be coming back to Tenerife anytime soon. Not after this mistake of a holiday. This is not a request, this is a statement of fact. When you leave this island, we will exchange Christmas greetings and changes of address, but only to ensure we do not ever bump into each other again. And, by knowing each other's whereabouts, if one day I feel comfortable with the concept of your friendship, I will be in touch. Lorna leaves the bar without looking back. Yesterday I thought she might be ready to waver. She disappeared in such a hurry last night, so maybe she had started thinking the same way too. Today Lorna has drawn the line for me never to cross. The bet is over. Just shy of 8 weeks in. I have slept with 6 exes. But Cynthia just didn't count. To be strict, Lorna would not have counted either. She knew about the bet. Although it was not me who told her. Time to say goodbye to my beloved Milligram. Nick is victorious in yet another bet. I have a few Stellas in the quiet bar before strolling back to the hotel. In the bar I have some more. Thursday is karaoke night. Old guys murder Beatles and Queen songs, and the obligatory Frank Sinatra. The drunkest and baldest man in the room has to sing my way just before last orders. The first law of karaoke. I get talking to one of the 20-something German girls at the bar. They are staying at the hotel in a large group. Her name is Helga. Blonde, blue eyes, cute. I like her accent. Helga can speak English really well. I can remember about 2 words of the German I learned at school. Helga is quite drunk. Her friends sing Waterloo by ABBA right after the old guy sings the Sinatra track. Admittedly I am quite drunk, and messed up with all the Lorna-related issues, but I am sure a bunch of German tourists singing about a battle in Ware, Belgium, 200 years ago, is a touch on the surreal side. Didn't Britain beat Napoleon there? Helga is sure the Prussian army was involved too. The blonde German comes back to my room. She is fit. We have sex. Helga is a noisy lover, screaming her orgasms, calling me baby. Then streams of loud German words I have absolutely no understanding of. The experience is not without pleasure on a purely physical level. Emotionally the union is hollow to me. Hot bodies with cold hearts. I take her picture, naked and straddling me. Helga really doesn't mind at all. She finds it dangerous, alluring, and kinky. In the morning, Helga joins George, Sheila, and I for breakfast. She and I are slightly hungover, both drinking a lot of black coffee. Today is my trip to the volcano. Helga and her friends have already been. They are spending the day by the pool. I arranged to meet her for a drink when I get back. The black volcanic heart of the island is a place I visit without anyone I know. A bunch of tourists from around the world sit on the coach with me, walk up to the summit of the black rock, take a million pictures and walk down again. Back at the hotel, I drink with Helga and her friends. I have more cold sex with her through the night. Saturday morning, she and her friends fly out of Tenerife on their way home to Dusseldorf. We don't exchange numbers. George and Sheila fly out to Birmingham in the afternoon. I see Lorna a couple of times around the complex in the week before I leave, but she doesn't even look at me. I lounge around the pool, drink too much at the bar, chat to women from around Europe, listen to dreadful karaoke on the Thursday night, and fly back to the UK 2 weeks after I left. I return with a wonderful deep tan on the outside of my body and a cold empty black void inside where my heart used to beat.
Chapter 20. At night rave near the guard's compartment naked with a blue light. Blake arrived back from Spain yesterday. He texted me to say he had got home. Sneaky sod took 2 weeks off and never told me. When I asked where he was at work, the Monday before last, the boss said he had booked the holiday weeks ago. The old man seemed surprised Blake never told me, what with he and I being so close. I couldn't tell the boss about the bet. Blake and I have going. The company do not approve of such activities. I got in trouble for gambling before. I took one of the sales managers, Bill Anderson, for a couple of grand at cards. Stupid idiot didn't have the money to lose. So I gave Bill a month assuming he would get a bank loan or something similar. Silly ass tries to get an advance on his wages and the company, reasonably, wanted to know why Bill wanted the cash and the guy told them the whole truth. The game was out of work of course, and it was not like I was threatening a sales manager, so the company had nothing on me. But I got a quiet word from above, about the kind of company I work for, and how my actions could give the firm a bad name. So I promised to be a good boy. This meant I had to look surprised when I found out Blake was on annual leave for 2 weeks. He should have given me some notice. Although when I turned on my PC there was a belated email. Well, anyway, he is back from holiday and I have not heard any word on how he got on with this Lorna Adams woman. I don't really know much about her. Only he never wrote a word about her in his dumb X-file notepad. And he went a shade of Snow White when I named Lorna as his final target. Blake is normally one cool dude, but when I said her name, he gave me a look like he was going to rip my throat out, right there and then. I don't think I have ever seen him look so angry. From that score, he probably stood no chance with this Lorna girl. I mean, why else would he leave the country and go to Spain in such a hurry? It did cross my mind she might be there. But, I figure, in reality he must have tried it on with her, realized he wasn't going to get anywhere with the woman and decided to make good use of his time by going on holiday. The only possible explanation. I have invited Blake out to lunch at this bar in the city center where we usually go for drinks, so he can give me the full update and hand over the keys to his motor. I've got another bit of news to talk to Blake about, but I will hear what he has to say first. Usually I would take my partner Jane out with me to lunch, but I feel I need to talk to Blake alone. Jane and I have been seeing each other for a couple of months. We clicked from the off. I had never been in love before. I thought when people said how it felt, they were just deluding themselves to make their lives sound better. But, turns out true love is the deliriously happy state of affairs everyone has always said. I am glad to finally be experiencing the sensation. I used to be just like Blake. Someone who had never experienced love. Life was just one long party of nights out, drinking and sex with random women. In truth, this life is meaningless. Blake will understand how empty our lives were when he meets the special someone to show him actual, heart-racing, worlds collide, love. Jane has filled my dead life and I would follow her to the ends of the earth. She works for the Southern Daily Echo as a reporter and I work for hardcore PR. I met her one night when I had to give a briefing on a new product for a client company. She is wonderful. I am so glad I met Jane. I hook up with Blake for a Sunday roast at a pub in the town center. He is about 6 foot tall, with cropped dark hair. Blake always wears designer clothes. Today, he is in Calvin Klein and FC UK, accompanied by a pair of Gucci sunglasses. He has also got a pretty good tan from his time in Spain, I notice. He orders our roast lamb dinners and 2 pints of Stella. Blake loves the drink. I think it is dishwater. Loopy juice in fact. If I had the choice, I would never touch the stuff. But Blake thinks anyone who doesn't drink it is in some way wrong. The same for people who don't wear the right labels, or live in the wrong parts of town, or don't drive the cars he approves of. Blake is a bit of a snob in his own way. Sometimes I want to wear Burberry just to see what he would do. Aside from being a bit materialistic and shallow, he is a great guy. Although I was annoyed with his attitude to this anorexic girl Karen, he revisited as part of the bet. He also knows too much about American politics for an Englishman, but he knows how to flirt with fit women. Blake is quite shameless when it comes to seduction. But then, I used to be too. Good holiday. I say. Yeah, restful, Blake tells me. How did this bet of ours pan out? I suppose I don't need to tell you the 9 weeks is up now. Sure, Nick, I know the time limit is up. So, things didn't work out with you and this Lorna Adams chick. I say. Was she the one girl who ever got the better of Blake Truman? Was she the only girl in history to dump you, or did she refuse to give you head? She must have done something to annoy you. So much you didn't want to write a word about her in your little X file. Or maybe you didn't write about her in the notepad because she was so ugly you were ashamed and couldn't bear the thought of ever taking her to bed again. Was she the worst-looking girl you ever dated? And instead of even trying to sleep with her, you went off to Spain for a holiday. If I were you, I would have taken a driving holiday in your lovely milligram before having to give her up. Or maybe because you were going to lose the milligram, you couldn't face spending time with her. Who said you won the bet? Blake asks, the look of imminent throat ripping on his face again. The roast dinners he ordered arrive and we tuck in. So what did happen with this Lorna Adams woman? Lorna lives in Spain. I went to 6th form with her. We went out for a while. Lorna was pretty cool back then. After she finished her course, Lorna went to work in the tourist industry in Spain. To track her down, I went to the place where she works. We met up and talked about old times. But you didn't sleep with her. I hadn't seen her for years. We had a lot of catching up to do. You didn't sleep with her, right? I say. We went out for drinks. A few times. Dude, you haven't emailed me the photo, so I know you haven't won the bet. Blake still looks like he is mad with me. I must have won the bet. He must be gutted having to give up the milligram he loves so much. My internet connection is down. I have no idea why. Means I haven't been able to email you the picture. The guy has been honest with me all along. He told me about only getting the woman in London into bed after she knew about the bet. So I know he wouldn't be making this up. Blake pulls out his phone and shows me a photo on the 1.5-inch wide screen. I can clearly see a fit blonde girl naked on top of him. Wow, I say, that's Lorna. Yeah. She's not bad looking at all. I know. It wasn't much of a hardship taking her to bed again. Of course, Lorna had learnt a few new tricks from when we were 18. Fit and experienced now. Needless to say, I had a really good time. Unbelievable. Maybe the blank page in the X-file was a double bluff. Clever GIT. Blake must have tricked me into picking an easy revisit. Someone he was probably still in touch with and looking for an excuse to get back into bed with. Sneaky. I hand over my car keys. Blake pockets them without a word. Back to his regular cool demure self. Having given away the BMW, I find it hard to eat any more of the food in front of me. Blake, the victor, wolves down his lunch and tells me about his holiday in Spain. Days of sitting at the poolside or on the beach, under the glorious heat of the sun. He eats so much and drinks all the time, but never puts on any weight. Blake goes to the gym at most once a week, yet keeps in great shape. I am at the gym 3 or 4 times a week, but steadily gain a couple of pounds every 6 months. Weight which will never come off. I decide to tell him my other news. I was worried about how he would take it. I thought hearing this and losing his car in one day would be 2 quite heavy blows. Seems only one of these potential hits was meant for Blake today. I say, Jane and I are going to Australia for a year. Considering how useless Blake is at poker, I am having trouble gauging any reaction from him at all. Sounds great, he says. When are you off? We have got visas sorted and the flights are booked up. We fly out in 6 weeks. My resignation is going to be lodged first thing in the morning. Apart from Jane and I, you are the first to know. Cool. When did you decide? I've always thought I would go down under one day. Jane lived in Sydney for a few months when she was much younger. We talked about the idea a few times. Then she looked on the net and found out the Aussie government has a rule on not giving out year-long visas to anyone over 30. Really, that piece of information is what sparked us into action. Jane turns 30 next year. So time was against us. Good luck, Blake says, emotionless. I don't think I have ever had this much trouble reading him before. He must be annoyed. We are going to live in Sydney first off. On Bondi Beach. Jane was telling me about the double-decker trains they have on the City Rail in Sydney. They have this sign on the coaches which say, "At night travel near the guard's compartment marked with a blue light." But, on trains all over the city, someone or some people have vandalized these signs with tip X, removing some of the letters. You know what all these altered signs say? No idea, he says. Now they say, "At night rave near the guard's compartment naked with a blue light." Isn't that wild? Who wouldn't want to live in a city where that happens? Yeah, wild, Blake says. Well, I'm going to tell work tomorrow, and Jane is going to tell the paper. I was hoping you could give us a lift to the airport. Sure. We also plan to go to Melbourne and Perth and the Great Barrier Reef and Uluru. You know that is what they call Ayers Rock these days. Apparently it's what the ancient Aboriginals called the place. It has had that name for like 22,000 years. Jane only ever visited Sydney and bits of rural New South Wales. So she wants to do the rest of the country. I am not getting anywhere with Blake. There will be a big leaving do. We'll get pretty drunk, maybe a week before Jane and I fly out of here. No reaction. I give up with Blake today. Look, I've got to meet up with Jane. I'll see you tomorrow. I was hoping he would at least pretend to be pleased for Jane and I suppose maybe I stole the thunder from his victory in this bet thing. When I beat him at stuff in the past, to be fair, I have been known to revel in the win. I walk over to Jane's flat and we make love against the backdrop of the loneliness of Sunday afternoon. When we are done, Jane asks, "How did Blake take the news?" I think he wasn't too happy. You've been worried for a week about how he would take this. Yeah, but I think the real problem was the bet. Was he upset? No, he had no reason to be upset. He won. Really? Jane is surprised. We were both convinced I had won. Blake showed me a picture of him and Lorna doing it in his hotel room. His internet is down at home, so he couldn't send the shot across. Baby, I'm sorry. I know how much your car means to you. It's no big deal. She was going to have to go before we left the country, so I was resigned to saying goodbye to her one way or another. Jane and I hug, still naked, in her welcoming bed. I hope one day my friend Blake can understand how I feel about Jane. Surely, one day, he will experience real love at last.
Chapter 21. The future is not set. After Nick leaves the pub, I have another pint of Stella at the bar. I lied to Nick. Not a small white lie. I didn't tell him his shirt looked good when it was awful. I couldn't even bring myself to pretend I was pleased for him and Jane to be going to Australia. No. I told him I had won the bet. Nick was mocking me, asking me questions, making like Lorna was ugly or had given me a piece of the treatment I gave out. I hadn't planned to lie to Nick. It just came out in the heat of the moment. I happened to have the photo of Helga, the German girl, and I making love to hand. When I took the shot, I thought I might do this. But I was drunk then, and the next morning had dismissed the idea in the sober light of day. But Nick went on so much. I wanted to see the smile removed from his face. I did sleep with 6 exes. His stupid rules excluded Cynthia, but I did find and take 6 of the 35 women back to bed, as I was challenged. Lorna was always going to be a long shot. I made her leave me by being resolute on a big issue. It tore us apart. She and I were so close back then. There was really little chance of us coming back together in any way, shape or form. I think I have learned casual lovers can be revisited with relatively little effort. But someone who has truly hurt you and who you have truly hurt, there is 0 chance. When I got home from Spain, I had lots of post. The only one of any importance was the results of my HIV test. I am negative. Safe. Clean. Alive. Able to continue my life in the same vein. While I sit at the bar, I get a text message from Sophie Poindexter, the role player. She wants to know if I am free to meet up for a drink during the next week or so. I don't feel up to replying to her right this minute. It crosses my mind that Cynthia Banks and Danny McCarthy never wrote back to me. I order another pint and across the bar I see a familiar face. Seems like Ian since I met her, but it was only 9 weeks ago. She was with me when the bet was set. Sarah Varzi smiles at me and comes over with her pint to join me. Hi, she says. How are you? Good, I say. You? Me too. I have the Sunday blues, so I thought I would try to wash them away with a pint. Sunday blues. You wake up alone on Sunday morning. There is nothing on TV, can't be bothered with the papers as they are always full of the same old rubbish. No arrangements to do anything. The day just stretches out in front of you. So to attempt to ease the boredom, I thought I would have a drink. Alone. Everyone else has boyfriends or family to visit. I saw my parents yesterday. I couldn't face them again today. Anyway, who are you here with, Blake? I was here with Nick. You remember him, right? Sure. Where is he now? He has gone to see his new girlfriend. They've been together 7 weeks and have already decided to head off to Australia for a year together. Cool. All my friends who have been say it's wonderful down under. I hear that too. By the way, who won your bet? I suppose it must be over by now. Did you discover the Joy of Ex? Yes, the bet is over. I won. And you were the one who thought pulling X's was tricky. Yeah, I sure got proved wrong. I heard this story the other day which made me think of you, Sarah says. It's one of those stupid urban legends, but it's kind of funny, and also relevant to your bet. So, what did you hear? Apparently this woman takes a phone call from a guy she used to see, like 2 years ago or something. The guy hasn't been in touch with her once in all this time. Then, out of nowhere, the guy rings and asks her out to dinner. The woman decides to go out to dinner with the slimy smuck, and he is just all over her. So, the woman takes him home. Now he is a good-looking guy, a bastard, but attractive, and once upon a time she really used to like him. But his random reappearance after so long and the fact he is clearly expecting sex from her is just too much. But she decides she should claim some pleasure from the evening. This woman invites him back to her place after dinner. And, when they get back to her place, she makes him go down on her in the hallway of her flat. When she is done, she leads the guy upstairs into the spare room of her house. The woman tells him she always knew he would come back to her. That she knew deep down he was the one, but needed to get over his issues about commitment. Now he has realized this too. She has something to show him. The woman opens up the wardrobe of the spare room to reveal a wedding dress. She tells him she has been waiting by the phone for him, knowing as soon as he could face commitment, they would get back together again. The guy just completely bolts out of the house. Runs away, never to be seen again. But, the best part is, this woman only has a wedding dress in her house as her sister is getting married and doesn't want her fiancé, who she lives with, to see the dress before the big day. Isn't that the funniest story? Hilarious, I say. It's one of those urban legends. So it probably happened in the 1970s and has been distorted in all sorts of ways, Chinese whispers style. Sarah laughs, clearly amused by the tale. And what a great way of teaching the bastard a lesson. Yeah, I say. Sarah and I have another pint together and talk about this and that. I know I have reached my pint limit for a Sunday afternoon. I give Sarah my number and suggest we go out for a drink sometime soon. She seems up for the idea. Are we friends now? She asks. For sure, I say. Why do you ask? I like to know if someone who gives me their number wants to be my friend, or just wants to take me to bed and shag me. How about both? That's cool too. See you round. Later, she says. I stroll home, part drunk, mostly spinning out about what Sarah believes to be an urban legend. It also crosses my mind I should call a woman called Marla who works for the probation service and glides into rooms looking like Helena Bonham Carter. She met me during a very strange time in my life. My stupid bet with Nick and the fact I cheated him out of his BMW is on my mind too. Well, I'm not a nice person. He should know that by now. He got me to take part in a completely reckless and heartless challenge. I deserve his car for the mental anguish he put me through. At least that is the lie I tell myself to feel better for tricking my best friend out of his cool car. What lies do I tell myself about Lorna and the baby? We were too young. I couldn't handle the commitment back then. I wanted to build a life for myself through education and hard work, not through necessity to feed a wife and child. Untruths to mask the fact I am selfish and only really care about myself and my own well-being. Where do I go from here? I will stay away from exes for a start. Nick is going to the other side of the world with Jane Mathis. I will stay here and get on with my job and live the life I have fought so hard to create for myself. The past is plainly the past and unchangeable. The future is not set. Life changes and we all move on. What happens just becomes experience, and in a couple of months I will not think of this bet at all. Lorna will continue to be a painful and enduring memory, but I will put these feelings back in their box, return them to the attic, and maybe I will never look back inside that particular box ever again. I will go back to being the fun-loving, commitment-fearing man everyone always sees. Remain the type of person who shags and moves on, not seeking emotional dependence, just momentary gratification. Back to being the type of bloke who would end up drinking too much tequila and accepting a bet to reclaim ex-girlfriends for material gain. Tammy described me best at 18. I am completely what she said. Even though we are friends again now, doesn't mean I don't know my sister is right.